are you guys picking as our first matchup choice of round two?
So for the round two, G2 esports is gonna go for our friends and recent IM Cologne champions. We're picking Team Spirit.
Wow. Yo. Finally someone does something like this. Thank you, Petsa. Thank you.
And we are going to pick Aurora.
Oh, going in for Aurora. Feeling like Zantares might be coming in a little rusty here. Is that the thinking?
Nah, I think like we got a taste of Dunk at Cologne and we don't want to do that again. So like the ballsy moves, it's not in our category right now, especially with a stand-in.
Which way are we going with this, Finn?
Yeah, we're gonna choose FaZe.
Okay, FaZe coming through. What is it about this FaZe team that makes you want to play them?
It's not really easy to choose, but I think that we have some good chances to go in the match with FaZe.
Who are you playing in round two?
We're picking Na'Vi.
Na'Vi, okay. A resurgent Na'Vi here. MongolZ looking good. Do you think you're gonna humble MongolZ, show him that there's more to playing at the top level?
Hopefully we can show Makasi that there's still some road to go.
So Big Uzera, who are you picking for round two?
We are picking the revenge, so we pick the Mongols.
The Mongols, okay. All right, here we go. Getting interesting with it. Do you think you've got the game plan now to topple the Mongols?
I hope so. Yeah, I'm not sure about it, but I just can answer that after the match, right?
Who is Team Liquid taking on?
We are going to pick Furia. We're gonna go with the obvious, sorry guys. It's gonna be a great matchup for us, in my opinion. I think we have a good chance to surprise them.
Pick. Who is Bait playing?
We're playing MOUZ Sports.
Okay, all right. Not venturing straight into the Vitality camp, but a MOUZ that is surging.
I think they're a pretty good team, and as I said, it's a win-win to play against the Tier S team right now. So especially at the start of the season, especially online. So we'll see how it goes, and hopefully it will be good.
And to hear from Legacy, we've got Lux on the line. You're taking on Vitality. You ended their streak in Austin. You gonna do it to them again?
Yeah, we hope so. I think it's a match that everybody was waiting for. And yeah, we're pretty confident.
But we do have our matchups now. The top 16 going toe-to-toe here. 8 matchups. 8 eliminations on the line because only 8 of these teams can make it to next week, can make it to the next stage of the Blast Bounty.
Our summer vacation has come to a close. Let's get back to Counter-Strike, shall we?
All eyes on Masuta. What's happening? They swing him together, and that is the round win for Foot. Masuta, monster moment. And so Torshi gonna lock it in. A big pistol round from him, and that's 8 straight for MOUZ. Fall blind on 9-10, that was the chance to catch him. He's allowed to swing out. Oh, Goomba stop for Milty. Back out through the window now, 1 the other way, 9-10, it's so chaotic. Third player even makes his way over now. They line up for Nerds. He really wants it though. Tunnel vision. Oh, Nerd! Whoa, man, that is a gnarly 3K.
It is Rops on the prowl from behind. Flamesy down beneath him. 20 seconds and it's over. As the world's top 4 lock their places in for the Malta finals.
Will anybody choose to risk it all for a potentially huge reward? It is time to find out as we kick off the Blast Bounty Draft Show.
We've got the first pick here, and the question, Madra, is who's it going to be?
Everybody know I have half French, and I'm half French and also Turkish in my blood. And also this team, we already beat 2-0 this year. So my pick gonna be MongolZ.
Oh, take this out here. Take this out. Masterful bait going on there. What went into this decision? Why the Mongols?
It's a team decision. We like them style. A little like us, so it's gonna be a spicy match. And
you're the first choice here. You've been claimed right off the bat. Do you think he's making a mistake?
He said we are a B-tier team.
No.
You gonna show him he's wrong about that?
Absolutely.
It's time, Finn, for your pick.
We pick Spirit.
Spirit. Okay, coming into this, why Spirit?
If we took a look at those 3 teams left, Vitality, MOUZ, and Spirit, they're all great. But we just, we want to try to play Spirit.
You're coming right off of a trophy here, Chopper. He's picking into you. What's up with that?
It's a good pick from them. I know why they do this. Let's see what happens again.
Rugga, everyone's been very democratic so far. Do you rule with an iron fist? Did you make the decision yourself? Want to win into the process?
Nah, we talked it through as a team, like made our pros and cons to the specific matchups, and we also had a feeling about what teams might be left and who wouldn't be. So,
who are you going to be picking?
We'll be picking MOUZ.
How do you feel about that, Cyclone?
Shocking. I thought we were going to play Liquid. I think it makes sense. We play in not so long VP at EWC, and I think maybe they want to have a chance against a different team. So
order, which means that our last matchup here, we've got a day between Liquid and Vitality. Shui, the choice has been made for you. How do you feel you match up against the boys in yellow?
Yeah, I mean, not big of a surprise. I think no matter what team we played, it was always going to be a tough game.
Are you feeling like you're going to break out that scepter and extend the reign?
We will see. We are not thinking about that. Just tournament by tournament, to be honest. We want to prove Cologne was a mistake from us.
Our matchups are now set in stone, and what that sets for us is a few exciting days of Counter-Strike to come.
The final 2 days of the Blast Bounty are upon us. We began online with 32 teams who were cut down to just 16 and then in half once more to seal our top 8 who joined us for the quarterfinals here in the Malta studio.
Yesterday, in those quarterfinals, we saw Team Vitality eke out a tight 2 maps over Liquid and Spirit run roughshod over Virtus Pro.
Now, only 4 teams remain, and to be fair, some were tested along the way, but Mike, the teams that arrived seeded 1 through 4 still stand fighting today.
Yesterday, we had our final draft show where Spirit had one more opportunity to pick their opponent. Here's how it went.
For one last time, it is time to see how our matchups will be stacking up and moving on forward. The semifinals, they do indeed lay in wait.
It's time to begin this draft, and I have good news for all of you standing on stage. This is going to be a quick draft because you could probably do the math. There's one decision to be made today. Donk, what was the thought process for Spirit? How did you come to this decision? Do you have a little team huddle after the game?
No.
They just give you the full choice?
Yes.
They said, Donk, you know what?
Yes.
Donk the dictator.
Yes. All correct.
Who is Team Spirit going to be playing?
So Team Spirit are choosing MOUZ.
Okay. Why MOUZ?
No comments.
No comment. I'm hearing a lot of that lately from Team Spirit. Zershin, you've got Spirit on the line. How do you feel about that matchup?
Feeling good. It's nice that Donk is ready to give us a chance to get revenge after Cologne, where they beat us.
Have you been thinking about that Cologne matchup ever since? Thinking about the day you'd get to get revenge on this guy?
Yeah, of course. My nightmares are filled with this guy's face picking me. They played their hearts out in the Cologne final and they beat us 3-0, so they deserve that win. But yeah, I've been hungry for revenge since.
How are we feeling about the Vitality matchup?
It's the same building again every time. Yeah, we faced again so many times, and I always say that this time. Yeah, I don't want to say anything about that. Yeah, let's see what's happened tomorrow.
No comments.
No, you gonna do it to him again?
Hopefully. But we respect them. What they did against Aurora, the comeback was absolutely insane, to be honest. So we know that they don't give up. So hopefully another banger between us.
Another banger set in store indeed. We've got our semifinal matchups. These are our draft picks.
And that tees us off what is going to be an incredible semi-final Saturday. Welcome to the Blast Bounty. My name is Spirit.CEST, joined by Vu and Maui. We have had such a treat in terms of the teams that have progressed through to the top 4. It's so rare that you get to this stage of the competition, and there's basically a rivalry between every single team standing here on stage.
If you told me at the beginning of this event that we would get a Cologne Grand Finals rematch and an Austin Major Grand Finals rematch, I would say, how much do I have to pay to watch this?
Yeah, I mean, each team has storied histories against each other. They've played each other at least a few times this year. This is exactly what you want to see coming into the final couple days of such an event like this.
So much coming into this. Should we recap exactly what went down in our 2 days of quarterfinals? Let's begin with Astralis versus MOUZ. What was your takeaway from that one, Maui?
That one was pretty straightforward. MOUZ were the heavy favorites going into it. Astralis had shown us quite a bit in terms of the progress that they've made once adding Hooksy to their ranks, you know, some playoff appearances at PGL, the fact that they have at Fisher made it to the grand finals. And so for this one, felt like they were on that same good trajectory, but all in all, MOUZ were definitely a class above. The tactics were just honestly too much for them to handle, really. Astralis are still playing catch up in terms of like, they're getting that first stage of the round going.
Yeah.
MOUZ have every single part ironed out already.
I think that's a fair assessment from that one. Good to see Astralis making it to top 8, but just not enough to be progressing onwards to the semi-finals. Our second quarterfinal, Vu, that was Aurora versus the Mongols. What were your
yeah,
takeaway
that one
from
went pretty straightforward. You know, 11-1 lead into 16-13, I believe. Yeah, 16-13 loss. That's exactly what you were expecting. No, I mean, this is Aurora losing to Mongols. Mongols, you're expecting them to have an edge in that matchup, but the exact way this game went down is going to be remembered for a long, long time in the history of CS2. I mean, people are just going to be talking about Aurora losing the most unbelievable defeat, and if they can't, I could see them not bouncing back from this, honestly.
That's just going to be drilled into the nightmares of Aurora, right? Like, you can see it in the faces right there.
11-0 up and 3v1, and you lose 16-13. That is historic.
And then we had Vitality versus Liquid, one that, again, on paper, you see the 2-0 and you think to yourself, yep, Vitality take care of business. I would say it's anything but that. This was one of the best signs of Liquid's progress that I've seen since Flashy has joined. This was a great tactical breakdown from them. Sometimes they were catching Vitality off guard. Sometimes they were shooting the players from the French side in the side of the head. Like, that was really great from Liquid. I'm almost upset that they didn't even get a single map in the series, because they played like they deserved it.
Kind of felt like they were robbed. Final game of the day, that was Spirit versus Virtus Pro. Spirit making it quite a quick evening for us, Vu.
This one went about as you would expect. This is really VP showing us something, giving us hope, at least in the first half of the first map. They looked really strong, but going into the second half of both sides, they just couldn't really get much done. T-side of Overpass, I believe it was, they just couldn't get anything done, couldn't get any any footing. So VP, I mean, I think they showed a little bit at this event, but in that exact series, Spirit, they're just the better team individually, and they play better as a team overall.
I don't know whether I necessarily expected that from the Overpass map, though. I thought VP would put up a little bit more of a fight. That was a pretty disappointing end, right?
I feel like VP themselves realized that they didn't play the game that they showed in the group stage of this event here at the Bounty playoffs, because they were getting clogged up by utility that in the group stage, they would just burst it with a nade or something. They would just flash on through, but they just got choked up in some of those moments.
Let's dive into our third quarterfinal. That was Liquid versus Vitality, because kind of as you aptly put it, Maui, it's strange to come away from a series where you look at it as, okay, like Liquid, they got robbed in some of those moments, right? Like, they played such a solid game. They tested Vitality, probably one of the most, in terms of series, that they've had in 2025. And I did not expect that, Vu.
I wouldn't say they got robbed. I feel like they robbed themselves, because they definitely had the ability to push that over the line at times. I think they had 2 match points on the second map. They had a chance to actually push this over the line, and they just couldn't pull it together. When it seemed like they were getting to the point, okay, we can actually win this game, that seemed to be the moment they started to kind of play a little more passive, play a little more scared, and they had a lot of things going for them. I want to say Vitality played well. Liquid just played really well alongside them, so you can't give enough credit to Liquid, but at the same time, they should have pushed one of those over the line.
The way that Liquid looked in this game gives me so much hope, but now I'm left scratching my head in a way because they have to play them again in a week at EWC in another single elimination game. And now Vitality is going to know all their best strats, which they probably just tried to use on them here in Malta. And then Liquid's VRS standing is so low that I'm wondering, is this team just going to vanish now? Like, they need to get something done really quickly.
I really hope not, because when we looked at that nuke, right, historically a CT-sided affair, so many great T-sided looks, like an abundance of different appearances, Vu, which is, I think, what impressed us the most was the ability to be really adapting very fast to Vitality.
This is a quarterfinals. When we're looking at all 4 quarterfinals, the T side has won 30% of rounds, right about. I believe CT side is at 67%. That's the only series where the T side looked strong at all from any team. That nuke T side from Vitality looked incredible. I think that the T side's on, really the CT side is just, we have to talk about it going into the semis.
You feel like Naf is back somewhat? Is he looking better, maybe?
He's so back. He's so back. Naf, Canadian CS is so back.
I'm not going to jump the gun. I feel like now is a good time that if you're a NAF fan to just hold on, though.
Yeah.
Just make sure you got to recognize that he had a really bad last season. There's been some good signs to kick off Cologne and the Bounty event itself, but let's not get over our heads just yet. I mean, he's not going to be a top 20 player this year.
He's so back.
Yeah, there's a Canadian over to the left.
Okay.
I saw you on Henry and Dinko's potty. You were buying into the NAF.
I'm definitely buying into some NAF stock, but it's just that it's so low right now that you got to get a bit excited. But I'm not trying to say this guy's going to be a world beater tomorrow.
Not enough to put him in his Blast TV fantasy team, though. I think we should recap maybe some of the standings, because we were basically waiting for yesterday's games to go down to see maybe where you'd be in terms of that overall leaderboard. So far, so good for you, Maui.
I feel like all of my picks have actually more or less worked out. I think going for Yimpat was something that a lot of people probably thought, how do you get Yimpat right now when he's in this low, like, bad stretch of form or anything like that? It's like Jimmy's gonna have a bounce back.
Yeah,
he's gonna have a bounce back, and I think that his series against Astrals definitely emboldened him.
Yeah, Jimmy, I think he's going to be humbled a little bit today.
Okay.
But I think he was a good pick in terms of all of your picks made it through. And that's really what you need. If you want to do well in fantasy, just pick the team that's going to win and then worry about the players.
The Zontix as the captain and as a pick as well. You were looking into your crystal ball and it seems pretty true so far, even though he's likely going to be cooked.
I thought the crystal ball was actually broken because I looked in it and his face was the exact same as it's been for the last 9 months of play. He hasn't even changed or emoted once the whole time.
Well, that is going to be coming up very shortly indeed, as we can take a look at what is on the cards for our semi-finals today on Saturday. Later on tonight, it's going to be Vitality versus the Mongols. But first, we are kicking things off with Spirit versus MOUZ.
you've matched up 5 times against Spirit this year. You had their number through the first 3. Last 2, not so much. What happened?
No, I think they were shooting pretty hard in Cologne, of course, and yeah, they managed to beat us 2 times, and especially like on the 3-0, I mean, in front they kind of destroyed us, but I think the group stage game was kind of 50-50 in my opinion, but yeah, they managed to win both of the games, but we will see how it goes tonight.
Every time we play against MOUZ, it's really interesting games and a really close matchup. Let's see what happened today.
On the grand final, we didn't show up. They played better than us. Nothing we can do about it. It's in the past now, and yeah, I just hope we can do a better show today.
Spirit locked into the semi-finals after stamping out Virtus.Pro in the quarters. The Shiro clutch factor was instrumental on Ancient, whereas on Overpass, it was all coming up donk. Now, they turn to face a familiar foe, and one that, if we're being real, they absolutely dominated just shy of 2 weeks ago in a grand final, no less. MOUZ, they may have made light work of Astralis in the quarters, but today, this is going to be a very different test, because if we're looking back at that Cologne grand final, Maui, it felt like they just got absolutely suffocated. Despite beating Vitality just a day prior, it felt like it was a completely different version of MOUZ on the server.
The way I would chalk that up is that you feel like the hard job's been done, and now you're playing an opponent that's given you a little bit of trouble in the past, but one that you've actually, you can beat. And the only guy that really impressed me in that Cologne Grand Finals for the side of MOUZ was Brolin. I feel like Brolin was the one guy that was really keeping them in on some of the maps. So he was doing some decent leading, some decent fragging, but where was everybody else?
Yeah, I mean, the nice way to put it is that they got a little ahead of themselves. They beat Vitality, and then they weren't prepared. Sometimes you beat the best team in the world. You think to yourself, wow, that's the grand final, it's over. And then you go into the grand final, Spirit come in, Spirit are hungry, Spirit know that MOUZ have at times got the better of them throughout this year, and they have a great game plan. They go in, they frag out, they do extremely well, and you can't take anything away from Spirit, but that wasn't the MOUZ that we're hoping to see today.
100%. That wasn't the only time that they obviously faced them in Cologne. There was a group stage seeding matchup as well, where Spirit did manage to best them. I believe it was Brolin that was alluding to it in that little matchup interview as well. It was a much closer affair, but if we look at the context of, okay, Spirit, they add Zwei. Out of the 5 times they faced in 2025, both times with him, they've managed to win. So I feel like just giving a level up to Spirit in your eyes.
This is where it feels like Zwei's been the tipping point. I do feel like some of the tactical adjustments, the X's and O's, favored Spirit, and MOUZ had a hard time keeping up with those as well. But no, in terms of what Zwei's bringing instead of, say, Magic's, it's just a couple more kills and a half. It really is just that simple, where he's not caught off guard in the same fashion that he has been. And to Spirit's credit, the Zwei move was, I think people knew the potential of Zwei, but now he's gaining more and more form, and that should be even scarier for MOUZ.
That's why we're looking at both Spirit and MOUZ as kind of the best of the rest, if you will. We've got Vitality, still firm favorites, still firmly #1, but Spirit and MOUZ, they're really battling for that #2 spot.
I mean, I think they've been battling for the #2 spot all year long. MOUZ, I think we're coming up on top for the beginning of the year. For the first season, they went 3-0 against Spirit, and I think you can say that's part of why Spirit felt they needed a change. They needed to replace Magic's, bring in Zwei, who can give them a bit of a different look. And then you look at them now Spirit are getting the edge in that matchup. Now Spirit are trying to say, we're the second best team in the world. Obviously, they don't want to say they're the second best. They want to be the best, but the reality is they're still coming for the crown. The crown is still there with Vitality until they lose it.
Let's talk a little bit about MOUZ throughout 2025, because as we're alluding to, it's been almost but not quite for MOUZ, which is pretty wild when we look back to the beginning of the year. Shuei, like sharp removal during Bounty, which left our heads spinning. Brolin saying, hey, I want to win game lead. Spinks coming in. I don't think any of us expected them to be, contending for this long with these kinds of players.
No, and we're starting to see the cracks of what this change has actually done to MOUZ, but in terms of what we have in terms of results before us, they have become elite. When Spinks joined this roster, he added a dimension of firepower, mid-round ability, just pure intangibles in terms of he's been there before, been to the highest level, and now they expect to be top 4 at every single tournament as they've accomplished with him. So they are in rarefied company, but they haven't yet broken through in terms of lifting that true prestige trophy yet.
That's the thing. They've had 1 trophy, but there's a massive asterisk to that. Vitality weren't even at the event. So are they really counting that?
And it was the first event they played as a team, right? So that's an event where you're still coasting off of what Shuhei brought to the roster. What was he doing? Brawlin's going to be calling his style entirely when you're looking at that type of event. That's the first event they play. The first event, they win it, and then they go from there, and they do really well. I mean, they're a consistent team. They've got a new aspect to the roster, but at the same time, you're looking at them and you're thinking, can they evolve? Can they continue to get better from here? And that's where we need to Brawlin to really prove himself.
What's been the story of the map pool then since Anubis out and Overpass in?
Well, they've just fully embraced that. I actually like that MOUZ has turned into a 7-map pool team, which has always been incredibly hard to maintain. But yeah, they've been trying out Overpass. They've looked pretty solid on it. I feel like if you're in a position like MOUZ is, you probably look at last season and think, okay, how do we now rejuice ourselves to get back on top or to actually maybe punch for that #1 spot? And this is a way that you can maybe get an edge in the veto because you don't have your permaban and you can really play with this a little bit more. So I'm kind of curious if they're going to switch things up when they play against Spirit today, or perhaps somebody else in the grand finals if they make it through.
The problem with MOUZ, I like to see a 7-map pool, but I'd like to see them prove themselves on all 7 maps. Recently, they've been mostly banning just 2 specific maps. They've been banning Dust 2 and a bit of Ancient, I believe, and they've been sticking to those bans pretty heavily. So they have 2 maps that you can look at as an outsider and say they're not comfortable on these maps. I'd like to see them showcase what they can do with that 7-map pool here.
Tell me about Xertion's comfort within the team, because I feel like we were watching him massively, particularly in the series versus Vitality in Cologne, because history for him doesn't fare well when he goes up against Vitality. He definitely surpassed that, but then against Spirit in the grand final, kind of went missing once again.
That's the thing with Xertion, it feels like he's been pretty hot and cold against the top 5 opponents in the world. Sometimes, like against Vitality, he'll be a huge difference maker, a guy that really punches through to give MOUZ a victory in the first 30 seconds of a round. But there's other times where it feels like the lights are just way too bright for him, where he is almost going through the motions. You watch his POV on those games where things are going badly, and it feels like he's just hoping that the utility saves him, as opposed to he, with his own intuition, is able to make the best choice possible for himself in a round.
And that comes down to, you have to keep in mind, he's a second voice on the team. So when Xertion is having an off game, it's not just that his performance is lagging, he's putting his team in worse situations. But I think we have to give him a bit of a break because we're comparing him to Donk a little bit. Donk is just this absolute outlier, the outlier of outliers. Xertion having some off games, that's what you expect from someone in his role.
Maybe another slightly unfair comparison coming shortly. Let's talk about TaUZi on his own before we do compare him to Shiro, because once again, somebody we were looking at particularly after Austin, because yeah, he might be delivering in terms of the hype moments, keeping up the morale of the team, but very hot and cold at the major as well.
At the major, yes, and we obviously all saw the reaction he had to his own performance, the self-awareness that comes after letting everybody down in what was actually shaping up to be perhaps their major run as they came back from down 0-2 at it. TaUZi is the heartbeat of this team. What he is feeling, the team is feeling. He exudes his emotions. They all end up drawing off of that. If he's in the flow state, if he's activating everybody, he's just the most jovial guy on this team. So it's important that he's feeling the moment. And so I feel like TaUZi, I know you don't want to compare him right now to maybe Shiro exactly, but I feel like it's pretty close.
Yeah,
it's pretty close. I mean, they're both top 5 oppers. TaUZi has definitely made a name for himself, even though he had a rough start at the beginning of MOUZ. Now he's really centered his game, balanced it out a bit more, and I'm even seeing more impact on the T side now, which was definitely his weakness last year.
TaUZi is a player who, for a lot of this year, you had people mention the combat between Shiro and TaUZi for that 3rd best opera in the world slot. I think at the moment, Shiro's kind of pulling away a little bit, but TaUZi is still there, where there's still a gap between TaUZi and those below, where there's still a clear gap between any other opera and this 4. He just hasn't yet elevated himself in terms of consistency and in terms of peaks to be in that top 3.
This is why this is the exact kind of game, if Xertion goes missing again, if TaUZi is somehow able to neutralize Donk, win some late round moments against a Spirit lineup that is hot off of Cologne, then we can start talking about him really breaking into that top 3. Does he have a chance if you want to compare him to Shiro, to even m0NESY?
I love that you mentioned the late round moments, because that's what we saw Shiro just delivering time and time again on stage yesterday versus Virtus Pro. It takes him maybe a little bit of time to get warmed into it, but when he's feeling it, he's definitely feeling it.
I mean, that's a VP team that had a lot of opportunities. They got themselves into good late round situations. Shiro would play back. He would would give space, he would get a pick or two or three, and then he would go into the clutch, pick up a rifle, and just dominate. That's Shiro at his best. The best clutcher in the world right now for Maui's money, I believe, for my money as well. Best clutcher in the world, and he was put in his comfort zone all series long.
Okay, we touched upon it. We alluded to the conversation. Zwei in the mix for Spirit. If we just start in like high level, surface level, does this change, like, how much did you rate it when it happened? Obviously, we now have Cologne to go off and go super impressive form, but what was your kind of initial takeaways from it?
Initial take when they made this move is that we are going to lose the best interviewer on Spirit in Magic's. The guy for me, he was the personality of Spirit.
Yeah.
So that's why I felt really bad when they dropped Magic's. Zwei's about 10% better, 15% better in terms of what he brings in the server, and he does have way more upside because we knew what Magic's was, okay? He was on the Spirit roster for about 5 years. I looked at it actually, Freya. There was a tournament that you and I worked online in 2020 where Spirit was in the quarterfinals, and he was on one of those early iterations like Itis Balance, Mirror, Chopper, and that's how long he's been on that roster. So the problem is, Magic's was a known quantity. We knew everything about him at that point, whereas Zwei, there's so much more for him to give, and I think he's getting steadily just slightly better for this team.
Well, let's hear from the newcomer himself. It's Zwei with Mike.
Last time in Cologne, that was your first matchup as part of this team, your first event as part of this team. MOUZ maybe tried to bring the pressure your way a little bit. Did you feel that in the Cologne games?
I thought maybe before trying that I will feel more pressure, but when I was playing, I just tried to don't feel it, and I think I didn't feel it that much as I probably should. But of course I felt it, but not so much, I guess.
Donk's talked about it, saying that you're already a skilled player, but a lot of it's just about seeing the different looks that teams are going to throw your way. Do you feel like even one event on, you've seen more of that? You're bringing that experience in already?
You know, when I joined Team Spirit, Hailey told me that I need like 3 months at least to start playing like I played in Nemiga, like to start feeling confidence and just have more practice with each tournament I'm playing.
It's okay not to feel things, Zwei. If it works, it works. How are you feeling about Zwei, Avu?
The initial thoughts on Zwei were that he wasn't performing quite as well as Magic's early on in the tournament, but the crazy thing is, as the tournament went on, he got better and better and better, and that's the touch on he needs time to experience different players, different rosters, different opponents, how they play. I think that's exactly what he needs. He's experienced MOUZ a couple of times now. Hopefully he's downloaded something and we can see a great performance out of this guy, because I think he has all the capabilities.
I mean, what he showed on Nemiga is a far cry from what he has proven himself to be able to do at a tier 1 level with Spirit. However, he has slightly improved. I feel like he's getting caught off a little bit less. He can still have games where he has a low rating, but it doesn't really feel like he's the problem. The only real kind of curious angle here is that, isn't that what Magic's was doing already?
Yeah, well, questions I'm sure will be answered as we get this series underway. It's time to find out what maps we're going to be playing on. Rematches always super interesting when we're looking at the maps being picked in. Obviously, contextually, Grand Final of Cologne, best of 5. We do have another best of 3 to go on. So do you imagine any differences are going to be made here?
I personally would think it's the same maps, but maybe the decider changes.
Yeah, when you're looking at it, you have Spirit banning Inferno, MOUZ banned Dust 2, Ancient pick, Spirit's been picking it for quite a while. The question is, it is going to come down to the decider. It could be Nuke is the map that you're often looking at. It could be Overpass. That's the map that I think MOUZ tried. They thought they had something in their pocket last time. Yeah. Wasn't exactly what they expected it to be. The standard picks, though, we were expecting it.
Yeah, the first 2 come out in the same fashion that they did back at the Cologne group stage. But now, for me, I'm just wondering, is MOUZ
perform? And Donk would kind of say, oh, it was just an off game, but I think MOUZ have prompted him to have quite a few off games on that map. So when you go into map 3, I think that's a map where MOUZ could absolutely have a game plan. And compared to Overpass, I like it a lot more.
Well, we've got our maps, we've got our teams. It is time to get the Cologne rematch rolling.
Feels like every player on MOUZ is hitting pound for pound their hardest yet.
These semifinals are absolutely stacked.
Now it's time to really capitalize.
Yappy in the vent. MOUZ coming in hot. They knew what they were up against, and right now they're meeting their maker in MOUZ.
Jimmy seals it with a tap.
Dominant for MOUZ.
Nobody can get the better of Donk.
Oh,
wow. Like magnets. It's great to see the form that Spirit bring to the table.
It's time to find out if we've got a wager here. Now, there's a lot of cash to play with at this point in the tournament. We've got, I think, $28,000 sitting in the bank for you guys. I think $30,000 sitting in the banks of Spirit. My question is, you guys are looking for a little bit of revenge here, a little bit of a solve for your pain from Cologne. A little extra money would go a long way for that. You putting anything down?
Yeah, we are looking for revenge, but I think this game has a lot of prestige already between us, so I don't think there is money need to put on the table, so we will not wager.
Not wagering? What if he puts up something juicy? You don't want to wager either, I guess?
No wager.
No wager. No wager! One day I'll get a wager, but not today.
I don't know whether any day we're going to get a wager. I think Chawsy's right, though. A lot of prestige, so much excitement for this matchup. Let's talk about the first map we're going to be diving into, Ancient. What are the expectations here, Vu?
The last time around, they were in a best of 5. They played Ancient. It was the map they should have won. And I believe MOUZ have mentioned that we should have won this map. They started CT side. They dominated Spirit really on their CT side. Spirit were trying to avoid middle. They tried to hit the extremities, and it just did not work at all. But then you have MOUZ going to T side, and they can't get anything done. They're going for these bomb site hits that just are not working in any way. I want to see how this actually adjusts, because although Spirit won that map, I don't think they can feel very confident about how that T side went.
That's the exact kind of game when Cyclone and Brolin go back into the demo, they see that Spirit sacked middle in the mid-late round. If MOUZ go back and they see that Donk was hardly ever staying in mid past the first minute of the round, and they want to mid-round through that area, you know, conjure up a better A split, conjure up a backstab towards the B side. Those are options that were available to MOUZ last time, and now given the demos, given the X-ray that they now should have in their mind, they could create a new game plan that would be more complete, and I feel like could tip the scales in their favor.
Just because we're focusing a lot of attention on Xerxen, for good reason, because when we look at that head-to-head going up versus Donk, obviously an unfair comparison, but where is he going to be able to get some work done if we're looking at this Ancient specifically?
This is exactly the map that you're really looking them fighting each other. They're going to be fighting each other in the middle if either team goes for it. I think on the CT side, Xerxen was getting a really good job of it done the last time they met. On the T side, though, I think he left a little bit to be lacking. I think it was their top fragger in that game, but when he went for aggressions in middle, his team actually set him up really well. They had Donk flashed many times, but he just wasn't landing the shots. I want to see a little bit more out of him.
Kind of an unsung hero of this map as an individual too, I feel like it's Chopper. I feel like in Cave, he was so devastating with the different setups that he was running with Shiro to pull up different defenses that kept MOUZ guessing too. And so not usually a guy that I would single out for doing a great job in his position, but Chopper's the guy I'm going to be worried about if I'm MOUZ.
Either way, it is time to get the matchup underway. It's MOUZ versus Spirit with Harry and Hugo.
Semi-finals on the line here between Spirit and MOUZ, a game that always delivers. We'll have to see if that keeps up. Cologne Grand Finals are beating Harry, but every other time we see these two teams take each other on, it's overtimes, it's 3 mappers, it's competitive, it's clutch.
Yeah, you know, and I think Cologne's obviously at the forefront of everyone's mind here. It's the repeat of the veto, and I think within that game, MOUZ, they felt like they kind of choked their best chance, right? The Ancient that everyone looks at comes down to a 1-round game. They end up having Spirit launch a bit of a comeback there, and it gets away from them. Then they get 3-0'd in the BO5. Well, we have a repeat of those same 3 maps. Difference is this time it's a BO3, and MOUZ out for revenge. I think it felt like an off day for the MOUZ squad. Key players going quiet in the final at Cologne. But they've shown a good face throughout this tournament, well aware of their issues, well aware of their pitfalls, and you know they would have gone over with a fine-tooth comb that final demo.
And even though MOUZ have made those jumps and started to pick up pieces in arenas and make it to finals, take a trophy in Cluj, they still haven't taken that tier 1 championship, biggest event of the year, land like Spirit have. They've done it all major. Cologne Kato, multiple finals across the way. I think here in a studio, this is where MOUZ are going to feel a little bit more comfortable in the semi-final. No doubt about Spirit's form right now, though. Donk showed up on LAN yesterday after having trouble in the online stage and delivered a 1.78 rating, so I'm expecting a lot from Spirit here as well.
Let's see what we get in the pistol. Looking like Torshi's going to get tested here. Spirit give a bit of a look over towards this B site, and MOUZ are more than ready for it. 4 strong at B on the defense. Exertion with a great timing here. And he could catch a second lining up util. That's kind of forced them to lob this in early. Zontix was feeling pressure, had to drop the util in. So that might force the hit to come through.
Stuck in the cave. MOUZ want to force these kills, but Crossfire is good. Sway trades out. Donk dead after 1 is a good sign for MOUZ, but there's a man in the site they don't know about. Full blind off the team flash. Spinks recovers. He's boxed in, cornered, just trying to live right now, but his team are coming in for support. Zontix in the clutch. Usually good in these kind of positions. Trying to isolate fights behind the smoke. No Kevlar. Tag low. And the reload will end his round. MOUZ pick it up. Spinks gets tucked in into that little cubby. And that makes the difference for MOUZ when it comes down to that B hit.
Something I'm already liking here is that MOUZ were not shying away from any of these fights. And I think, you know, it's something that we've all felt at some point watching this MOUZ squad as they've tried to reach that championship form, as they've gotten used to the stage games. Sometimes it feels like that fear really does creep into the roster. They lose the confidence in some of their fights, so they try to avoid taking them all together. And if you give Spirit too much room, if you let Chopper, you know, run his game plan and have Donk given scared opponents that aren't, you know, properly playing trades, you're in for a bad time. And so I like that MOUZ come in with a confident look in that pistol, and, important to note, the right read, a 4-man stack over towards B. That's exactly where Spirit tried to end up.
Crazy dink from the Deagle. Donk will give it a go as well. Some space taken by Spirit, but going any further. Look at the range being played by these rifles, giving Spirit nothing in this second round. Bomb plant is, I was going to say unrealistic, but Donk is still alive with the Deagle. And armor, he's hit 1. Just getting peppered though. You can see MOUZ, they know what they're up against, but still it's hard to stop. 2-1 deeks from Donk, Exertion with the 3K, and MOUZ shut it down, but my God, look at what you need to do just to get rid of this player. I think the most insane part is not even just the peak of Donk, which is insane and a conversation on its own. It's the consistency. It's the fact that he shows up every single day in every region of the world and does this day in, day out, game in, game out. Almost never an off day for Donk. No player quite like it. Already a good sign of things to come. MOUZ in control, Spirit get guns.
Chopper's trying to pick up the pace. You know that Brolin not afraid to fight through the cave smoke. Well, maybe he should have been in this round. Chopper catches him by surprise.
They just go.
There's Brolin in that final that was giving MOUZ a lot of faith here on Ancient. So having his early plays shut down, gonna leave someone else to try and be the hero. Right now it's Torshi making a convincing case. Low health on Chopper, and he's just hunting them down. Torshi with all 5. And if that's the type of form he's gonna bring, then this gets very exciting for MOUZ.
That was an open door right there for Spirit, just to run amok into B. And Torshi is long, he's short, he's long, he's short, he's everywhere. Poking and prodding Spirit down. Catching players in the open, catching 0 trades for Spirit. What a beautiful sequence from Torshi. And when you shoot Donk in the side of the head, you know you're starting off on somewhere. MOUZ. They got a point to prove. They got revenge to seek today. It's Spirit's pick. It's one that's left MOUZ with a bitter taste in their mouth.
MOUZ are playing like they got that dog in them right now.
Yeah, Torshi, he's the dog in the house.
He is. Just broken down to the pistols now. And so a chance to sweeten the deal even further for MOUZ. No contest here with Spinks farming up over in mid.
Everyone's going to get a multi-kill. At least on MOUZ.
It was the CT side in that Cologne final that did MOUZ so well. They managed to get 8 rounds, if you recall.
Well, let's not talk about the second half, shall we? Flawless run back, 8 in a row for Spirit. Closing it out in regulation.
I think having such a poignant reminder of this is good, and it's exactly what you need. Like, you can never get too comfortable, right? And that type of, staying so focused and keeping yourselves locked in this game is going to be important for MOUZ. Even a handful of rounds could be enough for Spirit. Donk still isn't missing. This Deagle claims 2. Is he ready for a third man? Spinks here low. He's going to start to back away, but 15 seconds left here. Donk not attempting this. Might have the drop on Jimmy for a third. He's going to try and sprint back in, but he shouldn't have time. Just looking for damage, I guess. And Donk finally silenced, but my God, it's just a Deagle once more that does so much damage to the MOUZ squad.
I don't know what you say about that. How do you beat that? Like, yeah, it's a 5-on-1. That's the only reason MOUZ win that round. They simply have more players and time on their side that Donk has to run out. But if you give him more time, he's going to win that round every day. Just the Deagle shots. MOUZ walk in, they lose their heads. It marvels me every time.
No, it does. It does. The thing I think that will be very exciting here is because MOUZ are trying to play with this confidence and looking for gunfights and no longer playing to avoid, we're going to get a lot of rounds like this where Donk will get clashes. That's 2 players in a double setup.
Like, his teammate dies, and so he doesn't do team damage. The tick that his teammate dies, he gets the headshot. It just couldn't have gone better. It could not have gone better. But still, MOUZ win the round. Hey.
I mean, it could have gone a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, he could have 1v5'd, but is the bar really that?
But Donk, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, apparently needs to. Had some great games from Shiro, though. Hoping for something today. Donk in the smoke, overwhelmed by Jimpat, and now I would save. It's a joke, but let's see what Spirit do with their heavy hitter down.
Oh, Zontix in this smoke. He's only ever going to get 1. Exertion and Brolin double setup on different elevations. It's a hard peak for him.
Brolin committing, though. He knows he can squeeze 1 more kill out, but Chopper has been cheeky on the smoke pushes. Captain on captain's come up for Chopper twice now. Spirit can win this round, 3-on-5. Back into the B site.
Up here, missed shot for Torshi. He's got support. He's not alone here. Doesn't need to rush these fights, feel too much pressure. Spinks is able to hold the spill out. He'll block ramp as well, just to try and eliminate some of these angles. That smoke forces him away, and Spirit will get this site control. Moving in now. In a donkless round, Spirit looking to find a way back in. That Torshi AWP will put the fear in them. Chopper attempting the cross with the bomb has made it past the AWP. That's a plant for Team Spirit.
Viable position, but no util on anyone here. It's going to come down to the gunfights. Can Chopper trade his teammate? Low health. They try and play together. Take that long space. Jimmy crawling in. Nice shot from Shiro. Chopper missed from Torshi, and he will close it out. That's a 4v5 donkless round, as you say, that Spirit win out on the B-bomb site. Torshi's rifling came in clutch, but his AWP does not hit as hard in this round. Spirit on the board. Is that their 3rd timeout or their 2nd? 2nd timeout burn for Spirit. Early game. And MOUZ will make use of this. They're not going to complain at a timeout after that round. Get a good chance to breathe. Awkward round to lose. Chopper right now showing up in great form, and I think that was another factor of the Cologne final. And yes, MOUZ missing on that day, but Chopper also not only called a great game, he played a great game. His CT sides were immaculate, especially on Nuke. Always in the right position. Great output as an individual. Him and Shiro shut this one down. MOUZ's money is on the edge.
Yeah, huge chance to break through. After this initial strong start, 8 rounds wasn't enough last time for MOUZ. And so knowing you're all very, very close to getting a little collection of them if your Spirit is a big deal. Chopper with a re-break on the mid-smoke. That's going to bring Donk out into the fold.
A little slower for Spirit. Don't want to lose Donk in a mid-smoke spam. And Spirit are the masters of the late mid-take here on this T side. Very hard to get past. So MOUZ will allow it to play tight positions. Interesting angle for the 1M4 in this round to be so close. Exertion going to go through and play the fade. Considering the Spirit fan out in middle, 50 seconds. Donk going for red control, but Bomb is outside of B and Bomb is stuck. So Shiro's going to start to rotate. Spirit have made up their mind, and now they have to commit. Not many options to get out later. Does Zontix play first on this lurk? Even he is a bit strung away from his team. 30 seconds now, boys. You've got to make up your mind. Zontix caught by the M4, and now Spirit just have to go. MOUZ have read it well.
Jimmy up close on this 5-7. Squaring off against Donk, and he rips his head clean off. There's just not time for this, surely. Spirit boxed in. Oh, goodness. Sway and Chopper both coming through with a killer piece, and there's Shirozorp firing off down in middle. Spinks is wondering what went wrong. This was feeling so good. For a brief moment there, a 5v3 that just gets swept aside in an instant. There is seconds to spare on that round. And Spirit had to be that successful that quickly.
Yeah, and Donk, you know, he's getting the info, but that's it. Like, Donk's not getting an entry, and you're 3v5, you're going to win it in seconds. 3 entries come through in the blink of an eye with no room for error. Spirit, the skill on the roster running deep right now. Yes, it's a broken buy for MOUZ, but Spirit hit hard. Picking one up out of nowhere.
I think that's one of the things that can feel quite deceptive about this Spirit team is, you know, when you deal with Donk early on in the round, I think you do see team's confidence go up a hell of a lot, and with good reason. But the rest of the gang, you know, they still fire back, and they're very good at playing off of one another.
I'm sure for a lot of teams, Donk is dead is a comp.
Yeah, oh, 100%. Oh,
Donk is alive right now. And he is putting himself in the best position.
This is so gross.
The best time possible. Oh,
he's even got the spot. They don't know.
It's one-way info. They can peek together, but 40 health? That should be enough, right? They're just playing exit here. MOUZ aren't going to force the kill. And I don't think Donk goes through here either.
Because he collected that info earlier, I don't think he goes for it, yeah.
Reason. They might swing at the end. Well, 2 will do, and Chopper follows up. Again, great output from Chopper. No stress here for Spirit. Despite the 4-0 start for MOUZ, Spirit look comfortable today. Winning rounds that they shouldn't. That's not one of them. Nice, clean anti-eco. MOUZ come in with a full buy now. No AWP for Torshi.
I mean, we remarked on how MOUZ looked a lot more involved in fights. It looked like they were a lot keener to take them. They were trying to play with that kind of bravado and confidence early on in the game. But this is going to be a real test on just how committed you are to that idea. There's a miss smoke over here at Donut, but it looks like Donk going to try and remedy that. Flashes them off the line and goes to take the space.
Has been eating nades, though, in this T side, down to 40 again.
But I mean, that's the nature of the beast, right? Donk is one of these guys who likes to go and take the mid control. You accept that within that, if you do play a little faster, you are vulnerable to the early MOUZ util. You'd like to think not too far out of his comfort zone.
Jiggle or AWP, what's it going to be?
Sure, looking to move on in this line, and Jimmy caught looking for that info. Exertion now getting pressured, and it's 2 kills from Shiro on the entry with this AWP.
That's it. That's around it. Just comes down to a quick couple of kills. Perfect placement from Shiro.
Oh, the alarm bells might be going off already, right? Like, as mentioned, 8-round CT side for MOUZ still wasn't enough last time.
Spirit were, MOUZ were teed up there with good early damage, with info, and with players in the right place, but neither Zwei nor Donk run into rifles, and Shiro forces both kills. That jiggle was quite wide, though, for Jimmy. Probably not expecting just the best AWP peak possible. Feels like the only counter there. So even MOUZ now not guaranteed guns, but Spirit will relent.
Terrorists win.
Triple save. And 4 rounds straight for Team Spirit. So far proving to be an exciting game, though. Showcase of some very strong players, some of the best Counter-Strike has to offer. Oh, that's criminal. Barely a chance. It's MOUZ's turn to pause, as their money is called into question. They could drop over 2 rifles, get a full buy, just with limited util. It's probably the move. Even then, not necessary. Up to them. They do go for it.
Okay, guys, I will come with you. I can do flashes and I join.
You just had to say it. Yeah. All right, into the red smoke lobbed in. And a skirmish in mid. MOUZ put a lot of bodies here. Donk running anti-flash. Is at the full mercy of the early MOUZ util. It's an 8-stack in the spam to find him. And the rest of Spirit now, they've seen numbers, or they can expect numbers out through mid. So they try to pick up the pace over here at B, and Brolin and Spink slam the door shut. This is a huge problem for Spirit as they lose Donk to open the round. Their reaction is thwarted at this B side of the map, and now you're in a position where you could justify a save here in the opening move of the round. It's gone that badly.
Yeah, far better B hold for MOUZ there, even though Spirit pick up the pace and it's only 2 players. MOUZ are not playing retake for once. They're not playing cave. They are deep in the bomb site, fighting for control. And Spirit gets shot through smoke, gray screen deaths. And save called, but let's see if MOUZ allow it down the stretch. MOUZ should try and build money. I think they probably don't need to hunt this in any capacity. Keeping 5 alive is a huge victory.
Yeah, you're kind of too late in the game to really look for damage onto your opponent's money at this point.
Yeah,
and so just build up your own. MOUZ can just sit back. They've already won the round.
I also think knowing Shiro's alive just means hunting is like, you're going to lose the first guy every time. You walk down ramp, you're going to lose one. So it will be allowed here. Very early save call for Spirit. Donk just blown out of middle. What a path thing, though. We know he likes to run behind that that climb-up box, but running out mid backwards, looking at the wall. MOUZ just have the util for him. Flashes don't matter. It's the molly nade.
Well, also, you know, it speaks to the fact that Spirit weren't expecting MOUZ to triple down in the mid-fight. It was the fact that they had a player anti-flash that allowed them to soften Donk up, and then the nades find him. 3 players just running through the red smoke. You see him moving in there. There's the util that's very, very punishing.
Donk must feel like he's wasting his life a little bit right now, dying a lot in middle early when we're seeing late round. It's a very different beast.
That's util to stop Donk's push, right? Yeah. Even that flash lobbed in left him blind. He was so dead on the mid play.
Just like to see some later mid takes here for Spirit.
That's meant to divert a lot of their time and attention to figure out how to counter that one player. They were one of the first squads to do so successfully back when Donk first exploded onto our screens.
They had the number 3 series in a row last season. It was Cologne where that tune changed. The addition of Zwei.
Yeah, it was actually ever since he's moved in, right? Suddenly Spirit started taking the wins in these head-to-heads again. Both times they played in Cologne.
Very close games as ever in the group stage. Multiple overtime Mirage is a classic in this series. But even that Ancient was an overtime as well. MOUZ don't allow overpass, maybe feeling it was a mistake last time around. Chopper has room to play with here. A lot of noise at B for Spirit. That's going to keep a couple in cave. Chopper could walk out as far as he's concerned, but not to know. Cave scope, heard by MOUZ. Donk, the whole time, just sat in red room, ready to go.
How much room does he reckon he has? Because Torshi is watching.
Shiro
But he's checking it on timings, and Shiro gets rewarded for his patience. He stayed scoped up there in towards cave for the longest time, and here we go. 20 seconds as Spirit set their sights on a very late A play. Donk dead instantly, but it's Sway with the trade. They need to get past Jimmy. They've got to get past him cleanly. Chopper provides. Are they ready for a second player back in Donut?
Oh no,
that plant's been denied, and Exertion lights out stuff. A lot was required there. A lot to go right. He finds his man. He stops that bomb plot. And then just rains terror on the rest of Team Spirit.
Oh, just little timings, not going for the fight, going for the stick. You can barely blame him. He's calling for support on the bomb site, but those swings out of default are too slow. And Exertion, a heroic moment, clinical shooting, saves MOUZ from another last-second Spirit round. 2v4, but it's all Exertion.
Nice story.
Unreal round to win.
Dude, that was just a beautiful sequence.
And to be
That's
fair,
the Exertion you want to see.
starting this game, you know, Donk's been hitting. The Deagle looks really good, but like,
Well, yeah,
he's
in the
been
rounds
getting...
that MOUZ had lost, in the rounds that MOUZ had won, and they were constantly on Deags, he looked great. But in the gun rounds, Donk's been getting countered.
Well, they've been killing him first, like every time. So, again, just dry fights coming up for MOUZ against Donk. That's crazy. Spig's committing. Still gets a kill. Lots of damage as well. The trades all come too late. Even then, they pay a price. 2-on-4. Shiro low. At least Donk has time. MOUZ immediately pull back out of that B site. Look to play retake. And stall the clock out. Spirit have util. Shiro's going for something crazy towards A while Donk takes space on B. He needs both these kills.
With Donk's proclivity for the early fights in games, moments where he's left in kind of clutch situations like this don't come along frequently, and usually when they do, he's able to make some magic happen. With only 30 seconds left and Shiro and him splitting up.
That's the problem, I think. Shiro on 9 health, like there's no room for error, and he's so far away.
Oh, you're going to try and run this through mid? I don't know. I think it's
done.
Okay, so Donk doesn't try. Shiro backs out of there. And MOUZ keep ruffling Spirit's feathers, on track for a repeat of their Cologne final half. 8 rounds is what MOUZ are aiming for, and now they're 1 away from that goal.
Yeah, they don't want a complete repeat, but that first half was certainly something to talk about. Oh dear, Donk in trouble right now. Might die after time, they come swinging, and that's exactly what happens. He can't even buy armor, Harry, coming into this round here. Last round of the half, Donk has $0.
We're all noticing these, uncharacteristic misses for Donk. That's usually like going for a peak like that at the end of the round is something he can get away with because his mechanics are so good, but here it's super awkward. He gave away his position, dies after time. Now Spirit have nothing to work with, and you can see he's kind of beating himself up about that death. It feels like a silly one to have given away.
Ever since I said his consistency is incredible, so I feel partly responsible here.
You ain't that important, bro.
No, you're right. But where's he gone? He was destroying in the first 4 rounds. We need a hero here for Spirit. They've saved multiple gun rounds in this game. That's 3 in a row coming to time for MOUZ. One of them not on purpose. Chopper tries his donk impression. It does work for 1. Important trade. Exertion showing up today. Given Torshi looking good, which is a necessity for MOUZ to win this matchup. Exertion will have to deal with the late mid take, but timing is everything. Donk out dead. Orb will give it a go. Zontix takes the kill instead. There's a round cooking here for Spirit. 1 minute left.
feel like Zwei and Shiro are going to have to do a hell of a lot here. Zontix has been struggling in this game. Shiro at least has had some flashes of brilliance. So him and Zontix make their way out towards main here. An MDA site in front of them. But a quick rotate available, and Jimmy floating around Donut. He's kind of having to be cognizant of both mid and this play into A, and as that smoke clears, him and Torshi trade out who's watching what position. Torshi will make his way around into A in time. This AWP arrives, but the first shot misses. It's info at least for MOUZ, who know the task in front of them now. Torshi's making it easier on this AWP. Leg onto Zwei, he's been brought down low. It's Zontix creeping up, going for the fight on Torshi, giving away another. The rotator's still a very long way away for MOUZ. Torshi's done more than enough, you'd like to think. He tagged Zwei earlier on, up on top of the boost. Are they ready for this reposition? Looks like it. Trained on his position, and Spinks picks it up. 8-4 locked in for MOUZ in this repeat matchup. We'll get a repeat scoreline. MOUZ, for now, hold the lead.
Can say like I play with Zwei from Faceit, so it's very good player. I think it's a little bit questionable, but I kind of like it. A new young guy, new motivation coming in. He's probably very hungry to win, so maybe that's something that they needed.
For now, I'm not pretty sure, but we will see in the future. MongolZ was like a shadow player for me, like someone who's doing the shadow walking. It's an important role in Counter-Strike that people sometimes often forget.
It was a bit scary for me at the beginning because I thought MongolZ was like to some extent the heart of the team. It worked out in Cologne. I think you can go a tournament without him or two, but it's going to be tough long run.
I think it could raise their floor and ceiling in the long term as well, but I also think at the same time that at the moment they might not be as good as they were before, even though they just won Cologne. So
I think they proved that it is a good move in some sense, because I don't know how it's going to be long term, but if they wanted more skill, they got more skill.
In my opinion, I think it will be lower.
I think long-term Spirit is going to come out on the better side of it.
Donk was here, and then he was gone, missing for Team Spirit in the latter stages of this game. Some uncharacteristic moves from their star and frontman and best player in the world. MOUZ find themselves up in pole position with a repeat scoreline and what they were able to achieve back in the Cologne final. Let's see if they can
Let's
fix
go,
it.
guys. Keep it up. Nice half. Good half.
Nice, boys. 8-4, let's fucking go!
Easy, Katka.
Confidence for MOUZ. It's a good sign. Vibes are good. Xertion's hitting hard, and Torchy's right by his side. So Pistol will go a long way. But the smoke drops. Roland coming in with an A execute. Donk in the right place. Zontix has had a bit of trouble this game, but looks great against VP. Is behind the big box. He'll see the smokes fly over, can call that. Start moving through. Flash does nothing for Zontix. Donk drawn in dead immediately. Exertion besting him. They're not even turning. Zontix triple kill. That's through the smoke. I'm going to need to see that back from his POV. Exertion with 3. And forget about it. This one's done.
Oh, dear.
Very blind.
Sway moving in with the dualies, but this is such a desperate attempt. Surely him and Shiro can't claw this back. 2 quick kills, smoke down on the bomb. They're defusing this to full 10 seconds, and it's all spam. Spink just locks it in. Oh my god, the full mag dump into the smoke, and it works out. Pistol round secured for MOUZ as that 4v2 narrowly goes their way.
Not even close, right? That's what you say to yourself. 2v4. That felt done, but if he had a kit, he would have won the round hilariously. Look at this turn for Exertion. Bosch. And through the smoke for one more. That was sub 5 seconds, or it said in the... There it said 5.043. 3-4. Pretty close. I swear it said 2 different numbers.
What did it say? Figure it out, let us know.
It said 0.49 and then it said 0.5. Or, yeah. Either way. Oh, life's hard right now for Spirit. In the semi-final, where MOUZ want revenge.
You know, obviously there has been the whole conversation with Zontix. Rumored to be out of this Spirit squad. And they're moving in. And you were wondering if maybe that would affect him in any way. Certainly struggling here on Ancient. But this is a nice way to open in this 4-Team Spirit. 2 from Zwei. And aggression for Shiro. That's a free kill on Exertion.
One way to get back
here, MOUZ. This is not what they had in mind. Let's see if they can recover in a 2v5. It's a good pickup for Jimmy, but the pressure's never going to ease up. Spirit won't give you that much. They pounce down, they clamp down upon this A hit, and they pick up a 4-spy win to try and change the tune of this second half.
Strong triple kill coming out from Zwei there. He was really having trouble yesterday on the B side, on CT side against VP, despite Spirit pulling it all the way back. Really didn't get a lot of output there. So that 3-piece out of nowhere on a 4-spy has given Spirit a reason to believe on a comeback again. And Harry, all it's going to take is a couple of rounds in a row for MOUZ to be reminded of this very same thing happening at Cologne. Very different stakes now. And arguably a different MOUZ, but still.
Good pick up for Chopper. Shiro hears them steamrolling in up through the ramp, but his rifle's looking good, and he's got a lot of support coming in waves. Spirit stopped the B hit convincingly, and they now begin this streak. They're going to start to tighten this gap up. But Spirit, they're doing this without Donk carrying the torch.
Hey, if they can buy enough time for him to get back in and find a couple of impact rounds down the stretch.
I think a loss here, you know, if this starts closing up and Spirit are able to recover, I think that's going to really start to hurt for this MOUZ team because you're getting strong performances. Spinks has been fantastic. He's had some super impactful moments. Exertion and Torshi, the 2 kind of front runners that you want showing up for MOUZ are both there, and their arch nemesis and the guy that so often stands in their way.
Zontix?
No, Donk. He's struggling a hell of a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And Zontix has 2 kills. Yeah. You know, you're kind of really only up against Shiro, Zwei, and Chopper in these last 6-7 rounds is what it's felt like, and you've still struggled to get them past.
I wouldn't even include Zwei in that conversation until last round until they found their 5th. Chopper and Shura have been carrying the boats here for Spirit. They're heavy. MOUZ Glocks wait outside B. Spirit just sit back and relax. You can waste time if you want, say Spirit. It's your time.
Would love some, oh, the timing on that. I mean, he's still got a double.
Yeah.
Made it work.
Wasn't ideal,
Even
was
that
it?
isn't fantastic, you know? Like, dropping down on an unfortunate timing, it just kind of strengthens the idea in your head of like, oh, this isn't my game. Everything's going wrong.
The best players can break through that, break out of that, especially when the game is this close and only starting now properly for Spirit, it feels. MOUZ's rifle round on the T side coming through. Enjoy those instas while you still know them. New Ancient, gotta relearn those lineups soon, but played on the old patch here. MOUZ burst out middle. Spirit allow it. Donk just jiggling. He has missed that timing, but you gotta call it's open. And so Zontix takes red room, tucks in.
It's hardly the safest pair of hands right now for Spirit, though. Exertion, meanwhile, very warm on the other side, and so Zontix domed to open this up. That's a gap created. That's pressure applied to Team Spirit. That's going to force some reactions. Chopper opens. Zway catches one more. Spinks and Brolin cleaned up in the downtime, and this feels frustrating now for MOUZ. Exertion goes and works for that early kill. That's where you kind of are anticipating reactions. You almost want reactions out of Spirit. It's exactly what MOUZ were waiting for, and they've lost every single one of these fights past that point.
Xerxon lost that space. He pulled back after his entry. He faked with a smoke and then went to join his team, but they all got eviscerated. And so now he's got nothing to show for that entry kill. Zway, great move down ramp, and even follows up to Torshi on a hard headshot angle with the A1S. Double dink, and Spirit sit 4 on 2, waiting for MOUZ to give it a go. Oh, miss Molly. It's a hard one to hit. Last ditch attempt though here for MOUZ. The bomb plant can come in, but Spirit are chomping at the bit.
Now where both players are off of the Exertion spam. Jimmy boxed in, Exertion tries to join him, and they end up tangled on each other as the spam is coming in.
You can just never get ahead of yourself.
This is now a one-round game.
Yeah. Never get ahead of yourself in CS2, but especially not against Spirit on a comeback. They did it yesterday against VP. It was brutal to watch. And then they went on for a nice clean overpass, but they were 9-3 down, Harry, swapping to the CT side of Ancient. That was 10 CT rounds to the 1 of VP. And don't get me wrong, there's a bit of a 1DT side. VP just going for B hit, B hit, B hit. But even so, this is not uncommon territory to be in for Team Spirit, trying to pull this game all the way back from the brink of defeat. This was 8-4 with the pistol. And Spirit now flawless since the force, 4 straight. And that's with Zontix 2 and 12. You can see he's not having fun, getting frustrated. Halley trying to keep him in it. And there is still time for redemption here for all of Spirit, really.
Dude, I just think, you know, with how close this game is now, if you're MOUZ, it's going to require some real mental strength to not be in your head somewhat. You've been building this game up as your chance for revenge, your chance to set the record straight after Cologne. And here, you know, you could have written off that Cologne final and said, well, you know, we were having an off day. It was rough, but this thing, you know, these things happened. Donk, meanwhile, was hitting incredibly hard. Yeah. Obviously went on to get the MVP there in Cologne, unsurprisingly. But here, you've had your star players looking good. Donk hasn't had really any impact of note in this game outside of some Deagle kills, and now getting like 1K rounds here on the CT side. it's not really been about him. And so for MOUZ, you feel like this should be all the makings of your revenge story, and it still isn't. Spirit is still catching up to you. And it's with, well, these two on our screens, Zwei and Chopper, Shiro as well. And Chopper just farms. The molly is going to burn him, so they still get the trades here over in Cave. But Chopper's done more than you could have bargained for there. Full blind, 2 kills off the spray. It leaves Spirit on for a retake. Now Shiro is the other heavy hitter in this game, moves over on an AWP in the retake. This is where Donk, who hasn't quite found his impact yet, is going to need to be involved.
Smoking the cave. Torshi lucky to be alive, but maybe not for long. Roland gets caught trying to escape. Jimmy's got to hit some Ds, and he's been pretty quiet himself. Nothing connects. As long as Spirit get on that defuse, this round is theirs for the taking. Torshi, nothing to do. Spamming back. They come through the smoke, and Spirit do it. Chopper double, and even though trades are allowed, it's only a means to an end for MOUZ. Bomb plant and a saved AK as Spirit level up the scoreline from 9-4 down. Chopper's output has continued to be phenomenal. And that was never winnable for MOUZ unless chance spam connects.
Fucking good call. Come on, boys, let's fucking win this.
Torshi trying to inspire the troops again. We've seen this one before. Exertion, that's nice. Catching Donk again, back turn. The amount of times Exertion has found Donk himself. He goes on for 2. Taking down Shiro in the red room. MOUZ speed up the pace, and Zwei just ends it right then and there. The bomb gets in, but at what cost? Chopper is right behind enemy lines.
They've got no idea all throughout this game. Chopper has been in their nightmares rent-free. Just Jimmy left. He's been struggling himself. It's his 6th kill of the game there as he gets past Rookie Zwei on the other side. But he still has so much to do in this round. That's clean. There's not the follow-up. Him and Zontix clash, the 2 bottom performers, and Zontix shuts Jimmy down. 1 kill shy of that 1v3.
Nice try for Jimmy, but that might just be this half for MOUZ. NT after NT as the comeback keeps rolling, and even again in a 3v5, no less, after this double entry for Exertion onto the 2 biggest names in Spirit. Zwei steps up with another multi-kill on the B site, and even Zontix, who's had a horrendous map, shuts down the 1v1.
Nice.
That's something reassuring for Spirit, who have taken the lead.
Dude, this is, it's very kind of cool to see for Spirit. It's nice to know that the team is there as this safety. Oh, the missed insta's a bit frustrating. They don't play for mid, so it shouldn't come to matter.
The fact that they are still in this game is...
Well, dude, the thing that's mad is, like,
incredible.
Chopper is close to matching up to Donk's performance in terms of, like, openers from that Cologne final on this map. I went 6-2. Chopper is only just behind at 5-2 right now. So he has certainly, you know, picked up the slack when needed.
This is good. The flash is perfect. Donk is again ruptured in donut. Blind still recovers in time, takes his headshot, and this is where Donk thrives.
No.
Double kill, and you don't want this guy getting comfortable now, deep in the game. Round 20, 4v2 for Spirit.
Yeah, you've not been able to win with Donk struggling. If he suddenly gets a second win.
Chopper behind! He's
him
always
again.
there!
Chopper is always right where he has to be. How's he there? And there's a handshake for Donk as he finally gets his round.
Pleasure doing business with you, MOUZ. We'll take 3 in a row. That was last season for MOUZ, winning every series they matched up. This season, well, it's been back-to-back. This is the 3rd time, and it does look like the charm for Spirit on Ancient. Full comeback. 9-4 down. 7 rounds in a row for Team Spirit.
I don't know if it gets more haunting than this. I genuinely don't. Like, I have no idea what Cyclone could possibly say to try and bring the troops back in line here. They had the exact same scoreline as back in Cologne. And this one, even with a far quieter game from Donk, with Chopper being the star of Team Spirit right now, topping the charts. the scoreline might actually be more dominant.
Yeah, they had a better game in Cologne. They were 11-5. They were 8-4, lost pistol, won force, went 11-5 up, lost every round. So arguably worse. That doesn't make you feel any better. Chopper going through the motions. That's a missed hop cave smoke. It's meant to land in the entrance to put pressure on B, but Chopper is comfortable as ever. Donk. Dude,
Exertion's on fire so much.
He's on fire, and it's not enough. You've got to win this round. He's doing the same thing. They go back to B. Get that mid-entry, group up. Last time we saw this, Spirit push down ramp. They found 2 kills. Those kills aren't available now. Up in Heaven's way, he's got to look. But inside of the cave, sit MOUZ comfortable. MOUZ really dragging this one out. This is going to look like a B hit when the cave players come first. The bomb's walking up through A into Zontix 5 and 12. Roland ready to fake. Spinks looking to go back. Zontix, if he stays here, this could be perfection. He just has to believe in the call. The whole map is quiet. MOUZ are creeping out.
He still doesn't move. Shiro, now here's the footsteps.
Oh no!
He can't do anything right now! A swing and a miss. Zwei left up in this all alone, and he'll get removed. That's a couple of times now Zontix has had the drop on them.
Oh, he had the round, Harry. He had everything right there. 3 kills available. Shiro shot in the back as they scale donuts. And it doesn't get worse in that round, but at least MOUZ are back in the game. That taste of victory they've not had for so long. Every timeout burned now. Again, the entry for Exertion came through onto Donk. Had an excellent head-to-head. Just one of those days, we've all been there. In all of this comeback, MOUZ have never stopped fighting. They flung out middle. And Zontix puts 2 down. It's out of nowhere. MOUZ just get thrown to the Wade side. Roadkill here. Spinks comes into a mid that's been abandoned by Team Spirit. 5v3 was enough. Good redemption round for Zontix. And what is rumored to be his final tournament with Spirit. Wants to go out with a bang. Definitely did against VP. But more to do even in this map. 3-on-4 Zwei, strong position.
I mean, Torshi and Brolin are both so low. They need to be really clever about how they try and find room and space and kills on this low HP. They go and group over towards ramp.
No punish.
The 2 low players moving in together. This molly and the nade on Zontix could be enough to stop them. TK in there to make matters even worse, and only Spinks remains now. 30 seconds to work with. Going into this B site means going into the stack. The belly of the beast for Team Spirit. Spots the cave player, knows where Donk is, and Donk just swings wide. Spirit in with 2 chances to close. Donk showing some more signs of life the longer this game's gone on.
It's not been, the game-defining, round-winning 3-kill entries from Donk, but it's just, I guess, been enough here and there. Considering Exertion's proclivity to give us 5v4s here for MOUZ, Spirit are still winning rounds.
I had to check this manual mode, right? So, chance I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Donk's only actually killed Exertion once in this game thus far.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And in that Cologne game, it was 9-5 in Donk's favor. Exertion has had his number almost every time they've met.
They're still doing it. This is a classic Spirit setup. We got Shiro AWPing deep, and Zontic's going to walk up and clear close. He missed that timing, though. Jimmy already made it in. Should expect the orb. This is a common move that Spirit makes, so Jimmy is not in a hurry to get that next kill. Xerxan taking space, looking for the orb. Shiro repositions and finds him. You can see what MOUZ are trying to do there, but Spirit one step ahead. Still only 2 at B. Donkin's way. Spinks takes the red room. It's an open chasm. Can he find that flank? Spirit getting inquisitive still.
In all
Jimmy's
throughout
left.
this game, Chopper has had great positioning. He's had the read on MOUZ every single time. And once more, just calling their bluff, the walkout through main. Now Shiro leaves on the AWP. These B players have to prepare themselves. It's an awkward lineup, but Donk and Zwei thread the needle past each other. Spinks' backstab will arrive, but you're so split up. And as you try to move in, that's where Chopper gets the spot. Had the chance to find Jimmy on that rotate. The bomb lost, 35 seconds here, and MOUZ just don't know where to turn. They've got to start fighting forward. They're getting chipped away in this 2-on-3, and this is for the map. Spinks with a flash, hoping that Jimmy can create some chaos, make some noise, moving in up the ramp side. Chopper, 1 versus 1. And as Jimmy plants that bomb, Chopper tightens his grasp. He's had an iron grip over this game. And this is the swing that could end it all. Chopper goes wide, and Jimmy holds on. MOUZ keep themselves alive on Ancient.
3 kills for Jimmy, and that is a desperate round retaken by MOUZ, where they have no business winning. So many players caught off, shot in the back, perfect flank, and all the while Spirit know where that round is ending up. But Spinks' backstab does just enough to buy room for Jimmy to close it out. MOUZ have more to give here in this game of Ancient. It may have felt done, but the margins in this map have been tight. Wind in their sails, they go speeding up towards lane, but Chopper comes through the smoke to beat Brolin at his own game. Xerxan's ready for it. Flash wears off, entries come in. Spinks is in that B site.
Oh my God.
Just
Jimmy
like that.
and Spinks crack open the B play, and that leaves Donk alone in a clutch. Usually you'd hold your breath. You'd wait and see what Donk can do.
Donk is alive, they say.
But so much space has been taken here for MOUZ. They're so entrenched, and he's even wasted time hanging around in red. Surely not. They've got the spot on him now, and they're all looking at group. Delaying with the util, delaying with the flashes, and now they might just peek together. They're going to give Donk some fights. But this one's over. Donk doesn't even attempt it. Torshi from afar sends us in to extra time. MOUZ say play on as they break through. Those 2 chances for Spirit to walk this over the line. Closed with nothing done.
I mean, could you expect anything less than an overtime between MOUZ and Spirit? It's what happens every single time these teams take each other on. And gotta commend MOUZ's resilience. Despite the comeback for Spirit that we talked about for so much of this map, the possibility and then the reality, it's still MOUZ who managed to give us more when we are ready to write them off. 2 chances to close this game. Spirit can't do it. And now demanding more rounds. Zwei's actually had solid B holds round after round, but he's not met a play like that, where MOUZ just force up the ramp with 4 players. Too hot to handle here.
Yeah, I also think for Chopper it was a super, unfortunate death considering the game he's having. Just overlooked Brolin in the corner. Felt like it was one of those checks where, you've already decided Brolin isn't there as he goes around. And so this time a bit more reserved from Chopper. As he starts back in the cave, that is going to gift MOUZ this space. Let's see if Shiro can take it back off them.
Quick on this one, but if they shift in, or they don't, cover from Chopper, reliable as ever. Shiro trapped in the corner, doesn't feel the need to force it. Lives to tell the tale in a 5v4. It's Xerxan who takes the space elsewhere. Donk and Zontix on this A site. Donk jiggling. We saw Shiro get the entry here. Will Torshi find the same? No, missed shot. Donk, they're going through that. No respect here for MOUZ. They got the numbers, they're going to play off it. Zontic's position revealed, only good for one. And now we're into a retake.
Oh, Brolin spotted on the fallback. The Zorb bears down upon him. Not to know yet is Brolin. But now he's even got Torshi, and there was the spot. Molly in, that is going to force a reaction here. Forces them wide into the Shiro AWP, but Brolin, 4 kills deep on the round. Faith in their captain. It was him back on Ancient. Tried to keep the dream alive in Cologne, while here in overtime, Brolin hits hard to open it up.
MOUZ had more to give. They were granted an opportunity to right their wrongs, to redeem themselves from that T side. Looking to make the absolute most of it now. First round locked in for MOUZ. 150 grand on this matchup. Both these teams with 75k bounties. Winner takes the lot. Shiro dealing with this B play, they're strung out. They're split pretty far apart. Shiro isolates 3 kills.
I mean, that's just beautiful from Shiro, and it has been a bit of a saving grace there for Team Spirit. Fast rounds, often causing them problems. Shiro is the buffer stop that ends that B play. Stellar stuff from him on the AWP, and you hope there's more to come.
Came in super hot to this game, even at the end of the first half, down 8-4. He was the outlier in the server, looking really, really strong. So keeps it going into an overtime. After MOUZ run back what worked to close regulation. Are they getting desperate now? Do they have one more up their sleeve? It would make all the difference with these troubles on T sides in this head-to-head. These were lightning fast, that third one as well. Even this, no room for error on that shot. Can't even see Torshi.
No, I don't think Shiro could either. I don't even think that was who he was aiming at. Torshi just copped the shot.
Whoever runs out mid in this game dies. That's what we're learning. Zontix hits that run boost. And MOUZ look to go just a little bit later. Timing looks good. Flashes land, caught off guard. Zontix holds on strong for one. Double up for Zontix again. This position working a lot better for Spirit on the CT side, as him and Donk do in a double.
And I like that. You know, you've seen it in a couple of rounds now. A bit of camaraderie between Donk and Zontix, who have been struggling in this game, but they're teeing each other up on this run boost play out in a mid, and it works wonders there.
Much better than the A anchoring that Zontix has been giving us today.
Yeah, I think, you know, within a certain point, it's like, I'm just going to stop playing the trigger discipline positions. I'm just going to do the ones where I get to fight them straight up.
Yeah, Zontix, 2 headshots in middle. That's a shock in and of itself. And so Spirit went out the half, but it's CT sides all damn day. Just don't run out middle, Donk, right? Nades are good. Break comes in and Donk takes that space, but MOUZ aren't here. With full smokes down the middle, MOUZ don't know anything right now. They have no info on numbers. Nice bold angle, dropping the bomb. Donk has the rotates cut off. There's no time for reinforcements here for MOUZ. They are stuck 3-2.
Chopper's really scrambling here. They're kind of nervous that this reaction down ramp is coming, and there's the flash to stop it. Chopper arrives just in time to net Zwei that kill. It was a very good understanding of Spirit, how MOUZ might react to that info of the bomb drop, knowing that mid was taken. You saw Zwei kind of shrink down into the corner. Chopper able to scramble around in time, and so Spirit have found a way to make this pressure that MOUZ apply advantageous to them. They've secured a 4-on-4, and they're all grouped over here on lane. So anticipating this B hit. Jimmy's got an aggressive in through A main in the downtime, and in theory, that frees up Exertion. The problem is mid's been open all round, and so Exertion might be first port of call for the rotate, but they have to clear out this red room, which he's only just now doing. So little time left. He figures it has to be B. Spinks forced wide by the util, just fights right through it. There's Donk arriving, getting a kill with seconds to spare, but that molly denies the plant. Donk has to provide cover. Donk dead, but the plant still found. Exertion trapped out on long. And his reign of terror still unstoppable. It's just Zontix here, 1 versus 2. Low health on Exertion, sure.
Gonna play Warbang? It's planted left side. It's planted for the cave.
You know his stop. Shot connects, Exertion dead.
Oh, no.
Jimmy hops on it and he can't spam here. Oh wait, he can. Jimmy's in the open, but Zontix off the mark. MOUZ, a robbery of a round. Steal that one back and keep this game going.
Yeah, Zontix rough game, right? Maybe doesn't trust taking the 1v2. It's good for an opening kill, but then Jimmy just sticks it, hopes for the best. And Zontix aiming a little bit off the mark. It's an awkward, it's an awkward way to lose the round. Especially considering Donk finds those 2 clutch entries just to allow the plant in the first place. 14 apiece. Anyone's game. Sway right now giving us probably his best map in the Spirit jersey. It's either that or the first time he played MOUZ on Ancient. Almost the same score. Donk, entry onto Exertion.
Okay,
this
that
deep
never
in the
really
game.
happens. In this game, that has not been happening. Donk with 2. Zontix in behind him. And how have these two that we've been looking at as struggling pieces for Spirit here on Ancient suddenly coming into their own as we've hit extra time? Only Spinks left, and he's missed this timing on the bomb's exit. We'll be able to catch Shiro here. And low health on Donk. Zontix and Zwei both down at half. But Spinks has donned the AWP for this. Trying to sniff them out through middle. Donk waits back in the red room, hoping to pounce, and there he is, catching Spinks on the run-up. Donk with a terrifying round, man, out through mid. Like he hasn't felt a little out of it in this game, just charging at Exertion. And once he gets past him, who's kind of been his kryptonite in this map so far, he plays with confidence.
They bought just enough time for Donk to bail them out here on round 29. Stunning triple kill, double entry in mid on 10 health as well. And that might just be enough to get Spirit over.
I mean, nothing's a given in this game. Exertion on some crazy pathing. He gets donked again.
2 in a row.
Said a little bit before the overtimes were confirmed. Felt like Donk had maybe killed Exertion once in this game, while in OT, Donk has had his number.
And sure, you can win the head-to-head all game long. You can do it double-digit amount of times, but when Donk finds 5v4s onto your kryptonite in the back-to-back rounds to close out this map, that's the one you'll remember. Donk doing it when it matters. Torshi flashed off, going back for more. He has to hit this shot, and he can't. Boxed in. They don't have util to flush him out. It's got to be done manually. Donk still follows up. Chopper's had enough. 27 kills on the captain of Team Spirit. He has showed up alongside Donk to close out this game. It's Spirit's map pick, and it is in their pocket.
Yeah, it's a stellar reactivation. All of Spirit keeping themselves in this game, and then Donk coming alive in that second half. And as we've gotten into OT, he has really raised the bar, giving you what you expected from him in this matchup.
I mean, just a great game all round for both teams, but for Spirit to see Zwei put on his best game in the jersey, Zontix a late game recovery, and Chopper lead the way the whole map. With Donk finally activating at the final hour, and that's all it takes.
Lesson learned and a painful one for MOUZ. You can't beat Spirit while Dom isn't active in the server, then you never stood a chance. They keep it live long enough for Dom to warm up, and Spirit once more walk away with Ancient.
A tug of war on Ancient, which Spirit will be getting over the line. Incredible form from Chopper coming into this one, by the way. Maui, you had your eyes on him for a reason, it seems. I love that we got to see a donk resurgent in those late moments as well, but well played from Spirit to seal this one in overtime.
What a great display from Chopper in terms of his individual form. Usually what happens is superstars buy time for the rest of the team to wake up. Chopper this time bought time for Donk to wake up.
Ancient really is a map where IGL seem to flourish. This is a map where Snax does well, and this is a map where I think Kerrigan does fairly well, but you know who else does well? Chopper does unbelievably well. Possibly the best game I've ever seen from Chopper.
Was there anywhere that you felt like he was really excelling at? Because he's not somebody that we always look at to be getting the frags for good reason, because you got Donk, you got Shearer on the team, you got Zontix too. He was really stepping up today.
The T side was great because he was just slotting in, flying in after, say, Zway or someone gets an entry or just kind of is creating space, and then he was getting some good trades. But on the CT side, he was so mobile. He was all over the place. The amount of times I caught him flanking, or we saw him flanking the MOUZ players, the amount of times he was just getting the better of them. I feel like Chopper in this game had to get at least 6 kills on that CT side where he's killing somebody who isn't looking at him. That's impressive when you're the cave player.
Yeah, Chopper dialed up the confidence as you got through into the CT side, into the later parts of the CT side. We saw the clip. He's flanking A main as the A exec is going on. He was all over the place. You couldn't avoid him. And that's not something you've heard anyone say. Let's try and avoid Chopper.
Let's go back to the early portion of this map, though, because we come into this, we have our eyes firmly set on both Xerxin and Torzi. Torzi delivers in round number 3, no less. He gets an ace. What was the story of this one?
I mean, just an impressive A1S ace from him. I mean, he does bust out the deagle at the tail end of it, but the way he's just kind of sliding in, taking fights, he's not really even waiting for teammates. Like, you wouldn't necessarily think that Torzi's just going to ego challenge people, but I love that's what he does for the final kill here.
And this is a round where Spirit are looking around. They're trying to get into an after plant, but Torji doesn't give them time to set up, doesn't give them time to communicate where we can get into, get any safe space. He's just backing around both sides, banging off heads.
I love to hear a Torzi hype moment, so I'm curious to hear his reaction in this mic'd up moment.
Nice, one more. Nice, one more 10 HP, one more 10 HP. Both, two side. One more wall. Two side on my cave, I think. Short! 10 HP. One more short, two short. Both short. 1 HP. Nice! Oh my god, Adam! Oh my god, Adam. Nice, Adam. Adam, you feeling it like that?
No, I'm just farming, boys.
Adam is logged in. Nice, Adam.
If you feel like that early into the game, that's got to be a good feeling. Let's talk about another area that you, Vu, were really heavily looking at for good reason, because the mid battle, very interesting with both Spirit and MOUZ.
Yeah, the last time we saw these teams play against each other, Spirit really avoided mid, and I wasn't sure how they would try and deal with that this time because it didn't work for them the last time they played around. This time they go for the heavy mid play earlier on in the half. They try and get things done, and Xerxin, another player I called out in the pregame, he was doing a really great job of this. I think he got the better of Donk, and at some point, Donk, he gets, I think, 9 kills in the first half, doesn't get a single kill on a gun versus gun round because Xerxin was just locking down mid constantly, didn't really give them anything to work with. And there was a couple of successful mid plays from Spirit, but I think overall, macro-wise, I think through both halves, MOUZ really just got the better of Spirit.
Yeah, this was a great display from MOUZ. I mean, I like that we kind of brought that up in the pregame, the lack of mid-presence from Spirit, the last time they two-faced, and you kind of see why. I mean, this was one of the few bright spots. I know he doesn't end with a positive scoreline, but in terms of actually taking control, Xerxin did a great job towards mid.
100%, particularly in that first half, right? Was there any particular way that you feel like he treated this area of the map? Any particular, you know, maybe gimmicks that he had that really worked well for him?
I think Xerxin is just willing to brawl in middle, and when it comes to Spirit, they're so reliant on Donk that they're a little scared about sending him out first so consistently and just relying on their utility to win it for them. Whereas MOUZ, I mean, we've compared them within this event to the old school Astralis. They are a system type team. They're willing to put Xerxin in uncomfortable spots and say, hey, our utility, our strategy, our macro is going to be what wins us this game.
What was so disappointing about it, though, on the flip side, is that he did pretty decently on mid on the T side. There was definitely some moments where he got some entries, but then MOUZ, when they had some of those rounds where he got those, they just couldn't convert on those. Like, people would die in different places, but to Spirit's credit, they would usually get active. Once they knew they lost middle, that's when you saw people like Zwei and Chopper activate towards the B side. And so they kept MOUZ guessing, even if they lost that one pivotal spot of the
I think we've got an example of that just very shortly. But just to, you know, wrap up the Donk first half conversation, it's very rare that we get to see Donk being this pedestrian, I guess, in a map. And if you leave it too late, then he is going to get activated. But for the first half, like MOUZ, I guess, I don't want to say that they were lucky that Donk wasn't showing up, but maybe a little bit.
I mean, he had his moments. He had a few great pop-off moments, and he ended with 9 or 10 kills in the first half, which is nothing terrible, but at the same time, it was a Donk that couldn't get control of middle. He couldn't find ways to activate. Times they were getting picked off on the side, and he would just end up in a save at some point where he ends up dying after time. We can be critical of him for that. That was actually a Donk that isn't at the level he's normally at up until we got to the end of the game.
Yeah, let's move on into that second half. MOUZ, they win the pistol. How do they then answer back in the subsequent round?
In one of the worst ways they possibly could, or at least, I mean, well, Spirit maybe in the best way, but for MOUZ, yeah, round 14, I mean, I feel like this is where everything's going your way. You win the pistol, and then you just kind of send it here. I feel like this was really where MOUZ lost a lot of grip on this game. It felt like you could have put it to bed right there, and instead, now you're scrambling to just find some kind of answer back into it. This was weirdly the most disappointing round of the game for me for the MOUZ side. I wish they just took a little bit more time. I get they were trying to play on a timing, you know, maybe try to anti-strat and catch Spirit off guard there, but then to throw away the round lead and your economic advantage in one fell swoop is just unforgivable.
I get at some points you have to make gambles, even on anti-ecos. You're going to lose some of them. You have to accept gambles once in a while, but I agree. I don't like that as a gamble. I think they had plenty of time on the clock. They could have gone other directions. They could have slowed it down just a little bit, and they didn't, and that cost them, obviously.
Yeah, let's go to an example that you were kind of alluding to earlier, Maui. You know, Zershin, he did manage to open a few rounds up. Round number 19 is an example, but then nobody's really able to capitalize on that, right?
Yeah, round 19 is a great example of what you mentioned there, where it's Zershin, this is kind of individual play. He gets a couple of kills here, he gets the one, then the smoke's gonna get broken by Shiro, gets taken down, he gets traded, but he's done his job here. Then on the B exec, you just have slightly, Spinks needs to be maybe a couple steps further forward to get that trade on the initial player. They get doubled up by Zwei. That's why they brought Zwei to the roster, those types of plays. And you end up with Jimmy in a 1v3, and he does his best job. We really, for a second, think he's going to be able to get this, but he just can't convert, and it's not really his fault. The problem is when you have your entry go out mid and find 2 kills, when you haven't given him even that much support to do so, you have to convert those rounds.
Again, that's just one of those moments where MOUZ just let it slip through their fingers. It's extremely disappointing because in this head-to-head, I just like to see things even out a little bit. I don't want to see Spirit just run away with this matchup between them and MOUZ. I'd like to see MOUZ punch back. They had a great opportunity, a couple of great opportunities to be up 9-4 with winning the pistol and to be up 5v3 in a round like that. Those are the kind of moments that you have to look at yourselves and say, okay, we were able to do the first 80% of this round correctly, or we did the vast majority of our work, but we just couldn't get it over the line. So just slow things down a little bit.
I mean, credit where credit's due. Spinks and Jimmy did do that in round 23, which obviously we know subsequently what happened after that, but obviously could have happened a little bit earlier. That would have been nice.
For Jimmy, it could have happened a lot earlier, because I think until this round, I was thinking Jimmy, he's having a really slow game. There's a couple of rounds specifically, I think Jimmy dropped the ball a little bit, and in the last matchup they had, I thought Jimmy was a focal point for Spirit's attack at times. So I wanted to see more from Jimmy. He wasn't showing up, but this round really cemented him. He got back into it. From here on out, I think he was actually playing quite a solid game.
And also a lot of credit to Spinks in that kind of position. You're pinned between 2 defenders on the Spirit side, and yet he's able to pivot and at least get one to make this winnable for Yimpad. And yeah, Yimpad, I mean, we see it on these little pop-off moments here and there, but the consistency round to round has been just a smidgen worse than it was last year, maybe more than a smidgen.
Yeah, I think it leaves a lot to be desired.
The Jimmy everything we saw from last year hasn't shown up this year so far, and I want to give him time to do so, but we need to see more.
Guess who did show up in his true form in overtime, though? We already talked about it, Donk. I feel like maybe I'm being a little bit unfair to him in regulation, but there's a reason why, because we know what Donk can deliver, and I feel like he was getting back into that rhythm as soon as we hit OT.
It's practically the story of every game with Spirit. It's impossible to avoid it. Towards the very tail end, even though the mid-fights were going the way of exertion throughout so much of regulation, he started really biting back on some of the side hits that he was going for, on some of the mid-control takes that he was going for. He's just deleting everybody from the server, and again, this is just the biggest strategic luxury. If you're having a tough time calling on the T side of your chopper, but you just can send Donk out and he doesn't die in the first 10 seconds, I'd say there's a 75% chance he's going to get you a kill or two.
Sometimes I think we're a little bit too harsh on the Spirit system, that they do set Donk up for success, that they do put him in good situations. It's not just Donk, but at the same time, some of these rounds, especially in overtime, you just activate Donk. You just give him a long leash to work with. He goes out mid, and he's just going to frag out for you in the moments that matter most.
Same amount of kills that he got in that OT as he did in the first half as well, so he was really igniting. Where does that leave you? Just we'll talk about the second map in a moment, but just in terms of the expectations of MOUZ, do you think that's going to knock their confidence a little bit?
It's actually, they did better than they did last time at Cologne, so I'm not too down on them. If they want to look back at that objectively, you can say, okay, we made things a little bit closer, and we're going to be moving into our map pick. If we're going to play better on that map, maybe we can play better on the next, and maybe even the series up.
Well, that map is going to be Mirage, and it's going to be going down after this short break to see if MOUZ can keep their life here in the semi-finals of Blast Bounty. MOUZ's map pick of Mirage lays in wait to give them an opportunity to even up this series. Who do you have your eye on coming into this one, Boo?
The most obvious matchup is always Xerx and Donk in middle, but the one I'm most interested in is Jimmy and Zwei, because on both sides, they're going to be on the extremities together. Zwei towards B on their T side is going to be lurking against Jimmy on the B site, and on Jimmy's T side, he's going to be lurking against Zwei on the A site. And the last time you saw these teams face off, Zwei dominated Jimmy, especially on the T side. They attacked B over and over and over, and Jimmy had one of his worst performances I've seen from him. So I want to see Jimmy step up, not only from the last map, but from the last series they played. I want to see him pop off, and I want to see him hold his site more effectively.
How likely is that to happen, though, Maui?
I'm a little bit worried for MOUZ right now. I feel like there's a great chance that Spirit ends the series right here. What I would want for the show, my entertainment, and everything would be for MOUZ to even this up. But if I have to give a final pred, actually, I think Spirit's going to take this 13-10.
Well, let's see if we do get that ever elusive third. It's time to dive on in to Mirage.
Yeah, this would be the time, MOUZ. If they do want to flip the script, it's got to start here. You know, they had opportunities on Ancient. That's going to be a reoccurring theme, I think, in this series for this MOUZ squad. Chances to have taken away Spirit's pick. Now we go to the Mirage stomping ground for this MOUZ team. And if you remember back to Cologne, this one ended up being one of the more dominant maps played. In fact, just behind Nuke. 13-7 finish in Spirit's favor last time they matched up here.
That's an exception to the rule, though. That was with the pressure of the grand final looming over MOUZ. Usually they take this one. Usually they take it in multiple overtimes. And so which will remain true here in this revenge game? Map 2, Spirit got to stop this entourage of T's in the A site. Shiro doesn't know where to look. Donk's found one on the break of the smoke, but they're taking spawn control, or at least they're trying. Zwei hunting him down. Oh my god, barely survives. Well, almost gets out, rather. Exertion pinned down. 3-on-3, no kits. Zwei picks it up.
Free smoke, that's really frustrating if you're Spirit. Spam trying to connect. Donk's the only guy with health left. These two CT players might just feel like lambs to the slaughter when this smoke fades. And with Donk dead, puts the pressure on low HP Zwei and Zontix, who aren't able to make that incision. MOUZ come through swinging and pick themselves up a pistol round.
Nice start for MOUZ, coming in confident on the T side. It's hard to know anything from the first half of this game. And so many series gone by. It's been comebacks, and it's been Spirit's go-to all year, really. Showing their ability to never let a first half define them. MOUZ look to make it clear on this A site. Bit of a stack, though, isn't it? 4 players. Oh, nice chase there in the Palace, but there's a second layer to it. Donk on default, baited in by Zontix, and Donk just swings out, recovers that messy spray so well. Spirit forced by stuck immediately as MOUZ put down with a decisive 4 alive round. That's AKs and Galils picked up by Spirit, and that is worst case scenario for MOUZ. Last map, even though it wasn't the highest rating yet, I feel like the impact from Zwei was either his best or his second best game in this Spirit jersey. It's a good time for it to happen, a necessary time with the slow starts of a couple of players of Spirit.
Oh god, what's so scary about this is this series has featured a lot of repeating scenarios, a lot of deja vu.
Yeah.
This was exactly how Mirage opened. MOUZ won the pistol, lost that second round, and then went on and only get 2 T-side rounds in the half.
You saying we're in a bubble?
Just saying, history is a funny way of repeating itself, Hugo.
Yeah. Written by the victors. Can Spirit set themselves up for another successful head-to-head? Done so already. Deagle's back out A. Donk not far from the action here. That's if they make it past Shiro. Zwei assisting from stairs.
Clean to handle it. Shiro even picking up the slack, stopping the Palace spillover, and so any hope of that round getting interesting gone for MOUZ. Now have to take a full eco and come to terms with the fact that Spirit will be getting this early lead, this early advantage. I don't know. I don't think, you know, feeling repetitions of the ebb and flow of Cologne is a good thing if you're MOUZ. You want to feel like you are playing at a level above that, right? Even when you hit like 8-4 on the half back on Ancient, the exact same scoreline of what you were able to manage last time. Lose in OT, that didn't happen. So you at least made it closer, I guess, but here, you know, now you're kind of going through the motions. That Cologne final wasn't even 2 weeks ago, right? So it's very, very fresh in the minds of this MOUZ squad.
Well, it's a new day and it's a new game, and that's what MOUZ have to tell themselves. And we've seen across the years the funny ways MOUZ have of coping and, you know, like reassuring themselves with good camaraderie in those difficult moments. And they've already overcome a series of obstacles in the past 18 months to go from a decent team to a team that we called Studio Merchants to a team that took a trophy this year on a stage. Where does the limit lie? Yet to find out. This eco getting weird though. Good grenades at least should submerge MOUZ. They get some kills out of that round. 3 done on a Glock buy. Spirit just can't wait to finish the job. Now MOUZ, they just have to hit hard. They have to come in strong to this T side. In an all too familiar matchup.
Hoping we get a bit more mileage out of Jimmy in this series.
Yeah, it's definitely
he was very, very slow on map 1. Another factor that repeated from that final. Finished bottom of the board. And for someone who, you know, there was a while in here where Jimmy was the star in non-star positions. There was a lot of hype around the impact and what he brought to this MOUZ team. When they started to win trophies in studios, it was often with big performances from Jimmy. It's one where his absence certainly felt, and you don't want him to be kind of the, in this match of all of them, the ghost, right? You're already struggling to deal with the Spirits as it is.
Well, a good comparison to make is, you know, Spirit, who want to be world beaters, have made aggressive roster changes, and who have they been cutting? They've been cutting the anchors, they've been cutting the more supportive elements, and I think if MOUZ were ever going to make a crazy move, just given the form this year alone, I think Jimmy would be that first guy in the conversation. So definitely has something to prove in this matchup again today. Break on the smoke, second one is the charm. Torchy gets caught. Chopper alone at the van with no help right now. It needs just 1 kill, but Exertion with good pathing gets close to that market. He won't commit to the take.
How many more can he siphon? That's the big question. There was a good flash.
Nice.
Gonna catch Donk on the cross.
Awkward.
Exertion, I think, is doing a very good job here of just kind of ducking in, weaving, and plucking one from the retake. He's done that twice over. Oof. It thins the herd. Zwei, quick to arrive, has left it all on Spinks. 2 kills down range from Spirit's latest piece, and he'll continue to turn heads. A hat trick for Zwei. Seals the deal on a strong lead for Spirit.
That gives Donk a big smile on his face. That is remarkable for Zwei. When Donk gets caught off looking at the wrong position, shot in the side, again by Exertion, may I add. Zwei just comes in, low health, triple kill, clinical headshots. We know he's got the ability, it's just the inexperience. It's difficult positions, it's big boots to fill, and it's the pressure of playing Tier 1. These are the things he has to adapt to, but when you see a moment like that, you remember why Spirit liked this guy, why they wanted to pull him in. A young player with room to grow into his role. And a remarkable triple kill to keep the ball rolling for Spirit.
I mean, it's someone that caught the eye of Donk a while ago, right? Yeah. It was his hot prospect prediction when he won Best Player in the World. Zwei was the name he put forward, and he was quick to bring him into this team when they finally started making cuts. A rundown on Chopper as he's picked up for free. ZonTics has to put a fresh mag in too, and so they're really making him feel uncomfortable. But here come the cavalry. Donk arrives. Out with 2, that one's over before it even begins.
This is going to be a far better position for ZonTics than maybe he was feeling on the A side of Ancient, on that CT side. Aggressive on short, able to assist on the B-bomb site, far more comfortable place for him to play, so expecting more output, already getting it from ZonTics in this game. Very good showing from Spirit to start off this map. Halley trying to keep it tight, knowing better than ever. But this is far from done. Getting MOUZ down early is good for Spirit though, especially when you talk about the repeat of that glide. He keeps looking at his skates.
At his mouse, and he's touching the skates a lot. I think something feels off with it.
He's in his head. He's definitely in his head. Like, we saw some of those rounds in Ancient. We saw his reactions. Like, I mean, it's also, I mean, the whole ZonTics
suck though if your skates are catching or whatever. That could be annoying.
Oh, yeah. Is that happening? I don't know. Maybe. I think there's a lot going on for ZonTics. A lot to consider right now. An uncertain future, so they say. A player who, in his roles, definitely gave you strong output. Oh, Shiro's a little too wide, and I don't think he realized Exertion got behind the tap. So that is a 5v4 again, gifted from Exertion. The head-to-head of last map, he still ended it 7-4 up against Donk. But those 4, probably 3 came from the overtime. Good to see this smoke break again. Looks like a bit too early. They depart from middle after trading out one more.
Jimmy's going to try and lurk up ramp side. It's Zwei that he's got to beat.
This is what the desk wanted to watch. This head-to-head coming up for Zwei again.
Rough for Jimmy. He got caught and kind of transitioning between angles. And it's given over this 4-on-3. They don't clear Chopper, and that might be their undoing. Just Torshi left now. Onto the rifle. Times of the essence. He doesn't know where Zwei's gotten to. Options still open for the whereabouts of this last player, and just focused on the wrong place. Zwei collects another round for Team Spirit, and that one, another 4v5 picked up.
Just too many Titanic players right now for Spirit, just destroying MOUZ. Like, that's got to be one of the most undercleared positions in the game. Chopper on stairs, you can clear him by going in the connector corner. You can fully check him, he can't see you, and then you can manually just pre-fire him. But no one ever does it. It's super undercleared because it just feels like such a dangerous position. Chopper, big double. Zwei holding his own on the A site as well. And that's not going to make things easier.
No, that's really, really rough. The one thing you've had kind of reliably in these rounds are the Exertion openers, and he's put down low straight away, and he tries to roam out through middle. What if it's not history repeating itself? What if it's Spirit getting even more dominant? This isn't a scoreline we saw in Cologne. By this point, MOUZ had already accomplished more, and sure, 2 was all they got in this first half. But this breakthrough round doesn't feel like it's coming anytime soon. It's ZonTics with the shutdown.
Wow.
Skates are on, and Chopper's there to lend a helping hand.
Yeah, I'd say his mouse is looking pretty good right now. Multiple multi-kills on this B-bomb site from ZonTics. And Chopper, ever mobile, stairs last round, market this time. Always in the right place to succeed for Team Spirit. MOUZ are hitting their head on the door frame. Knocked out cold on this T side, 7-1. Team Spirit run away again without even Donk doing what he does best. Like, he's playing great, he's playing fine. It's not been the conversation in this series until the end of Ancient. And while he does end it, he certainly hasn't had to start either map. Support pieces have been there for Team Spirit. Is there a hero on MOUZ? Because it can't just be Exertion. Every round a different read.
Oh my. Donk.
Oh my. Yeah.
Just the most insane routing the flash. He will get out of there. Donk's very, very good at being elusive in those moments. Like, considering how wide he is in mid, he gets full flashed off the angle and survives at 50 HP. Torshi, that was a good opportunity for the opener.
Even knows the jump that they're going for on this B site. It's not enough to get him the kill. Zontix playing away from
Keep scratching
positions.
the mouse, Zontix. It's working.
Oh, he's
whatever he's doing, it's working.
He's doing more than scratching this MOUZ.
He's lifting it right now. 10 and 3.
Chopper on the B site. And MOUZ are coming in. They've got no help. Donk might need to rotate here. Gonna have that worry about window in the back of your head, but Donk just announces his rotation. Perfect timing. And the flash, he doesn't peek off of it. Chopper waits.
Donk baiting at bench as well. Don't know if MOUZ are going to be ready for this. Donk's actually going to fight with Chopper's success. He tries to get involved. They lose Shiro, they lose Chopper. Donk also picked up. This is MOUZ breaking through the B hold. There's a fast flank in from Zwei. And a lot of the round is resting on his shoulders. It's the two top performers for Team Spirit left up here. And with low health on almost everyone for MOUZ, you can't get too comfortable. That's a huge pickup from Torshi. And that should seal the deal on the round with Zontix so low. MOUZ finally break through.
Yeah, it's just a save out of necessity, out of being realistic. 6 entries coming into that B bomb site. Everyone plays their part for MOUZ. Everyone gets a kill each. Felt like that was a potent setup for Spirit, but Chopper needed more than one. Donk was already low from earlier on in middle. So MOUZ with a chance here on this T side. Opened up, looking for 5. But they're not going to get an eco out of Spirit in this first half. They can buy down the rest of the half.
The other thing I think that's commendable for Spirit in these games is how they really do chase perfection, right? It's minded like the never being content. Even though they have this big lead, they know it can so quickly turn on a dime. So focus up, an immediate pause, cooled on in. Not taking them while they're pressing the advantage, but the second around is picked up for MOUZ. Hallie's on the mic.
Do you want a crazy stat from last map?
Yeah, go on.
Chopper, Spinks head-to-head. 10-0 for Chopper. That just proves how much he was in the right place. When you're flushing out a lurker like that, especially a guy like Spinks, who is a super late round player, just shows how many successful flanks Chopper got away with. That's an unreal head-to-head. You don't see that every day. All right, MOUZ, can they build? Time to find out.
Corp on an awkward timing, still makes it work for one.
It's a big scalp to find.
Get rid of Exertion, you kind of get rid of the teeth from this MOUZ T side. Oh, Donk can't control the spray for a second. MOUZ still in with a chance here, but they faded past Zwei on the smoke. He now trades places into connector, and that's the bomb dropped. Not ready for Brolin, he'll flick back in time, and they know where Spinks is. Still rooted in place at the same position. Spinks left in an unlikely clutch. 2 AWPs hold down the connector, begging him to walk out into a wide angle.
This is just the way the Spinks plays,
I love
right?
that Shiro's played this, man. He's backed all the way up to the catwalk, Zway's also looking on. He's now trading off of that AWP, and there's Shiro on a very safe line.
Well, I said last map, Zwei, that might, off the eye test, it might have been one of his most impactful games in the Spirit jersey. Well, right now, if this keeps up, it will be on this map, 12 and 4. Incredible multi-kill, and some great show of mechanics again. Not on that one, but this flick back to Brolin. Remember that 3K retake on B? He's definitely had some sick moments in this game. Zontic starting to smile. That's a rarity. And Donk shooting Torchy through the smoke. So is there any hope here for MOUZ? Still his Kryptonite fights back, but everyone from MOUZ getting picked apart one by one.
Jimmy's been getting destroyed on these lurks as well. Like not even competitive from him. As he's tried to come in and be that like first reaction after the mid take, it's so often gifted a kill to Team Spirit. Zontic's aware that the boost could be happening, was ready for it. Still Spinks is going to be there to find the opening. And this does cause a bit of a problem for Spirit. Zway's committed to a flank and he's just missed that bomb.
Oh dear.
Wait, okay. Exertion turned. Didn't get the spot on Zwei, but still, this is misinfo for Team Spirit.
It still might be good. He should even catch a kill in middle, dude. Like, they're only now moving up connector. I think he's just missed that timing, but yeah, I mean, Spirit can just play a retake in this round. They've got money to consider it. Their position's not as strong as they once were, but there's the info. That goes a long way. Legs spotted, 96 damage. Shiro hears him moving in on the site. That flash can peek after it, pick Brolin out of the sky. Spinks can't really cover Exertion. He's too low to hold his position. A certain death. He takes one with him. No further. Zwei keeps up a strong form. Exertion's got to clutch. The opener becomes the closer, but this is too far gone. Missed shot from the AWP.
Miss. Not the type of miss Shiro's used to, but it's Zwei to make up for it.
Impact player.
And I mean, he is having a triumphant series here, is Zwei. A part of that trio that kept Ancient trucking on while Donk was a little quiet till he fully woke up and started taking control of the server. While here, Donk might be in good form, Zwei still hitting harder. So often in the right place, making some bold moves now as well as his confidence is growing in this series. We talk about the history between these squads and how it's changed over the years. Now find someone who looks at you the way Hallie looks at Donk.
Just laughing off his rage. Like, it's fine, bro, it's fine. We've got him.
But yeah, you know, I mean, it's a head-to-head that's changed a lot over the years, but as we said earlier, since Zwei moved into this team, Spirit have only beat MOUZ. There's no back and forth. There was no, you know, MOUZ trickery and figuring out how to nullify Donk as far as Zwei is concerned. From the moment he's been in this team, it's been nothing but success in this head-to-head.
Yeah, 3-0 last season for MOUZ in, yes, close games. It could have gone either way, etc., but they all came up for MOUZ, didn't they? Ended their major run. And now Cologne onwards. Not just a recent trophy in Spirit's cabinet, but a clear favorite in this head-to-head if all keeps up. And why would it stop? 9-2. There's just not been a hero here for MOUZ. Even Exertion has cooled off. Buying time with his Molotov. They're trying to come through on this B split. I think they might just catch Spirit off guard. That's a big kill though, and he hits the footsteps as well. Chopper calls for support. Zontix provides again and again. Double kill in the apartments. This round is slipping through, and this game is disappearing for MOUZ as Team Spirit show up to Mirage and leave with a statement in that first half. Welcome to the Bounty. First time?
Yeah.
Then let me explain the rules. Here are the teams. They're split into two categories. Meet the most wanted. Each one has a bounty on their head. The better the team, the bigger the bounty. Here are the bounty hunters. They're chasing the cash on the most wanted's head. Winning secures you their bounty. 50% gets banked, and the other 50 goes onto the head of the hunter.
So they take in that 50% no matter what happens.
Of course, if they want. But let's make this more fun. Say Legacy have 20 grand in the bank. They can choose to wager that bank on any game. Would you take that bet?
Not a chance.
Smart man. Now you're getting it. There are 2 rounds of play. Lose one hand and you are out of the competition. The best part, you ask, the lower seeded team picks their opponent.
That's cutthroat.
Exactly. Make it through the second round and you're into the land final. That's when the money gets high and the stakes higher. So, are you ready to play?
I'm all in.
Why are you doing that? Oh, this game is really upsetting me, but like in a good way. We're on the DD! Now, stop him! You're the only one who can! Oh my God! Elimination staring right back at them! MIPR! Was this all for nothing?
So, sir, do you want to play again?
No. Maybe next season.
History has a funny way of repeating itself here. 10-2 on the half. Spirit in pole position as they're looking for a grand final appearance. MOUZ, just another obstacle on their path to the big finish. A huge lead fielded. Zwei stealing the limelight, 14-4. Was a fantastic first half from him. Everyone hitting hard for Team Spirit, and MOUZ seemingly missing on their pick a Mirage. This pistol round is a requirement. If they want any hope, if they want even the smallest of chances at a comeback here, they have to find success. 2 back for Brolin and Torshi. Exertion joins the fray. They're thinning the herd, and they'll stop Donk in his tracks. Pistol secured for MOUZ.
And game on. That's just what you have to say after a round like that. Game is back on the menu here between Spirit and MOUZ. We can never jump the gun. We can never get ahead of ourselves in this head-to-head that has been nothing but tantalizing all year long. Torshi always bringing the noise. Oh. Oops. Zontic's
Fair enough. Zontic's
little love tap.
Arc.
Yeah. Shot the wrong man, though.
They're getting rid of me soon. I'm taking them all down. Donk, Deagle tries to open.
It's just, I mean, it's just, the conversation around these changes for Spirit is crazy, isn't it? The fact that, like, it feels, you know, you don't know what's going on inside the team, but the fact that Zontix is going with the games he's given us and with even the Cologne trophy. And if these rumors are true,
yeah, but dude, I mean,
it just shows Spirit's want to level up, right?
Yeah,
they made an aggressive cut anyway over the roster, over the player break, and right now it's It's up and down, but in this game, it's certainly looking good.
I think also, like, one thing that's been clear, this is a team that's always been chasing after perfection, but I think also in the old Spirit squad, they were all just mates. Like, I think that's a big part of it. The results were still good. Magic's fit into the team dynamic really well. They were reluctant to make changes. They had Kiyosuke just sitting there under contract, could have had him in the team, right?
Absolutely.
But they made the decision to keep rolling with that 5 because I think they did believe genuinely that it was enough. And as Vitality, the threat of Vitality grew, and they went on to kind of usher in an era that, as far as Spirit are concerned, was supposed to be theirs after the win in Shanghai. They went on to reach the finals in Katowice. That was the first time they matched up against that scary Vitality, and I think that was the wake-up moment. Then you bring Zwei in to your first event, your first outing with him at Cologne. What do? You go on to lift the trophy.
Yeah.
I feel like that just proved the concept that roster changes, not something to be feared necessarily.
And maybe always feeling like they kind of missed the boat on that Kiyosuke move. And even, yeah, I like the reasons you say that they didn't make it when it happened, or when it could have happened rather, but feeling like, okay, we're not going to miss that window again. Oh wait. Donk, simple spray, is found by exertion. A sentence said many times. Ooh, there's a spot. Something's low. Resets. Let's just skip to overtime.
Slow mid control. No one wants to make that first move yet for MOUZ. Holding for the spillover out from mid, but they've given up a lot of ground here. And an early lean from Torshi over towards this B site. You're really hoping that that's where Spirit end up if you're MOUZ. So you're going to be very out of position on this retake. It's freed up because Exertion sits in Palace. What? Playing a late round as Shiro comes through with a wild clear.
That's insane.
8 seconds. This is exactly what Exertion wanted. Playing Palace, swing out!
What a bomb.
And caught by Zwei! Stops him from robbing that round, and now it's on to the retake. The stack from B has to move over. They're the ones on the clock. Torshi pulling up, and the spawn might get caught with nades pulled as Chopper immediately swings on that contact. And there's no winning this for Jimmy.
I'll be real with you. I don't think I've ever seen anyone plant there. That's a crazy plant to dodge the Palace play. The only position they couldn't clear. Like, that was so deep. You saw Exertion swing and sure that audio gave time for his way to turn. But if he kills that bomb, if he gets that one headshot, he wins the round. It doesn't matter if he dies. And Chopper just has the perfect plant. Have you ever seen anyone plant there?
No, it's a good question. I haven't. And they even went and cleared CT first, so they knew that they were safe.
Dude.
And then committed to it. Like, the only gap that existed all round where there were two were Ramp and Palace. And so they played and denied those two positions.
Just very impressive.
Dude, Chopper is cooking
his
right
micro,
now.
man. His micro. Just excellent from Chopper. This latest season. Spirit, a team that don't attend every event, that have skipped a little bit here and there, tried to prioritize rest and leveling up at the right time. And it's kind of unarguable when you see the results they found over these 2 years of play. Chopper's coming fresh off the break. And the back-breaking round here, MOUZ got a pistol on Jimmy, out of nades almost entirely, no kit. Torshi's up the big item, but it might be avoided entirely. Look at this A attack, that nade sends his fate. Brolin dead 4v5 for MOUZ. A Spirit are ready to walk over that finish line, head held high, looking for a dominant victory. Surprise, surprise, Donk dead to Exertion, but that hasn't changed anything in this series.
Taking a dodge the stack at the last minute too. That bomb leaving. Yeah. Chopper lobbing in some util. They're going to leave Zontix over here in Palace. It looks like Chopper might even commit with him just from the noise right now. MOUZ are so nervous at this scoreline. They've rotated everyone over. B is empty. Chopper, he's moved them around the board and out of position. A plant with seconds to spare.
Maybe do it yourself. You want it done right.
It's fine.
He's testing the new boy.
All good.
How quick are you, Zwei? And he's on the ball right now. 3 KD. Bomb plant comes in. I mean, Chopper's not used to planting. It's usually Donk who puts it down. And MOUZ throw in the towel. No kit. Locked out.
No.
Spirit could have been anywhere.
This is just such a sad ending to this game, essentially. Right, MOUZ trying to go for the longevity for a huge comeback here, but they're giving up this round that gives over match and series point to Team Spirit. The terrifying thing is that this was a MOUZ chance for revenge. Dong started slow, Chopper and co kept the dream alive, and now all of Spirit are hitting hard. They've entered that terrifying final form. It's not a revenge story, it's Spirit getting even better.
Yeah, and evening up this head-to-head on the year. This would be 3 in a row for Spirit. That would match MOUZ's previous season, and we're only 2 events in, Harry. Spirit looking to rise above the rest, looking for a date with Destiny in a grand final, a BO5 against the winner of MongolZ Vitality. It's that Austin Major rematch.
Shoot, Spirit want to beat Vitality. That is the team they are gearing up to beat.
Could they really do it?
That's the final I hope we're on track for.
Could they?
You didn't get to see it in Cologne.
Could they do it on Zontix's potential final outing? I mean, that's another crazy detail to imagine. Donk 4v5. I've run out of ways to say it.
And it just hasn't come to matter. That's the thing. You're not getting wrecked by the one-man army of Counter-Strike here, MOUZ. They're getting beat by the team of Spirit. Zwei topping the charts. Chopper's been lights out throughout this series. Zontix had a disastrous start, but has gone on to recover beautifully. And Shiro's been hitting hard throughout. This is so dominant. Zwei, they're all coming to him. 2 kills deep in the round to flip the script here from a 5v4. Spirit now hold the advantage. Torshi mollied back, flashed relentlessly off the angle. And Chopper loves toying and playing with this MOUZ team. He knows they're jittery, he knows they're nervous. And once more, he's called for a slowdown. This time, Exertion tries to learn from their mistakes.
There's one man enough, though. Zontix is still in Palace. They could even go under and end connector. This one's not decided. MOUZ, maybe their final round in Malta. Jimmy holds strong. That sends this bomb into B. Exertion, it's everything.
Spirit don't buy it, not yet. They now commit to the plant. Chopper's gonna catch one, but that's the bomb denied. And just by staying alive here, Exertion should have the round. His teammate nearby, Chopper closing the net. The kills have to come through. Jimmy, it's a fight for survival. 3 seconds in it, and Jimmy holds on. One more round. MOUZ seconds the difference as still in Mirage.
I still love everything about that for Spirit. The cold finish clutch as he just sits in the corner. A stray bullet for Shiro ends this semi-final. And Jimmy extends it by 1 more round of play. Not moving a muscle. A second's difference for Spirit, it felt like. And loving these cheeky little rotates Chopper's calling down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean,
just to add insult to injury.
Spirit's tactical genius, Chopper, best known for his strat of going A and then going B.
Wow, mastermind, top 5 for sure.
One that I don't know if we've ever seen before.
I mean, that's more lucky than not. More, like...
Fucking sick round, boys.
Sick round, dude. Toshi's such a hype man.
How does he do it?
Because that wasn't a very sick round.
No.
And a lot had to go right for MOUZ to win it.
It's more lucky that Jimmy doesn't die there. Like, he should die from RNG. Okay,
oh, well,
Zontix.
Zontix Tech 9.
Just like that. Back to reality. Chopper says, nope, you can't have this trade. Five v 3, Spirit, just sit back in it. And MOUZ stew.
Toshi with the spot down and lower, but I mean, you're just terrified of every fight. You know the next peak could just end this semi-final. Spinks. Oh my God, even he takes one of the dome. Zontix on that Tech 9 has done nearly 300 damage in this round. Shiro and Chopper might be wounded, and they are going into the stack. Oh, but with that kill connecting on a Torshi, it's just Spinks. He's so wounded, so hurt. Tries to give it all he can, but Donk Spam ends it, and Jimmy needs another sick round. 1 versus 3, bomb planted as Jimmy slinks in. It's been a quiet series from Yimpat, one that he struggled with back in Cologne, and those same struggles rearing their head here as Spirit level up. Can Jimmy stop them? No! Donk meets him head on, and Donk has a date with destiny. The grand finals for Spirit. That's now back-to-back from Cologne, lifting the trophy there, and now into the finals at Bounty. Spirit want to meet Vitality.
Yeah, and these two events are anything to say. It's that the depth of talent on Spirit just continues to be showcased. Chopper with an incredible Cologne final. He brings it into this semi as well. Zwei with an unbelievable map for Spirit here on Mirage after a reliable output on Ancient. He's getting more comfortable in this team as well. And even if it is a final goodbye for Zontix, he looks to go out with a bang here in Bounty. Vitality Mongols fight for that final to meet Spirit in that matchup. And right now, Spirit looking good for it. Unbelievable game from them across this series. Yeah. It's a typical overtime clash against MOUZ, but Mirage is no contest.
No, and I think that's the thing that really stands out here. MOUZ came into this talking about how this was a chance for revenge. The pressure slightly lower. Crowd not quite the same size as the one they were in front of in Cologne. They had the event in Hamburg playing in front of a crowd on the run-up to this one, but here it's even more dominant in Spirit's favor than the last time they matched up. Spirit wash over MOUZ and move in to the grand final.
Quite a showing there, quite a showing. I've got to ask you about your new teammate. Got to ask you about Zwei. What a map of Mirage coming through from him.
Great. He showed his mechanical skills, and that's it.
Simple as that sometimes. Look, domination in that map of Mirage. For you, though, going back to Ancient, it took you a little bit longer to get going. You started to come on, then very strong into overtime down the stretch. What goes into it when you're having a slower map at the beginning like that on Ancient?
I don't know. It's fine for us. Like, we win a lot of rounds at the city side, so it's fine for us. Like, we got 4 rounds, and Cologne we got 3, and we were like, okay, it's great. We got 1 more. Like, that's it.
Keep adding to that total. Now you've made it to another grand final here. You gonna lift that trophy? You gonna take it all the way?
We'll see.
We'll have to see, indeed.
Back-to-back grand finals for Team Spirit after making mincemeat of MOUZ. If we're being quite honest, I think maybe I was a bit blindsided after what was an incredibly competitive affair on Ancient. Moving into Mirage, obviously disappointment for MOUZ, but let's talk about Zwei for a moment. That must have been his best map since he's joined Spirit, right?
It's definitely his best series. Yeah, I feel like it had to have been his best map. In terms of, I like that Hugo was actually priming this a lot during map 1, that the eye test was really going crazy for Zwei there. I don't even think on Ancient he necessarily had the best score line, but the way he's able to impose himself and the way he's just getting into some of the fights, he's just taking it upon himself to look for entries, to look for gaps in the defense, and that was abundantly apparent, especially towards the tail end of what was happening on Mirage. He was lurking out of A ramp, getting 1, 2 kills even sometimes, and on the defense too. My goodness, he was on every single spot you could possibly play on A, and he was getting kills in all of them.
I was calling for Jimmy to play a bit better in that head-to-head matchup because they do do mirror each other on both sides, but it wasn't a head-to-head matchup that Zwei really cared about. I mean, I think MOUZ tried to avoid him a little bit, and Zwei was just all over the map. He had the retake on short with a 3K. He was over A. He was all over the place, just having impact throughout the map. And Jimmy couldn't win the head-to-head, but it wouldn't have mattered because Zwei was just far more impactful.
You had a specific example that you wanted to bring up for this, right? Round 5, Zwei having impact just from the get-go.
Yeah, this was MOUZ having a great round. They got brought back into it by an individual. They got brought back into it by Xerxen with the lurk through. He's already got a kill on this round, I believe. Gets the kill on the cross. Then he ends up in a 3v3, but Zwei up short, retaking B, not exactly the most famously easy thing to do, but just insta-kill on insta-kill into the 2v1, and he closed this one out perfectly too. This is just Zwei showing exactly why he's been picked up.
I mean, going for the immediate swing right there for MOUZ, I mean, it feels a little bit spacey, a little stringy, but it doesn't even feel like it's that bad because you just don't expect to get blindsided by a guy that just clotheslines you as soon as you swing right there. Like it's pinpoint accuracy. So, and more than anything, I got to just tip my hat to Zwei because the shots he was hitting there are just, you can't really game plan against that. You're looking for a good trade there.
I know we've talked a lot about the context of him replacing Magic, so maybe from the Magic side of the coin, but like, did you realistically expect, because we obviously saw Zwei back in the Austin Major playing for a different squad, of course. Did you expect him to have this much impact this immediately coming into Spirit?
No, I didn't. Especially after what we saw for the first couple outings at Cologne, where it felt like they could have done all of that with Magics, but now this is Zwei taking over. Some of the games where Donk isn't even having to perform at that supernova level, like Donk still ended this game with an insane rating, insane ADR, like something that any player would be proud of, but it's just that Donk can he couldn't progress to basically normal human standards a little bit because there are other people on the team that can also help carry the burden.
There is a reason, I think, for the first few games that teams were looking at Zwei. I think they looked at him as a target that they could try and hit. And I think teams that have tried that have been sorely mistaken. They've been absolutely destroyed because Zwei, he's been powering up. And Holly mentioned 3 months. You need 3 months with this player. If he's just going to continue getting better for 3 months, the peak could be insane.
Talk about 3 weeks is how long he's been on the side of Spirit, right? You had some suspicions that that exact instance was happening back in the Cologne Grand Final, right? You could see times where MOUZ were trying to punish Zwei, and they didn't even get away with it there. Didn't get away with it today either.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the T side for MOUZ, I think they were expecting Zwei to fall into old habits. When he was in Tier 2, he was relied upon for Namiga's success, so he got very aggressive. He would hold the bomb site, he would go for a little too more overheat, so to speak, where you go for a second or a third kill when you shouldn't be going for one. I think they were expecting to see that from him. They didn't see that in the grand final. They didn't see that here either.
Disappointment for the side of MOUZ then. I mean, after you have such a competitive affair on map number 1, to go quiet on your map pick, that's not the way they wanted to end things.
Man, I mean, what is with these T sides and starting with the pistol victory and then losing the second round? That really is, that's not going to help you, especially in the CT economy and meta that we're seemingly in right now. It feels like every map is now just becoming more and more CT-sided. If you're not winning the easier ones, then you are just shooting yourself in the foot. You're doing so much of the hard work, winning the 50-50 rounds, but then you got to make sure that you clean up everything there. So I know that MOUZ are going to look back at this one, and they're definitely frustrated with how a couple of these rounds, especially the second rounds, broke down.
Yeah, understandably so. Let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Torzi and off mic.
Torzi, commiserations. Tough loss on that one. Whoa, what is it about my face? No, tough loss there. Coming through. What do you think happened on that Mirage?
Yeah, it's a tough loss. On Mirage, I think we played really bad. On T side, we didn't connect the dots, to be honest, and we just didn't show up, and it showed. And on CT side, I think they had some good runs. They were faking in the late runs, and we were not ready for it. And yeah, I think they did good, but on our T side, we just need to step up because it's not looking good at the moment.
Not looking good. A trend now across a couple maps. How do you think you're going to attack the next event? How do you have the conversation after this?
Yeah, we have a few days until we travel to the next event, so we need to talk about the game, what happened, and we need to rest a little bit, make up our minds, and yeah, talk about T sides a little bit. It's an ongoing topic for us, and we know we don't have to improve, so it's going to take some time, but we are trying our best. So yeah.
Looking at the event overall for you guys, for your team, do you think there's been strong signs of progress for MOUZ overall this season?
Yeah, I think there were. I think the Australis game was pretty good. It showed that we can dominate teams. Assist was like top 6, top 7 on the leaderboard, so it's good that we can beat them like 13-4, 13-8. I think it gave us some confidence, and we had some good T-sides versus them, so that was nice, but we should play also better versus the better teams, so yeah, it's hard to find the positives at the moment, but there are a couple, yeah.
Well, thank you. Commiserations again.
Thank you so much.
How do you take that, Vu? Are there any positives to take away from this loss?
I honestly think they have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Ancient, I think they had something working for them, but Spirit knew that too. Spirit tried to play around it. On Mirage, I don't take anything positive away from that, really, because you go into that T side, they looked lost. They didn't have a clear plan. When they tried to slow things down, it didn't work at all. And MOUZ is a team that I think they've come into so many series, and what's carried them at times is their game plans. They come into so many games with great ideas on how to exploit different teams. In this one, they were lost. They had no idea what they needed to do. And then you go into the CT side, and they have a round where they're executing on A, the chopper fake, and then they walk out B to an empty B site. Given the grand final they just played, they got attacked on B round after round after round. That's where they lost the game. You'd expect them to stay on the B site, to be more ready for that type of play. They weren't ready for it at all. They got to go back to the drawing board.
That's why it's so important to have a tenured, experienced in-game leader, and it does feel like this is now what the crack that's really just, it's getting bigger for MOUZ. You had, I mean, Shuhei to Brolin. Brolin's just taken it up for really the first time in his career.
Yeah.
And at the beginning, the honeymoon was great, and they still are an elite team. They're still one of the top 4 teams. But at times, I feel like that's almost just because of the individuals. I don't feel like Brolin's getting the most out of their T-sides at all anymore. The percentage drop-off in terms of at the beginning, their T-sides were above 50%. Middle of the season, they were 50%. Now they are just abysmally low. Like their T-side has had a precipitous fall-off ever since he became the in-game leader, from a great high, thanks to the individuals, to now the low that we're seeing where they're practically getting nothing done on that.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, right? I think that's why maybe we were a bit, concerned's probably not the right word, but a little bit wary about when Brolin did go into this role. It's like, okay, you could have that honeymoon period if all the individuals are showing up. Like, this is a world-class team, and they obviously still are. Cyclone, world-class coach as well. But when you have those moments where you're pushed, it's like, how does an in-game leader with only, 6 months experience now? How's he meant to answer back in the moment?
And that's one thing I don't want is for people to conflate the fact that the new CT meta is what's getting down Brolin. Like, this was happening in the last month, 2 months of last season too. Like, the T-sides were also getting very stagnant and stale over there. And Vu's brought up such a great point that it's just that, yeah, he brings up the game plan that the MOUZ start with. The experienced in-game leaders realize round 5, round 6, okay, wait a second. The game plan's not working. They're playing differently, and Brolin has yet to show that he can adapt.
Yeah, I think that's the difference between a good caller and a good in-game leader. I think Brolin can make great calls. In the mid-round, he can set his team up. He can close out a round. He can do a very good job of that. But when you look at him in-game leading, when he has to make the adjustments himself, when he has to say, the game plan's not working, we got to go off script, we got to go this other direction, we need to change of pace. We don't see that. We see them try to hammer home so often a game plan that's not working until the end of a half where they end 10-2.
Just to wrap up the MOUZ conversation, how much does this concern you moving forward? As Torzi said, we already need a little bit of time to rest. Won't be that much because they've got to play a VP and EWC in literally 4 days' time.
I'm getting really scared for MOUZ just because they're now a firm third. They were fighting for second with Spirit. It's been 3 times in a row. Spirit are clearly the second best team in the world right now behind Vitality. If they're able to beat him on this, well, then we are now up for guessing who's the best in the world. So MOUZ right now, they need to find a way to reinvent themselves, but I've had a hard time seeing teams lately just completely reinvent the strats or just gain a wealth of experience in a very short amount of time. Like Brolin needs a boot camp from Kerrigan today about how to change a game plan in the middle of a half.
Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty concerned, but we have talked about the gap between the top 4 or top 5 and the rest of the scene. They're not falling out of that gap. They're comfortably within the top 4, and it's not going to change. But as you said, they were fighting for second. They were fighting to be that next contender. And now I don't see it. I don't see it. They're a firm third.
I'm just having a look down at our NovaShots.io game, and MOUZ stocks, understandably, seem to have dropped quite drastically. I'm not going to lie. I did sell ours, or I'm not going to say ours, Dupree and Pimps. They bought them last week. You guys weren't buying
the other guys.
Sorry, guys. I did sell them. But that does mean we have quite a lot to work with.
Okay.
So we've obviously got Spirit cemented in the grand final, Vitality, Mongols up next. It's your time to shine, Maui. Who are we buying?
And Vitality's more expensive than Spirit. We're going on Spirit, surely, right? After that one, that was such an impressive display. If Zway's going to play like that, Spirit could really take down Vitality or Mongols if they get
Spirit's a good buy. Spirit's a good buy. They're much cheaper than Vitality, right?
I think it's 15 to 11.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're currently better than Vitality, but at a cheaper price, that's a good buy.
Do we max all out? So we've earned like 900. We start with 1,000.
Oh, wow.
We've done all right. Do you want to just go all in?
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, I can't feasibly put it on Vitality when they're so much more expensive.
Yeah.
No, yeah. All right, we did it. We locked it in.
We've done it. Okay, Spirit, that is cemented, and they do cement themselves in the grand final, no less as well. But as we alluded to, we have one more semi-final coming your way. I'm sure you can see them setting up behind us, but this will determine who faces Spirit in tomorrow's best of 5 grand final. It's Vitality versus the Mongols coming up after this.
We're here in Malta, me, Maui, Scrawny, and our goal today is to have the best day ever. Just north of Africa, just west of Italy. Man, what a place it is. My love as of late is golfing, so we're starting here at the Royal Malta Golf Club. So how we decide who goes first, we're gonna play the hesitation game. 3, 2, 1, vegetables, celery.
Carrots.
Potatoes. Parsley.
Damn it. I was going to say celery.
Set one high and right.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice, though.
Right on, tally-ho.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't see where your ball went. It's somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure, like in these trees, I think.
Oh, you just walked by it. Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go. Nice.
Mickelson for birdie. Nice.
Oh.
Oh!
Damn, that was good.
What I tell you guys, this is the perfect start to the best day ever.
We're here at Rampila Restaurant in downtown Valletta. We want to get into the best day ever in Malta, and you got to have one of the best meals ever. We got a very traditional Maltese dish here in rabbit. They really exploded in popularity when the Romans came over, because Romans, they actually think if women eat rabbit, they'll become more beautiful.
Cool, let's eat.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get 1 ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2. Hey, we're in Malta, am I right?
I've never seen that happen in my life. I think you'll be grabbing one now.
The Maltese eat more rabbit per person than any other European nation.
It's actually like a more flavorful chicken thigh.
Yep. Yeah, wow. Delicious. Another hit.
I think I'll go for 2.
So it's been a wonderful day, but I thought we would end the day, gentlemen, with a little bit more violence, a little accuracy, you know, things that really embody Counter-Strike, a little bit of archery. We've got plenty of targets.
Well, then I'm going for the GOAT, obviously.
A delicacy.
Goodbye, simple.
Archers ready. Oh!
Oh, you're shooting lasers.
Now, what if I get the otter on top?
Make it happen.
Oh!
Damn.
Whoa, headshot.
Bullseye.
On the goat.
Goat for dinner. Unfortunately, all great things have to come to an end. I had a blast from start to finish.
Who knew going outside could be so much fun?
Yeah, this was a perfect day.
Now, with Vitality in particular, they've got a lot of strong individuals. You've played them a lot of times. What do you think the key is to beating them?
I don't know. I don't know what is K. If I know the K, we already won, you know.
How do you keep changing things, to keep showing them new looks, to keep having the edge in these matchups?
Well, of course, it's never easy. We try sometimes to change our map pick. We try to play a bit different ways, etc. But at the end, you play the same team. We know each other, so it's really tough to change the small things. But yeah, we're trying our best in that regard. I'm not gonna give too many details, but we're trying to do stuff as much as we can and trying to work on different things. But it's never easy to always change.
The major champions are back in the building, but maybe not quite back in the same form. Liquid proved a huge test in the quarterfinals, and one that relied on both ZywOo and Rops to be shown up big, to be pulling it over the line. But a win is a win nonetheless, and sadly, that's something the Mongols have never netted against Vitality throughout 2025. Either way though, Maui, that major run from the Mongols, so damn impressive. Even if they did fall to Vitality in the grand finals, they made history for their region and they put themselves firmly on the CS map.
The Mongols seem to just make history with every 6 months, whether that's getting to the playoffs of Shanghai, whether that's getting to the grand finals there in Austin. And I hope that they keep it up because they've had a really difficult time with this opponent in particular. We've seen the troubles, but we also know that they can bite back. We know that they can actually put up a fight. The map victory that they got in Austin over them just was a blitz. And I don't say that as a pun for the in-game leader's name. I mean, it felt like they actually blitzed them. The way that they were able to hold on to the bomb sites, the star power from the individual, it was all clicking, but we need to see that over a series if Mongols want a chance.
Going into the grand final of the major, I think people were expecting Mongols to finally get the we're here moment, to finally fall off and have those problems in playoffs that they've had all year, but they show up to the grand final and they blitz them off the server, as you said. That's an incredible Mirage showing. They just absolutely demolished Vitality. Vitality looked shaken. They went back. They came into map 2, map 3, and then you saw the Vitality that you're used to seeing. And that's the problem with Mongols. They can pick it up for a map or two. They can pick it up for a little bit, but they haven't been able to bring all three together.
And that's the thing. It's not just the one time that they faced Vitality throughout 2025. It's been a bunch of times. And sure, they did get a map in that major grand final, but it hasn't always been the case, even in series over this year.
No, it's 12-3 right now in terms of the map record between these two rosters, and that is and we're really, when you're Mongols and you look at that, it almost kind of feels ridiculous because the 3 maps that they won, one was that Mirage in Austin, the other 2 times was Nuke, and that just always still strikes me as a little bit odd and curious that Nuke's the one time that Mongols get the better of them. Doesn't even seem like they really want to go to that map necessarily. That's generally a Vitality home map. So I mean, CEST as confused as a lot of us are. Like, how did the Mongols elevate themselves to push it over the line against a Vitality team that seems so hard to topple?
Yeah.
I mean, the concern I have to bring up is that they beat them 2 of their 3 maps they won on Nuke, and their last series, they banned Nuke in the second round. They decided to go for Overpass instead.
They don't even want to play it.
Yeah,
they don't even want to play it.
The one map they can win, they said, oh, those were, I don't know how we got those.
They're saying to themselves it's a fluke. I hate that. I hate it.
In terms of the teams that, the Mongols have been facing throughout 2025, like, okay, it's nothing unique to be losing to Vitality. Pretty much everybody else is doing it, right? But when you look at the other teams that are just below Vitality, what's the story for Mongols been there in terms of that record?
Also bad, unfortunately. Man, yeah, that's why when Vu and I talk about the Elite Four that are in Counter-Strike right now, and we just labeled MOUZ as at 3rd. Mongols is 4th. It's a respectable position for a fully national team from an underserved region, but one where you want to see more because when the pieces are really firing, like, we see the potential. We see those singular maps where they're able to really stick the fight to Vitality, but at the same time, like, getting all of them to click is a question that Mara and really Blitz, anyone, they have not been able to answer.
And when it comes down to it, you have these games from Mongols. I think tactically, they have things to work with. They oftentimes find great timings against Vitality. It's not that they're lost in terms of tactics. They just can't get all 5 together on the server, hit the shots that they know they're capable of hitting, hit the ceiling they know they're capable of hitting, where they can actually beat a team like this. But whenever they play against these top 3 teams, they play Vitality, Spirit, or MOUZ, they seem to kind of I feel like they get into their own heads.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. When we're looking at individuals on the side of MongolZ, I think there was kind of one man that we were really looking at coming into the major playoffs, saying, hey, if this guy can perform on stage, then this is going to be a massive deal breaker for the Mongols. Who is that?
CEST is on paper supposed to be their best player, and I think most games he absolutely is their best player. There's been chatter about his performance in playoffs, which have been not the greatest overall, but he showed great showings at Austin. At the major, he did so well, and we want to see him keep that up, because he is a player that, if he does activate, I think he can kind of drag the rest of his team along with him, sort of how we saw in the last series, where if you can buy some time, the rest of your team can activate. So often it's Blitz that ends up doing that instead of CEST. I want to see CEST do it.
CEST lightly and briefly dispelled the whole playoff choker narrative for himself in Austin, but then it more or less reared its ugly head again in Cologne. So it's difficult for him, and they still have an incredibly young team. I think it's still the youngest age of any team that's in the top 10, unless someone really slotted in and just kind of snuck by me. But Senzu, the reason it feels like he's so wavering between owning the bad teams but getting defeated by the better ones on big stages is that he does go for a few more ego peaks than I would say maybe a star player always should.
Okay.
He has incredible laser sharp aim. It's wicked. When you see Senzu just pull off 3 bursts successively on the best players in the world, you just are like, your mind is blown. But it also usually involved him putting him into a pretty tough position where it was either hit all of those or he's gonna die.
Let's talk about what was probably my favorite quarterfinal so far here at the Bounty. That was Vitality taking on Liquid. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think that was gonna be the most exciting matchup we would get out of all 4 of them. But Liquid, they made it so damn close.
No, I thought Liquid was going to give them a great game. I thought Liquid would win.
Said no one.
I mean, the reality is this is a Vitality that they're making an argument for best Counter-Strike team of all time, and that's a Liquid team that is, as we talked about many times, they might be falling into VRS hell at some point. So for Liquid to bring them that far, incredible from Liquid, but concerning from Vitality that they needed. I mean, on Nuke, they would have lost if not for ZywOo pulling off an incredible play. They could have easily gone to map 3. Both maps, they probably should have lost at times. That's not Vitality at their S-tier game.
No, it doesn't feel like Vitality is quite as airtight as they were during their 30-match win streak.
Yeah.
I feel like they were so impenetrable across all fronts. Now I'm seeing slight dips in form. I feel like some of the guys are trying to regain what they had pre-player break, and so in some ways maybe they're playing themselves back into form. People like Flames, people like Apex, I mean, they were clear front runners for even making it into my top 20 for the end of the year, but now they've slowed down just a tad, and then at times Vitality's felt a little bit more mortal because of that.
And it was really reliant on Robs and ZywOo just warming up into the tail end of that series. Sure, Liquid did make some mistakes, but those were the 2 guys that really had to pounce on those mistakes when they were made.
That's what makes a great team. You need players like that can bring you out in those incredibly tough moments. They can push you over the line, but you don't want them to have to do that against a team like Liquid. And no disrespect to Liquid, it's just not a team they should need. This is a team they should need Robs and ZywOo for. Spirit, MOUZ, those are teams they should need Robs and ZywOo to pull them over the line for. Not a team like Liquid, and I need to see the rest of the team come together and find the form they were in pre-player break.
ZywOo had the highlight towards the lower B bomb site. Robs had the highlight on Train when he was peeking into Z in that late round. I mean, it was 2 completely different styles of just willing Vitality into a round that they should not be winning. I feel like ZywOo was doing it all with the mechanics, but Robs, I mean, his timing, his macro understanding, the way he gives outs for his team. Like, basically, the way I would perceive Robs is that if you're Apex and you're holding a flush draw in poker and you just need that final club, Robs is that club. He comes on the river and he just strikes fear into opponents, and then he just plays it. He just plays his hand. He doesn't need to do any tricks, doesn't need to bluff. I mean, Robs is right there, and he's been just magical in turning around the Vitality franchise this year.
And that was a reason why you said, you know, he's really high up in terms of your top 5 players in 2025. Is he that high up for you as well, Vu?
Is he in my top 5? Yes. Is he in my top 3? Maybe. No. I've got Shiro above him right now.
Yeah.
That's fair. I think that's incredibly fair. Given what Shiro's done so far at Cologne and at the Bounty, it was pretty neck and neck. I would give it to Robs just because of the narrative part where it's just he created an era. Like he changed. He's a franchise player along with you have 2 franchise players. That shouldn't be allowed.
Well, either way, it is time to find out what maps we will be playing in Vitality versus the Mongols. As we all kind of hate the major grand final, still best of 3, so I'm wondering whether it goes straight towards the same maps that we saw go down in Austin.
I think we have to expect some very similar map picks. Mongols are not going to go away from Mirage. Obviously, they won that in the major final. You're going to see that come through. Vitality, you could see them go a couple different directions. Inferno's the most obvious choice. Dust 2 is what maybe a veto simulator would tell you, but I think they'll probably go with Inferno. The question I have is map 3.
Yeah. Map 3, I'm curious. I mean, Mongols is kind of curious for me. I don't want them to second phase ban Nuke because it is where they've gotten some victories this season or this year on it. And so they go for the overpass ban. I'm glad that they moved that one away. And now it is Vitality's decision, and Vitality, they ban Nuke. Yeah, they show a little bit of fear on that map themselves. So I like the respect that Vitality showed for Mongols' Nuke. I'm almost sad that it goes to Dust 2 because I feel like this veto is Vitality favored because of that.
Yeah.
Vitality favored. You can't say. I mean, they're the best team, and they're undefeated in the last 3 months on Dust 2. They're incredible on the map. You can't say that going to map 3 as Mongols, oh yeah, we'd love to play them on Dust 2. That's going to be fun.
Well, either way, we've already had the Cologne Grand Final rematch, so it is time to run things back to the Austin major rivalry.
This matchup, this is a treat.
What did Senzu just shoot at? Nothing.
Oh, collateral. Never mind. Mongols simply cut from a different cloth. The Mongols ripped their hearts out with a disgusting Mirage comeback.
Low health ZywOo is the one left in this clutch. Threads the needle on Shui.
Time for the wager. And the question is, ZywOo, you're sitting on about 25,000 in the bank. They've got a cool 30 grand. How much of that 25,000 are you willing to wager?
Actually, before I have a talk with the manager of the money of in the Vitality, Flamzy, and he says it doesn't worth it to put any wager, so no wager today.
That's tough. Accountant said no, huh?
Yeah, no.
They're not willing to stake anything against you guys. Why do you think that is?
Also, for us, there's no wager too.
No wager today.
They do say history has a way of repeating itself. It's just repeating itself in these challenges, man. Oh, maybe in the grand final tomorrow. Maybe. Probably not.
We'll see. I want Donk and ZywOo to face each other and for them to talk that one out. I want them to see if they want to wager individually there.
We had, I think, 1 or 2 chances at good wagers, and they were turned down in this event, and now everyone seems to have given up.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. But let's move back to the game at hand, because this is going to be a really exciting one. Mirage, it was obviously where Mongols submitted the hurt to Vitality in that major grand final. What's the realistic chance of them doing the exact same thing again?
I would say it's probably around 35%. I mean, even though we are building up the major grand finals, there was a second encounter where they played at Cologne. Vitality righted a lot of their wrongs from what happened there in Austin, and ZywOo was unbelievable in that game. Like, every single piece of utility that the Mongols tried to throw to dissuade him from getting a shot off, from getting an easy kill, ZywOo made what was actually incredibly difficult in navigating the Mongols' utility look so simple.
Despite the loss, I'd give them about 35%, but maybe a little bit higher, because I think regardless of losing, I think they had some things that were working for them. They were finding a lot of timings. You would see Vitality retaking middle, and at the same time, Mongols finds the timing to execute a site when they're not ready for it. So I think if they can refine that utility a little bit, counters ZywOo, not give them free picks all over the place, they have a good chance.
Well, it's time to get our second semi-final started to see who will meet Spirit in tomorrow's grand final. It's Vitality versus the Mongols.
You're dead on, Freya. Spirit awaits their next challenger, and Vitality await a challenge in this head-to-head. The map win so skewed when it comes to Mongols underneath Vitality's domination, Mo. It's tough to see a way for the Mongols into this one.
We could wager if you want.
What do you got?
We could just pick a team right now.
Okay.
If you'd like to.
I'll pick Vitality.
All right. I'll pick Mongols then, because I do think there is a chance.
Tell me why.
I mean, the veto, the problem with the veto, obviously, is that they didn't get that nuke pick in. They didn't try anything that would have been a bit more interesting. But it's not as if they're not capable on the maps at hand. And with Mirage, you saw they had the confidence, which was only the main difference when they played them at the major, where Vitality were probably a little bit nervous about just closing out the streak and the major final all at the same time. But still, it gave Mongols a window into the fact that they could go toe-to-toe with Vitality, that they could win. And they didn't just closely win, they actually crushed Vitality. So that says something about the state of the individuals, the aim. And Mongols are a very nice balance of tactical, but incredibly confidence-based. Maui put it that Senzu, sometimes he'll get 3 bursts in a row, and if he doesn't get one of those bursts, he instantly dies. He goes all or nothing.
Right.
And that's something I really love. That's also something, the kind of confidence it's going to take to beat the #1 team.
No doubt.
I do think they have it.
Is it going to be a fast one out the gate here with the ramp control instantly? Mongols ready to set it all up. They should also have a newfound confidence on this map, specifically with that masterclass of a comeback over Aurora, where Blitz said they started to get a little too loud, so I had to shut it down. And his play individually was so confident as well. Bit of a hiccup here for Senzu.
Oh,
Gets killed easily by MOUZ after eating the frag grenade. Flamesy's on the scene, top stairs players popping head, and that, well, that was their best chance at starting the T side strong, and it gets obliterated in a mere 5-second attempt out that ramp.
It was very quick, very decisive, and to come from Flamesy and MOUZ, who in the games where Vitality don't do well, it's usually them who are just having an off day, and it looks strange. You're like, oh man, it's the floor kind of a little bit lower than you really anticipate, but Flamesy and MOUZ, I think they got the full house straight up on this hold. Great start to a CT side. So, yeah, now instantly Mongols have their work cut out for them.
They won't be doing much work in this one. Desert Eagle for Blitz. You know, we saw Blitz come out versus Aurora with a knife kill inside of Sandwich. We saw Blitz try to throw a triple op setup at Aurora in that game. We saw Blitz instantly entry frag ramp versus 2 Aurora players on A site in a matter of seconds. I'm willing to bet he's going to try to bring that to the table tonight. It's going to get absolutely shredded top middle, as you'd anticipate. Wide swing, no kills, all's good Vitality. But as this game goes on, if there is a world where he can affect the outcome, I think you can start to bank on Blitz playing that slightly more aggressive.
He's their best player right now. And like, when you look at overall consistency across this team into playoffs and everything, you don't call Blitz a playoff choker. You don't call Blitz a bottom performer ever. He is just their best player as well as their IGL. Senzu just seems to have the most potential. So tapping into that, you get it sometimes you don't. 910's right behind him. But you don't really see Blitz collapse ever.
No, absolutely not. It would be enough of a force to keep them standing. They've gotten further this time than they did in the pistol. And Flamesy eats a flashbang in the middle of the execute. There's a bit of scaling going on. They hit a hiccup, slide down into Sandwich. Seems to have gone unnoticed. Apex looking for a sliver to shoot at. Default plant will be safe. Mzino in the middle of the site, and now ZywOo's playing around smokes as well. So there's CTs here in the shadows. Apex reveals himself, and he's not able to hold back to the player top Tetris. ZywOo still middle of the site, swapping sides here for Ticket, but that opens the door up for Rops, and the 35 health of 910 now has to be enough to clutch. Bomb is planted, opposite side triple. Do they find a way to get their hands on it where he's got to swing wide? Misses the chance at jumping on the player behind that box. Climb up onto default here from ZywOo, and a 3-0 start Vitality.
There was a small chance there. I don't know if there was a second wraparound through CT, and that's why Techno wasn't ready for it. But this is a very weird position. I think when Apex dropped off in a Sandwich unspotted, he called for some assistance to push in through missiles and just get really aggressive with him. ZywOo came in and got out after getting this kill. Very, very clean stuff. He was swift and definitely a nightmare again for them the last time that they played. So, I mean,
and maybe the replay, there was a second player that came Ticket late. Techno got the first on the jump up, so.
Right, so that's a nice rotation, and yeah.
Ooh, but hold your horses. Blitz solo AK trying to go hero mode round 4. Maybe that catches Apex off. He tries to climb through window, loses his head instantly, and 4v5 for Vitality to keep this flawless defense going.
And I thought that Liquid game was like a sign of weakness out of Vitality, but it also may have been just a wake-up call.
Well put. Yeah, Liquid finally starting to punch upwards here in Malta. Cut short of the upset. Ooh, Blitz then also gets timing. AK is going to change hands. 910 holds onto it, plus the U-tilt, trying to get them in. Flamesy waiting for that moment to strike, but a deagle hits him in the head, and Techno's Tech 9 over the stairs. 4v2 is what they had. 2v2 is what they've got left.
Delicious couple of kills there for MOUZ. And now they've got back control. Doubled up in CT. They have a lot of angles covered.
Another ding. Oh, and a kill. But with Flames in front of the Palace, there's no world where Senzu can swing until it burns out. Nade with his name on it.
Timing.com for Rops. It was just a matter of timing. Exactly when Senzu wanted to fight. And that nade is really shallow. If he's not peaked yet, he doesn't die.
But it's just perfectly timed after the fire extinguishes itself. Good on Blitz to find this rapid frag. Yeah, I feel like Apex didn't see that one coming. And not only do you get a round where it's like Blitz opens with the AK, but then a Deagle connects. Tech 9 headshots are coming through. There was definitely something to stand on there for Mongols. Comes down to the half-health 1v1. So that'll chip away at some cash for Vitality. And we've been talking a lot about the strength of CT sides and the cash flows as of late. So that's a good round for the Mongols to keep Vitality on their toes. It's not going to keep ZywOo off his op.
I like the way ZywOo's been moving, for sure. This is just a bait. I was not even going to come forward to get aggressive. They just want the B players off to get them to lose vision. Bomb looks like it's going to head back to the A site.
Well, this attack was spread out. Now Flamesy's feeling like it's his turn to make a move.
Nice.
And he puts his head right in that crosshair. Mzinho opening frag. And no shuffle from Vitality off of the staircase yet, so there won't be anybody hard dedicated to this site. Mezzi now sprinting over as Apex does slide into triple double smoke out mid. There is 2 mid players here for the Mongols, but it's majority in Palace with 3. Met by smoke. That'll slow them down at 35 seconds, you'd assume.
Palace walk is fine for the CTs. They got Mezzi here, but...
One emergence. Easy pickups for ZywOo and Mezzi. And then as the connector players arrive, Mezzi's going to go wide swinging. Off to a good start, 6 and 3.
Yeah, trades aren't fantastic. There's a chance.
Op moving into position. Op battle here on A site. 9-10 ready for ZywOo's arrival. So Robs with no deaths so far on Mirage.
Wow, not often you see ZywOo walk into a death like that. I don't think he expected they planted for CT when they had right side of the site, more control over it. No one in CT spawn.
Robs' frag could soften somebody up, but you are against what is supposed to be the stars of the Mongols.
No one half HP until now.
That'll hit hard. Molotov would flush him out of the backside as well, but time is too far gone for this one. And so 9-10 just looking to escape with his life. We've got the Mongols on the board, 5 rounds into play.
Yeah, and Robs not in a position to go get that off, obviously. He'll keep the score clean. It's a nice round here for the Mongols. Couple of moments where they could have picked up even more T rounds, to be honest, but this one's one of the more surprising ones. The CT rotate from Mezzi was perfect. Timing was great. It covered Palace where Mongols wanted to walk out of. It punished the exact setup that came through. So of all the rounds that we've seen get close or converted, it's a surprise it's that one. But that's the thing. They always keep hope alive.
Sure.
Definitely.
They also did have that 5v4 advantage. Got taken back, but felt like the momentum kept moving forward. And you can see the limitations now. This is that 1v1 that Rops won, pushes Apex to an MP9. Flamesy, just the flash at the moment.
They think it's going to be a B split. Like, Vitality are really prepared for it. Look, they got the op and 2 riflers here off of Cat, ladder room, doubled up. A full A play, if this happens now, it's their best chance to get a plant. Vitality are definitely sort of banking on this. They're not ready to move just yet.
Mongols don't show their hand.
Oh, it's really just getting better and better. It puts Vitality in a position where they might think about saving if they don't get the early kills on the exec. Let's see if those right side smokes come up. Everything, in fact.
Easy entrance for the Mongols, not a challenge in sight.
Now, it's a full exec, so they use a lot of utility here.
Yep, we've got this close smoke on ticket. Apex, though, stomps the rotation inwards.
He stopped the bomb.
Mzinho's on high alert, but you're right. Bomb gets scooped up a second time. They know he's coming at this. 9-10 with a good shot over top of it. Smoke fades. Trades go back to the Mongols' favor. Famas to make a bit of a difference as we go back to a 9-10 Senzu 2v2.
Now, they have to find out.
No bomb down.
Yeah, because they kept stopping it. They got to find out the second player. Senzu's going to risk it. Bomb's planted default, however, and he dies. This is awkward now for 9-10.
The boost is what really opens that one. 9-10's gonna have to find both these shots, and with a smoke up already, they could have crossed to triple. He doesn't know the precise positions, but they've now added another smoke. Safely crossing, step by step, sees a sliver, hits his shot, and then off of the bomb is Flamesy. He comes out wide versus a Glock, doesn't get the kill! You're kidding!
What's happened?
9-10 sidearm has no business winning, and yet he still pulls that off.
Did Flamesy pick up a gun with no ammo, or did he use it and not reload?
I'm not sure.
It's early, because he just stopped shooting. No chance. You should normally be able to win with a Glock, but actually, look how important this round is.
It's immense. It was all the money Vitality had.
It could have been a save, but it's actually a full commitment.
7 bullets.
Ooh. That's very awkward. Very awkward. There's guns there. He knows that like the push is coming, but he might be faking it.
Ooh, that is the door blown off the hinges for the Mongols.
It just instantly, Vitality broke. T-side opened up here for Mongols. Gotta give it to Vitality. Can't believe they brought that close considering the weapons they had coming into the round, but they really needed to win that, it looks like. There's always room to fumble around like this when Vitality are on the other side, however.
Taking over ladder at the moment. Mezzi's 5-7, ready to go, while Smoke top con. Bogdan's Law. See if 910's got the AK entry. Senzu gets flashed into Catwalk.
Flash.
Beautiful setup here from Blitz with both the flash assist into the op frag. There's Rops, though.
Nice shot.
And Rops is having a phenomenal event.
By the way, they're still coming A.
P250 to Palace, hits the dink. 7 health for Mzinho. But Rops would need to ace.
Every other team would run from him and just go plant on B, right?
Instead, they put fire in front of him, bullets through the wood. Nade, well, what goes around comes around, and Rops falls victim to the frag grenade this time. Vitality not able to stop Mongols.
That's the door wide open now. They convert the anti-eco pretty effectively. They keep a little extra money for 2 seat-side chances. They won their close rounds already. It's hard to break the CT money right now, and they've done it. Puts Vitality into an interesting spot. Extaz getting involved.
Here's that blitz sequence.
Flash is just extraordinary. Mezzi woke up blind the next day after that flash.
Sounds like a night at the pub in Birmingham.
Birmingham.
But you said they broke the economy. Mongols reaped the reward of doing so, and now Vitality back in with guns. But again, low nades. Things are feeling a little wobbly as that score gets ever closer to the tied 4-4. Op the op. Daiwu's got it this time.
By a frame.
By a fraction of a second, really, too.
That's what Daiwu's great at, being there just in time.
So the Mongols have to figure out how to get back into this one with nades sailing down in middle. Still going to be a bit fearful of that op re-aggression. But it's a total reposition from Zaiwu, hard dedicated to the back of B and offering mid to the Mongols. So now that they've got it, let's see what they can do with it. Forward positioning on A. Flamesy trying to make a move into the ramp. Flash is fantastic, and it's very well timed again. Vitality just ahead of it as the Mongols crawl out through connector, out through jungle. They've done this approach quietly. You wouldn't have been surprised to see Rops caught off, but he reacts to the techno walkout. Good wallbang here from Blitz, trying to keep what should be an impossible 2v5 alive.
Whoa.
Senzu turns it up a notch.
Yeah, that's the 180, looking for another peek. Op shot's bad, Cap comes in, but it's not there. Mezzi barely escaping alive. I say barely, he didn't really hit him, but it was feeling like one of those Senzu moments. Nice try in the clutch. Close call. Great job by Rops. I thought he was going to sit, sort of get really stale in that position under Balk and not ever swing and then eventually die. They bounce back off the Extaz timeout and it goes right into another one. Well, actually, it's the Mongols. Another chance for him to speak.
You got Mara's on the phone. This timing.
Oh, just wow. I mean, the pre-aim is beautiful too.
You know, it's like
respect that guy so much.
Game recognizes game.
Yeah.
And it's such a lopsided head-to-head between these teams.
You can see him crushing into it as well.
Gotta respect it.
Ooh,
I might get you next.
A second too late. Yep.
It also hasn't been totally lopsided in the ZywOo 910 fight.
It looked like he had such a good attitude about it though. He's like, yeah, I can't wait to duel you again type of thing.
On the Apps approach, getting Mezzi's grenades burned. And Mezzi's not working alone. You've got a very strong duo up catwalk, 3-player lean towards B.
Yeah, this force, this lean, I should say, is what Vitality were trying to do and get away with versus Mongols. That round they went A.
Yeah, they've been waiting for this.
Yeah, but now ZywOo's going to leave.
They've been waiting for it before it ever came their way.
Oh, my
They
goodness.
pull back when it's finally actually happening. Timing's going to be awkward here. Mezzi needs to deliver. Will find one, but he's standing in the flames, burnt to a crisp. And a late scramble back through the market. Good shot from ZywOo. Technos up close. And this is going to delay things as bomb gets dropped. CTs know damn well that thing just got flung over towards bench. Smoke in front of the flash comes out. And a very ballsy move from Apex just delivers what is now a man advantage. Senzu picking up his. And as the smoke fades, ZywOo's angle shows nothing. Great cover comes out from apartment. And so ZywOo has to contemplate giving this a genuine try.
I don't know. Dude, like any amount of time burned off the clock and there's no chance he wins. Oh, they peek.
They come to him.
Whoa. Okay.
And Blitz is in T-spawn. Confident that ZywOo's not going to try this.
Yeah, that's actually wild. Senzu now. But, you know, by Blitz leaving this far, Senzu can no longer try this. You know, he can no longer peek.
Yep.
It's almost a psychological trick on your teammate. And actually put ZywOo in an interesting spot, but he's probably not going to leave from here. They really want that off down.
Man, Vitality really had the pieces to hold that back.
They did.
They just pulled them away in the most critical 10 seconds of this round.
Yeah. They, for whatever reason, they doubted themselves. It's hard to say why. We didn't see any lurkers coming out. They just took their time to exact.
I kind of know why. I can understand. How many times have they gone for that setup just for it to do nothing?
Yeah,
for
true.
the Mongols not to be there. So you think yet again, oh, maybe we don't have the right read out of the gate with this matchup today.
That's how he did that?
Okay.
My goodness.
Must be nice to be that good at Counter-Strike.
Back to A plays we go. There's a lot of set stuff happening.
Remember,
a lot less mid control here for Mongols.
Xtaz timeout, Vitality round win. Mara timeout, great reaction.
Yeah, true. He said, hey, we've been going A lot.
Have you guys ever heard of B? Executes through. ZywOo's missed op shot. Flash eaten fully here by Flamesy.
Be careful if he blocks him.
Oh, and ZywOo's got the cover. Perfect cover for both Flamesy and Apex to work with. And with the AK upgrade for Flamesy, that is more like it.
Absolutely fantastic spray. Flamesy from the pistol. That last A hold where he got flash into A ramp. This round right here has been a beast on the A site.
I feel like there have been a couple moments where the Mongols come out of Palace and kind of look like sitting ducks.
I mean, they're trying to come out.
You see how fucking easy it is? Let's go!
Can't you see how easy it is?
You know, I wish I had the skills of Senzu and the confidence of Dan Madison Player.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see how easy it is to be 4-9?
And Flamesy getting the
And he just
highlight.
never gets rocked, this guy.
He's right about the setup. Gets ZywOo in the right spot, at least.
Yep. Well managed. Big man Dan. Ooh, uncomfortable one, huh? But we've seen the solo AK Blitz play into the Tech-9 Deagles have legs to stand on. The one time Vitality's economy wavered was off of a close round with a buy like this. So let's see how close Mongols contest it. Oh, you get a full blind. Flamesy got to give up the angle, and it looks like Apex got popped by that too.
Oh,
what is that
transfer
snap?
through the wall?
Senzu with an adjustment from the heavens. As ZywOo, no act of God.
Oh, come on.
Mzinho steps out from the palace, and yet again, similar buy looks even better.
Dude.
They don't bank on Blitz. They rely on Senzu instead.
Senzu gets kills like no one else, man. That's that round. I think if they even had one more player, that one Deke doesn't get shot, they're definitely going to try this retake because they could go for an 8-4 half. They really want to. But you called it. Low buy win here for Mongols.
And it's going to put...
Senzu has a Glock?
Yes, he does.
What? Life comes at you fast, I guess. You just went from winning the lottery to broke in like 10 seconds.
That's the way to do it. Can't take it with you. All right.
How'd that happen?
I just gave it over.
Just the spray transfer through
Watch
the wall.
the spray transfer here. Senzu to the right side. Just insta snap over.
Oh, that's amazing. That's his special thing. That's his special thing is the wall banks and the smoke spams. Like, no one trusts their intuition like Senzu does. He always goes for them. He's a constant reminder that ammo is free.
9-10 made uncomfortable by the flashes. Ooh, they pop it open. And of course, ZywOo is going to control the A1S to the top of mid. Bomb down outside spawn, so the Mongols have a long road to recovery.
Yeah, back to full control here for Vitality. Nice start. Again, been a lot less mid control. These last 2 rounds are an exception, but maybe this is why they want to avoid it. ZywOo's going to look for this timing. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Interesting turn of events here to try to take it back. How long does Apex want to stay committed to this potential walkout? Mzinho took a look, but never stepped forward.
Bomb's going to get spotted here from Flamesy is on. And I mean, Senzu's walking back to this kind of suspiciously slowly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but now that Flamesy's
like he's
here,
holding this.
Yeah. No, Mzinho's got wind that it's a possibility.
Let's see about Senzu, how he approaches this.
Oh, these timings are weird. And
oh, he caught him. That is clever. My goodness.
They start stomping up into the B apartment, so Mezzi's locked in. Mezzi cannot move. You've got nowhere to go. And Techno looking to clear it, but kind of half-asses it. And so a 6 health Senzu and 100 HP on Mzinho with 25 to the clock. And this early indication that B was probably the lean is going to lead them into, at the very least, Mezzi. But Rops is still floating over towards Murder Hole as if there are other options.
They're worried about lurks, too.
Look at this distance between Vitality and Mezzi.
But how do you clear Empty Pillar and Plant at the same time? They have to hold it. Senzu's got to basically get this with the op. Oh, they got the kill. They can plant.
They open it with the Molotov. They force him back, and with CT so far removed, the Mongols have another unlikely opening late in this T side to tie us up at 6. A 6th health Senzu off, not gonna move. It's got the angle of the player towards market, confirmed here by the spam. If Rops doesn't pull this out of the hat, then the Mongols have broken through in another unlikely round, but Rops moving forward just missed what was being held by the op, and now he's back around them, but he gives his back to Senzu.
He didn't even look at Senzu.
This route from Rops, it forces his hand. He starts to move, and like ghosts, Mongols disappear, and like pirates, they rob these last 2 rounds.
Welcome to Masterclass. I'm here with Rops, and we're going to be going over ramp on Nuke. So I wanted to pick your brain on how you play this position, some of the starting spots, how you play this at such a high level. So thanks, Rops.
Oh, fantastic. Let's start. The first thing is like just the rotation part of the ramp is, well, you can give it up. You can go B, play the B bomb site, take a position here. Maybe they come after you, because sometimes the T's, they want to take ramp, but they have an idea after what they want to do. Maybe they want to execute on B, or it's just for pressure and they go back to A or make a wrap around heaven.
Okay, so what about some of the best starting positions in your opinion? What do you go for in terms of starters?
Well, I think, the classic thing is the utility. I like the CS2 smoke is very big, so I like to do a smoke which goes deeper. It covers perfectly the doorway here. And one of the classic positions is just the headshot angle behind the box. It's a strong position, but I think just the meta has shifted a bit where the T's really, on a high level, they really clear this angle. I prefer not to play this too much. Just maybe for information, like then yeah, we'll go for this and instantly drop down, and I can get a rotation to B. Maybe Zaiwu, for example, in my team will pick up the rotation here, and then like really off angles, which I like, would be like somewhere around here.
Oh wow.
Because this like. I have a green crosshair and the white kind of blends in.
Oh yeah,
So
sure.
I like to have it just on this door frame here. And it's not really an angle which people clear that often. They look at this box here and now they kind of swing for backup under heaven. So you kind of miss this angle here sometimes.
Say they have lower control already, you know that they're getting down secret. Yeah. What are the spots that you would like to play to just defend the B hit?
When I have time to rotate to B, so they might be in double doors or single door, I will try to always make it to this position here, which is really nice. This is like an angle where the guy actually has to jump up. Oh, yeah. So you won't see me as you go here, but you have to jump up. But yeah, if you go like this, it's gonna be an easy frag, guys. I'm gonna catch you jumping in the transition. The T's have a reaction like, just going crazy with the single door, like opening and then clearing the whole side like this. So this goes really fast and you can easily be caught by that. On B side, I think position also is, this is like an off angle here to hold the B hit because you're kind of secured by all angles, but then again, you can peek everything. And again, if they strafe on you, it's really fast. So you have to be ready for everything.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate it. And thanks, Robs, for joining Masterclass.
Thank you for having me.
Utility ramp. I will smoke.
Fuck it.
G2 maybe, I'm blind. I'm playing in the para smoke. Careful heroic. Careful heroic maybe. Heroic, people dead. Sandwich. Dead. Ramp, last two. 1 2 HP, last two ramp.
I'm coming, nice!
Okay. Fucking easy it is. Let's go.
Nick boys.
Yeah, that A-hole did feel easy, but it would wind up being the final round of the half that Vitality managed to win. The last two from the Mongols. Off the back of this incendiary, clearing empty pit, forcing Mezi out, and flushing him into a very prepared Mzinho, who then managed to just tear through it. Because earlier this round, we see that death from Techno inside apartments, and we think there's no way they get into B. Lo and behold, for a 6-round T-side on Mirage, the Mongols pull it out of the hat.
They fought really hard for that. I mean, some of the early rounds were even possible. I think it just shows that Mongols can compete even in a rematcher versus Vitality where they aren't actually able to actually win the series. They're crafty, they've got good individuals, they're shooting hard. They fought back against Zaiwu, who started off extremely strong here on Mirage, so now not have to be the T response.
Ooh, Zaiwu's P250 fails him. Not every day that goes down. Rob's the only kill so far for Vitality, but we've got the answer. Big jump off the ladder, but a good peek out from Senzu from Ticket. P250 now in the hands of Dan. Bomb on his back, but an instant gush is going to make this a dire position.
Now they're going to run him down, surely.
Oh, he's got a chance to leave. What's the move here, Apex? A smoke to potentially take it market, but he makes the window jump.
Yeah.
It's being held, of course, in Senzu because he had gotten that early gush. Cleans it up with ease.
That was perfect right there because CT is covered from his teammate. He has Cat for sure. There's no way for Apex to do anything except for re-aggress towards A, in which case Senzu is still there. So option coverage is 100% in that moment, and it's his gush that allows him to make sure he gets the kill as well. Close call here, but right now, this is pretty massive pistol to be able to win. They split him, and this is also a reminder that Vitality won that first pistol and still only got 6 on CT.
It was a 4-0 start for Vitality in this map. How quickly things can change. Deagle on Rops, Deagle on Mezi. Ooh, but Blitz gonna make some money, drop the bomb, really slow down any potential threats in this one. And that other Desert Eagle is right behind Zaiwu here for the mid-swing. Glock goes first, and Mezi's trade potential denied. It's the picked up weapon with Apex, who's got the bomb as well, trying to figure out where the hell this CT got off to. He will hunt down Blitz at the very least.
You see how easy it is?
A little bit of revenge, but not enough to get any injection of cash. That bomb plant never goes down.
I like that Xtaz comes in for the timeout. I feel like here's where you need an energy injection. Like, all right, time to really take this half seriously. It could feel a little overwhelming. Okay, Mongols are fighting a little harder than we expected. How do we get on track? His last time out was solid. Oh, he didn't call one? I thought he signaled for one. Maybe he was just doing a gang sign.
You know Mara. Man of the people.
But yeah, this is one round where I would have liked to see one. Let's see what Vitality come up with. And I was talking about X-Taz for the record. I thought Vitality would call one.
Such good flashes. If it wasn't the cat flash, it would have been Blitz doing it himself. And he's just gonna do it all himself. A second kill to top middle.
And he gets away.
4v3 for the Mongols at an 8-6 lead versus the first guns of Vitality's attack. I mean, this is a golden opportunity.
Senzu down is a nice find. Late round pack coming through here from Vitality. Flamesy sort of leading into this. There are timings available. Blitz goes down to this kill.
Back's turned.
Wow, what a
Great
flick around.
Spin. But it falls on Mezzi's 46 health. He's got the players split up.
He doesn't know he's underpowered.
Yeah, somebody clearly just told him. He's gonna have to clear this out. He won't. Mzinho steps in with the headshot, but no, Mezzi definitely lost track of that for a second.
Yeah.
And you kind of see it with his sudden reaction and snap over. You know somebody told him on TeamSpeak, like, bro, he's under Palace still.
Yeah, that should have been immediate, and it would have been pretty much impossible to get out of there, I would assume. So, also, for those who don't know, under Balk is like paper thin. It is so easy to get 100 damage off of through that wall. But Mzinho gets that kill the only way it's possible. Senzu blows on that for good luck. Died early. No problem for his teammates, though. Looks like Vitality might need to win a round like this.
Look at this charge. I mean, especially considering the Mongols definitely have picked these up. They'll find one hiding behind boxes. Ramp play comes out with the headshot. And lo and behold, we've got Vitality with a chance to pull one over top of the Mongols. Immediate, all in, towards Ticket. Apex just dunking that nade off the back wall, or a smoke, excuse me, to try to cut them off because Senzu's already ahead of it. They will remain with this challenge on site. It makes it uncomfortable for Vitality. And with 3 players layered here, Senzu's got a double kill. They just keep on signing up to these fights, but there's more Mongols than they anticipate. And the Tech 9 of Mezzi's yet to swing.
Why are they fighting them so hard into CT spawn with their guns? There's 3 CTs all here. They could have planted right side.
Mezzi's tech in hand. Second fake plant. The bomb goes down. Flamesy outnumbered, outgunned. Did they think that there are less players than there is?
I'm not sure. They really didn't anticipate all of them to come through CT, but at some point, I'm pretty sure they had confirmation on those 3 players. So,
Loser.
Yeah, that was really strange. I mean, the bomb was sitting there on Apex, like the position, not the player. And after these kills come down, they've already blown up the right side of the site. Go ahead, put that bomb down. There must have been a miscomm there, surely. Very strange. Great for Mongols.
Fantastic.
They were just about to save.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's a spot you lose 2 players instantly versus an eco. You give up 2 guns. You're like, all right, well, okay, but let's just not overinvest and lose more than we should have.
Fast challenge. Mongols starting to play a bit like there was blood in the water.
Wait a second.
Surprise, surprise. Is it a back-to-back 3 versus 5 recovery?
That was nasty, but then with Apex running out instantly into that op, you kind of want to let that situation breathe for a second,
To be honest, I thought Apex made some like overly aggressive moves in their quarterfinal game as well. Then he took the bathroom break, ran away, came back, and closed Nuke.
Oh, he has to pee is what you're saying.
But it's like, and once upon a time, we used to criticize Apex for kind of making those overly aggressive decisions, and I haven't seen it for so long.
It's true. That was the, when he was still figuring out the, balancing the ITLing and having impact. But yeah, it's been a minute. In this spot, though, with this death, this gives him a chance. Rops looks like he could save it, but with the timing, is he going to look behind him?
He did already once. 3 sitting ducks, slides through. Oh, no! All of it!
What a place. 9-10.
Oh my God, and he's on for the ace. Give it to him. All 5 frags to be taken. Apex offered open that flank. And it's 5!
He's nailed it.
9-10 from start to finish, wraps around Vitality and strangles them out of this round.
This is the guy with the grin on his face when he dies to ZywOo coming into that cat play. He's here for the fight. He's enjoying every second of it. And Rops, he sets up a 3v5, but they don't let this breathe. Apex runs into this op shot
alone.
It sets up the longest flank ever. 910 doesn't have to run a single step. If that kill doesn't come down, the flank doesn't happen at all.
And he waits perfectly, just lets that Rops push over the corner so that the third person doesn't get a chance to spin, gets the jump on the guy to the left, perfect target selection, perfect amount of patience. Doesn't overcook that one at all.
No.
Lets one of the three get too far to trade,
Also,
and then hits the shots on the 2.
Also, we're talking about a minute timing. He's turning the corner.
Yep.
You don't see him stop. You're also seeing him, you know, he's mentally thinking about the clock here. If that was a minute 30, maybe he chills a second.
Sure.
You know, but at a minute, they have to start picking a site. They can't hold on to mid-control forever. So he kind of knew that was his ace in the hole. Beautiful round at a 9-10. A stunning map so far here for the Mongols.
Yeah, ace in the hole, all right.
Yeah. Oh, and the op goes to the B. They're going to run into it. Oh!
Yay!
What?
All right.
We got both.
More of that. MOUZ somehow swings through, demolishes the B defense, and that's a bit of X Factor coming out of the Brit.
Okay. Day is saved.
We're going
Vitality.
multi-frag to multi-frag after going 3v5 to 3v5. Vitality needed a hero, and who knew it'd be the big man from Birmingham.
That serves as a timeout in some sense. That's a wake up because what the heck? You have the tactic right now, Mongols, Molly MOUZ, but it's not a rifle holding it.
Bam.
It's an op holding it. I hope you peek. He does peek. The op shot gets missed, and he gets both players anyways. It is a perfect trap for MOUZ, and he just shoots his way out. That was nasty aiming.
Do you remember what MOUZ's shoot bind is? It's not spacebar, is it?
Doesn't he shoot with left click, but he just walks with right click?
I thought he walked with left click. I mean, look, the guy's a freak of nature.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his shoot bind was.
Nobody knows what
there
it
is. There are like a couple French players that use like a non-mouse click shoot bind, but filthy.
And that little jiggle, that little crouch, uncrouch, crouch, that little French flair on that one. Okay.
He's French now?
No, a little French flair.
Oh yeah.
You know, like it just.
Right.
I don't know. He's been hanging out with ZywOo and Apex.
Right.
He gets bullied for his
Funny 'cause,
nationality all the time.
I mean, yeah, they constantly remind him how not French he is, actually. All right, yeah, I mean, it's a wake-up call. It's time out here for the Mongols, because also, they don't want to let anything go. That's one round they'll have to take on the chin. But Vitality have had a few of those already.
Just for the record, that just put an end to the 7-round streak from the Mongols. 5 of them on this, what was previously flawless CT side. So there's no denying that it's not too far gone. But when it banks off of that moment from MOUZ, who else, Vitality, is going to step up to the plate like that? Should be, could be ZywOo.
Just leaves. Oops.
He knows they would have done something to get him out of there, so might as well just leave ahead of time. Make sure you don't get clipped on the way out once they predict you running through flames.
Since he decides he's more useful alive, he'll take a more passive position. And this push again from Apex coming up the ramp this time. They flashing through. Beautiful.
Excellent push with that third player towards Cat as well. Blitz, no triple kill.
And above.
But the Cat position here from Senzu is exactly what they need. He comes back at the fight. Bomb drop down, bottom con. Techno kills Apex, who again's just going sprinting at the action.
Yeah.
While Rops was still over towards Ticket.
This is a nightmare spot, right?
But it's got a 1v1 rate. Oh, never mind.
Wow, he doesn't think that the CTs would try that, but Mongols, they roam. You know, they will walk around the map. They will take risks. They will split up in these 2-on-1 positions, make it even harder. But it does leave a door open. Let's see if Rops can figure this out. Oh, that's how he's watching it. That's a great risk to take. If it came Rops coming to CT.
Yep.
Maybe he gets cleared. If not, how are you supposed to expect that?
That's 12, folks. 5 map points for the Mongols. Another one-off round win. We haven't had consecutive round wins for Vitality since that 4-0 start at the beginning of this game. And this flash into connector,
crazy.
Killer. Totally neutralizes ZywOo, effectively trades out both the other pieces that were there to support the French op. And so Vitality are just getting picked apart.
Truly, I'm surprised that they were able to pull that off because there was the A ramp pressure as well. How are they having a flash coming from Ticket, double push through a smoking connector, organizing that, and then still aiming well? Nasty stuff here for the Mongols.
Ooh. Not ideal. Apex and FlameZ tagged up. Softened top mid. 3-player cohort for Vitality outside of the A site, met by fire for now.
Feels like they can already sense this exact coming.
I mean, Mongols have just been making moves. There have been a couple of them that have cost them. That double push into Palace for one earlier. But looking to end Mirage now with activity, and a missed op shot's gonna help. The T's get out from this ramp. MZ stops them right there on the call. Triple kill from an A anchor. FlameZ's got the response, a triple of his own. 3-piece combos from 1 player per team. Bomb scooped up, could be planted for Apex.
Apex, does he walk into another engagement that's going to get dangerous?
Trying to hunt it down, but no real contact being given over by the Mongols. No confirmation of the last 2 positions between Senzu and Techno.
Ooh, big risk. Could have been Senzu off Cat. He's not there.
It's no nades for the retake, and the kit here is on Techno. So if Techno dies deep inside Ticket, then all of a sudden this Senzu push-up from Connector is going to be made that much more desperate. But instead, Techno gets his kill. And if Dan can't clutch out from the bottom of the scoreboard, then just like in Austin, the Mongols are going to start this head-to-head so lopsided with a damning victory. And Apex gets baited out into the shots as the Mongols get ever closer. And from that corner, he goes down. But the kit is on top of the bomb. He's going to jump on this. And I believe he's got it. Celebrations here for the Mongols as they do it yet again.
Yeah, Mongols certainly had that round, and now they have the map as well. Once again, Maui, we get to see a bit of a Mongols masterclass on Mirage, particularly on that second half. We'll talk about that a bit later, but CT side for Mongols was looking pretty much impenetrable.
I like both halves a lot for the Mongols here. I like that what Senzu was bringing, but I like the proactivity on the CT side immensely. The way that if the Mongols lost a pick on one side of the map, they knew exactly how they wanted to react. Sometimes it's a little bit individually driven in the way that they want to get back into the round. But hey, sometimes you got to take risks when you're a man down.
Mongols are a team that are playing like they've played Vitality on this map before. They knew the way Vitality was going to be coming into this. And they're playing like a team that is unleashed. Like they've told their players, hey, make the individual plays you need to make. Make those individual reads if you see them, because that's how they play against the rest of the scene. And to see them play like that against Vitality, very, very good look.
Let's go back to that first half then, Maui. You do have round number 9 where there's, I guess, 2 sides to this story. Vu, let's start off with your side of the equation. What do you like about this?
I love the execute. I love the execute. So they're going into the round. It's a little bit later on. You have ZywOo actually was on the B site. He rotates his way back off just before they go for the exec. You see this flash, full blinding Mezzi behind this box into a Molotov that he walks into. Then the late window smoke so they don't know the execute's coming, and the late door smoke too.
That feels like you're playing a Valorant round when you're Mezzi. You're just getting completely bombarded by every piece of utility. But this is when we were talking about the Vitality maybe B game, because for seemingly no reason, they do flash on through that smoke right there. Mongols is ready for that. That was a winnable late round situation for Vitality, but they kind of jumped the gun. And I get taking the onus. I get trying to catch them off guard. But through a smoke, it feels like the smoke landed at the door right when they were setting up the flash, and they still committed to the plan to flash on through the door, even though that extra piece of utility should have called the cancel.
When you say it's like the B game of Vitality, is that something that you would have expected them to be completely neutralizing in the first half of 2025 then? Do you think they'd have a better read on the situation?
It feels like that's what we're just kind of getting now for the second season. Like when they were in their 30-match win streak, the B game was them having to just clutch more and individuals popping off even when they were man down. Now the B game almost feels like they're just not as quite cohesive. Maybe they're a little bit slower on some of the calls, some of the what felt like telepathy before between some of their individuals now is a little bit laggy.
Yeah, we heard it in the Liquid Vitality match. They're not playing like a team, and I think that they are playing as a team, but they're just not on the same page. They're not on the same wavelength the way they were before, where they had the perfect flash at the perfect timing. Now they're half a second behind. They're a second late, and if you're a second late, sometimes that means it's just a bad call.
Let's look at how the first half ended, because MongolZ, he had some moments in this. This was just one of them.
We could have picked a few moments where MongolZ had unbelievable pop-offs. This is one that should never have happened. Flames is in a great position, excellent position, round-winning position, I would even say, and MongolZ just deletes him. You can't even blame the observer there, Vu. Like, that's just crazy, and yet isolated on the bomb site is MeZ, and this is not an easy situation for him, but you need to get one or you need to stay alive because now the round is completely up for grabs.
Yeah, MeZ, when he commits to that pillar, he needs to be a little more confident. He needs to get a kill, especially when one of the two players heading into the bomb site has no health. They've got 8 seconds left on the timer. They're going for it. It's the last round of the half. You know they're coming your way. You just have to find a way to get maybe even 50 damage, maybe get something done for your team, but buy some time if possible.
The one thing that I will say for their B hits is that 2 examples in a row now, we see MeZ just get mollied out perfectly on that empty pillar side. Mongols know the tendencies of MeZ, and like Vu said in the beginning, they've played each other a lot now. So recognizing that, using that as a priority piece of utility every time they're broaching the B bomb site, it was clearly effective.
It's crazy. It's kind of like they're giving Vitality a taste of their own medicine. Because I remember watching, like, this is a throwback, but in Katowice, the grand final, it felt like they were doing that exact thing to Spirit in the grand final. Like, it's pretty mental that Mongols have kind of been able to craft that sort of game plan, adapt, overcome.
The legendary Donk gets naded every round final that we all remember. This is the MeZ gets mollied out of every position final or semi-final that we will all remember. I mean, if they can go on to continue this one, this is an incredible showing on Mirage. Let's see if they can manage it in the map 2 as well.
Well, on the other side of things, Vitality, we've been talking about some of the frustrations in the camp. So let's listen into them in this mic top moment.
Casual. I spoke city. You want close, guys. Smoke top con done. Yeah. Wait. I do it now. Wait. Take your time. Do city. Coming sandwich. All of them. Stick together, guys. I'm holding from city.
I'm getting close.
Yeah, I'm picking again.
They had me close.
Yeah, you want me to plant and you run on them?
Yes.
They're close. No, you can plant. Don't plant. Yeah. Just plant. Oh, he's good. Be cool, go back.
One coming out.
That's try. Yeah, but with your smoke city, Matu, you missed it, so I didn't know.
I wanted to smoke them for you, but you didn't think.
But you said you smoke city.
Quite a vibe shift at the end there. When you think back to the first half, Apex is saying, look how easy it is. And then for the atmosphere to go from that to this, that's tense.
Sabu missed a nade? That's what Apex is remarking on at the end?
Yeah.
I feel like he knows he missed a smoke, you know? Oh, man.
You don't need to tell him in that moment, right?
Like, just, man. When you're winning, it all feels like it's all tough love and it's all to get better and everything like that. But now when you're losing in the moment, to just kind of with the 2020 hindsight, that's frustrating.
Honestly, I don't see anything. I don't see anything wrong with that. That's a good leadership. You got to let him know he missed a smoke.
Yeah. Would you be okay if
what if you miss it next round?
Yeah.
That's true.
True. I don't know.
No, I would let Zywo walk all over me.
Yeah.
Pause.
Should we go into the second half swiftly? You alluded to the fact that Mongols, they seem kind of unleashed individually on this one. 9-10 definitely was in this round.
The thing I love about this round is that 9-10 gets a kill on Apex, and the casters, I think Launders was a little critical of this. You have the initial kill from Rops, of course, the initial double, 9-10 towards Ticket. Oftentimes you don't have an opper there. He's there. He drops the op at default. He drops the op that far back. There could be Vitality members in ramp. He could walk into them. He says, no, I need to make sure the Palace player doesn't hear this gun hit the ground so I can get this flank off. And they have no idea this flank is coming. They're completely lost on this one. Easy 3K lineup. Not quite lined up. Easy 3K though to turn it into a 4K on the round, and then he finishes it off. But the confidence to drop the op in the middle A site, that's something I feel like I wouldn't have expected from Mongols in the recent memory even.
I mean, that kind of play gives me chills. When 9-10 is making moves like that to recognize in the moment what he needs to do in order to just claw back the round, it shows the individuality of the players from Mongols, something that has been focal point in terms of critiquing this team for such a long time. But they live by the sword, they die by the sword. If those kinds of plays didn't work 6 months ago, they've just refined them. They've gotten better. They read opponents even better now. So the individuals that were limit testing for that entire span of time when they weren't making deep runs in tournaments, now they've learned from their mistakes and now they're making winning plays.
An absolutely flying start from the Mongols on their map pick. Time to see if they can withstand the test of time, though, as Vitality's does lay in wait. That's going to be Inferno going down after this short break.
This is, I don't even know how many times against the Mongols at this point. You guys have only dropped 3 maps in the last 15, I think, against them. What is it about this team that you just dominate?
Well, I don't think we necessarily, to some extent, we dominate each other. Like if they beat us in a map, it's like 13-4. We beat them, it's 13-5, 13-4 again. I think the thing is that they kind of playing very chaotic. And I think we like to play against like this kind of style that is like aggressive, and the game is quite quick in some sense, and a lot of aim duels. So I think the games, they go like quite momentum-wise. They just ping-pong there. And I think our map pool was quite better last season. Obviously, we beat them this season, but last season we beat them many times just because I think our map pool was quite better than them. So we kept the momentum up in most of those games. And there were some games that were very close and could have gone both ways. That, you know, it's just around here, around there that we need to say thanks to.
When you have this many matchups against the same opponent, is there a pressure to keep reinventing, to coming up with different looks to show them?
Not specifically for them, but I think in general, when you play and you play and you play, you always need to reinvent stuff, get on top of, like find new things to do. in many maps. I think specifically against them, we obviously have like a preparation that we maybe will add a round or two and we'll do some different things compared to like how we play against other teams. But that's for every team, it's going to happen like that. So I assume that, no, I don't assume, like, there is some new things, but it's nothing like, we stick to our game, we stick to our DNA, we stick to how we want to play CS, and we just twist around some ideas with that.
Yeah, certainly no domination for Vitality on map number 1. What do you, how do you react to those words from Flamesy there, Maui?
Everybody's had a teammate in a pug, or sometimes they are that teammate, where the opponent walks through a smoke, shoots you in the side of the head, and you're saying, what is this idiot doing? Well, that's not Flamesy compared to when he's talking about the Mongols. The way that they've fought before, they're the ones that are catching the Mongols when they're making those kinds of individual plays. If anything, it's actually Flamesy and Vitality that usually dominates the pug, never gets caught off by anything tricky. But map 1 was a different story.
Yeah, map 1, you're seeing Mongols actually come into their own, and I think there is an experience differential when you look at how long you've had some players from Vitality at the top. They understand when you play a team this many times, sometimes you have to make the wrong read. You have to make a read that you wouldn't normally make because you know they know your normal reaction, and it feels like Mongols are starting to realize that. They're starting to understand the way they need to play against this team.
How was that fair then coming onto Inferno? Where does that leave the Vitality Mongols side of things?
I would still have this as Vitality favored. The most seared into my brain memory of these two is obviously at Austin, where Mongols were pretty much at the end of their collapse through that BO3. We saw individuals just kind of running through banana smokes without nades, without flashes. I think they cleaned up their act a bit in the Cologne rematch, actually. It got a little bit more competitive, at least by the eye test. So I feel like Mongols, they're making steps in the right direction. I'm just not sure if it's big enough yet on Inferno.
This is a map where Vitality had their insane 10 or 11 map streak where their opponents didn't even get double digits, right? So this is a Vitality map through and through. Mongols, their win rate on this map looks terrible, but if you actually look at the games, they've lost to MOUZ, they've lost to Vitality 2 or 3 times. They're actually a competent team on this map, but it's definitely, I'm expecting a map 3.
A good opportunity for Vitality to be bouncing back. It's time to dive into Inferno.
We said when the veto came through for the first time that this one looked like it was Vitality's to take. Without Nuke, it was only Mirage where the Mongols had proven they could upset. They do it again, Mohan. Now they've got to break new ground with somehow finding a way to rob away Vitality's map pick.
As the Des brought up, hopefully this isn't the part of the game where we find out that the veto was the main difference, because Mongols set up a real chance for them to actually take this series now. That's breaking new ground in total. The last 2 times they played against Vitality on this map, they lost 13-8, they lost 13-6. Cologne and the Major. Now, when they lost at the Major, that was a choke. That was 9-10 getting really nervous and talking about it. That was the team just not looking good all of a sudden, getting too close to the sun. But Cologne was a real revenge match. For this to come up a 3rd time, you know they're going to be ready. My question is really about Apex, because his form on last map looked like his form in 2020. Too aggressive, too many risks. It felt like he wasn't really aware of, you know, the value of his life in some of these rounds. And that's just not a map that you would expect to see out of him. Him on CT side on Inferno, you know, it's going to be very important that he's careful, especially about things like footsteps. Ooh, 2 clean pickoffs as well here for the start for the Mongols.
Well, well, well. You know, it took MOUZ a long time before they were finally able to beat the beasts that were Vitality. Mongols have had that uphill battle as well. Pistol here would be valuable. 3 players left for Vitality to try to break through, and it doesn't look like they're gonna get anything. Falling with no kills in this pistol is nothing but a continuation of Mirage.
And I really like that Vu brought up the Mongols on their Inferno, because if you just look at, okay, their Inferno, they lose a lot. Well, they still have competitive maps, lots of them, in fact. And when we started talking about the Mongols in general, they were like, they could only play Inferno. It's not like they're ever uncomfortable on it. People started figuring them out. They evolved their map pool drastically to become the tier 1 team they are right now. And I think Vitality aren't going to be surprised if they play well.
Just like Austin, it is Senzu and 9-10 to top the charts for the Mirage win. Those 2 players came together like gods to kick off that grand finals. Their highest rated again today. Can they continue as Techno farms through with a bit of money made? It makes Senzu's cleanup all the easier. Worried about some kind of arch flank. Because it's Rops, you've got to consider all options. He gets one Tech 9 kill. Nade goes by him. Wide angle held by 2 CTs here, and that's going to take Rops down to 20 health. So he is time limited down as they convert with 3 alive. And step by step, this is going to start to feel more and more real for the Mongols.
Blitz had good quality rounds. Senzu was top of the board. Techno was hitting really good shots. Mzinho has been a very second best good player at the event for the Mongols. There's a lot of signs that show individual form is really important, and it's all looking super good.
I remember everything we say outside, it's great saying it and saying yes, yes, but now we need to show it, and we put the effort as individuals and together as a team that we need to fucking actually show it now. It's actions speak louder than words, remember.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, Mezzi giving a motivational speech is a recession indicator. That just seems like, when would you ever hear that from Mezzi? That's great to hear, but it also seems a little worrying.
I would say that's a first. At least for what we've caught or been told.
And I feel like he's the guy that it should come from. Yeah. We saw the rounds he offered Vitality last half.
9-10, triple kill. So really gonna suck the life out of the room for Vitality in round 3. And the ZywOo Deeg's gonna go down with nothing. The kills aren't even being found at the moment. So not the best look for Vitality out of the gate. 1 kill in the last round, 2 in the force buy prior. 3 kills in the first 3 rounds of play for all of Vitality together. Actions speak louder than words. So let's see what the first gun round of full-fledged AKs can give us.
Not only as a British player won the major, he's also here to help Europeans figure out how to be good again.
Not just any Europeans either, the French. Ooh, bad incendiary from the Mongols. Burning the rooftops. Very liberal with the utility out of the gate. We hit a minute 15.
I am shocked that after that Mezzi 2K and B apps in that round they ran over Mongols, that Mongol Vitality didn't wake up. They just quickly lost anyways. A little bit of leverage like that last season and forget about it. You're going overtime minimum. Time for Vitality to answer back. Even if they don't win this round, let's see if they can get some kills, because Mongols are about to get a little too rich. Okay, full exec is coming. That flash is looking solid. 3 blind. That was so good. Fade away. Iverson flash.
And a huge fallback too, right? Right into the middle of that bomb site. Senzu holds the other end of it. Vitality are not finding any easy openings. The Deagle's even hitting headshots. I mean, Senzu's got a gun, and he's out in the Deagle, keeping all 5 players of the Mongols up and standing. Are we watching a catastrophic failure here for Vitality tonight?
Honestly, I feel like we saw when MOUZ picked up their victory over them middle tournament. That was something a little bit odd. What we saw from Apex individual performance last map, okay, starting to wonder. What we saw versus Liquid, yes, they won, but almost everybody's thought ubiquitously was, what's wrong with Vitality? Even though they closed it out. It could have been a wake-up call, maybe it wasn't.
Wood's gonna charge through smoke. He's covered by Techno, so all's good in that regard. Oh, and he sprays down, making sure nobody can trade. I mean, they are just ripping flesh from bone. Piece by piece, Vitality falling apart at the seams as another round with no bomb plant, yet to have planted that bomb this entire half, 5 rounds deep, and still 3 kills in 5 rounds of play.
I mean, the trajectory, if you could see it, is insane for the CT side right now. The amount of money that's being made already, Vitality aren't putting a dent in it. They're not getting any kills. 3 players have no frags.
Apex, ZywOo, and Flamesy.
Everybody knows what it's like to be on the wrong end of an inferno that's not going well. It feels suffocating. It takes forever. You're eating so much utility and damage. That's what's happening right now to Vitality. This is how the Mongols felt at the major.
Nobody would really blame a team who had never been that deep at a major with all of the lights on them.
Yeah.
The chance in Austin.
The lights were brighter than
thousands and thousands of people back home in the middle of the night cheering you on from the other side of the world. They broke new ground in Austin, and that alone was worth praise, but there's no denying they themselves admit they felt the pressure and fell apart. But here in Malta, there's a little less pressure. You took your beating in Cologne as well. That's kind of just letting Vitality get a second one over you. Maybe you weren't there yet mentally, ready to best these beasts. Today is a different day and an entirely different looking Vitality. And I mean that in no positive way. Average damage per round for ZywOo is 4. Over 5 rounds of play. As the utility just continues to pepper them as they take a step up into Banana. I don't think a Vitality player has stepped foot on a bomb site yet, let alone planted a bomb, and most of which barely getting killed. But ZywOo finds the first.
Glad you got that damage stat in right before this kill. Of course, he had to answer back right away. But yes, getting through the front door on either side of the map has been the issue for sure. Some supports coming over. No boost in place. Maybe there'll be one. Nope, not for the T side. The full exec, I wonder, you know, if the CTs are going to clue into this. They're still split up 2-2 to sites. One late smoke, and that cache of utility is still offering more. Techno has another one. They're going to have to go through this.
Take more chip damage, but that frag not as bad as it could have been. 910's got a very bit of pillar to just hide behind it. Is it really just enough? Oh, of course!
They're holding it.
Quad kill from 910! Immovable on B!
Perfect play off the pillar. It's a 2-on-5. No rotations there from the A site players. 2 guys in the back of the site, knowing they're not going to get any support. Utility players, nothing. They have to do all the frag in 910.
Wow.
Puts up the quad.
What an awesome POV. Perfect target selection, just enough of a jiggle on each side of that pillar for each of those kills.
910's here to make up for Austin, where he was the one who
13
said...
13-1.
Yeah, the ace in the first map as well. He's here to say nobody beats Mongols 8 times in a row.
Fall back as the Tech-9s come sprinting at him. No way he gives us another highlight.
Oh, that op.
ZywOo's Deagle finds its mark. Mzinho inside of the pit. How many does he take down on the approach as the headshots come out left and right? But the Tech-9s go over top of the graveyard bomb on Mezzi, needs to cross over. That smoke should provide the cover. Should, because already you've got this test up short side. And Mezzi's still yet to move over. He throws the bomb to ZywOo instead. And while there's a player towards pit, awkwardly jumping up was Techno. ZywOo finally scoops that thing up.
Are they going to swing this? Blitz is here, short side.
Flamesy's got to be on the recovery. Horrible first map. ZywOo into the AWP has got his. And it is Vitality to try to steamroll their way through a 2-player setup on A. May have had lesser weapons, but there's no denying they cranked the tempo of this game because you are starting to cage an animal in Vitality. Map up, 6-0 lead. They are going to start acting desperate, and this Tech-9 rush was exactly that. But a bit of promise here from ZywOo with a multi-frag. Finally, something Vitality can talk about.
And not only does he close it with the op kill, he gets this 1D. If he doesn't take 910 out right here, 1 kill back, and he knows that he could save the day. Mzinho does a miraculous job of killing both short side players. But ZywOo had to hit that op, that Deagle shot, had to get that op. And that's what won it for Vitality. That's leverage. That's frustrating, but it was still an expensive round. It's still not expensive enough for the Mongols where they can't buy. I think they're foreseeing and hoping that it would be a rifle to take them down. That would be the first sort of chip damage they'd have to deal with, but right back to a full strength buy on everybody. Apex only had 8 kills last map. Still yet to get on the board.
Sure, you shut down 9-10 last round, but if he taps right back into the way he started this game, there is a chance that Vitality are still in the depths of a world of hurt. Confident positioning here for 9-10. Back turn to him, easy pickup for Flamesy. He's sent down, spiraling out of control. 1 and 7, quick chase from Rops.
I've seen him do that before, that was clean.
It's gonna draw more of Vitality's pieces in this direction, and you know that the Mongols can sense it. Senzu and Blitz now on the scene.
Looks like they want to hard commit this site. I don't know if they actually will. There's lots of time to change their mind, but that nade
it, and then they follow suit
instead of a flash.
But I mean, are the T's gonna be ready? Flamesy.
Rops is not looking at
it already. Rops up there. Then the trade potential. Senzu just shapes that shot around and another onto Apex. Sayonara. Frag grenade as he sails away.
That's star player quality right there. He gets to 9 and 1 off of that 3K. ZywOo bought him a little bit of leverage with his Deagle op play last round, but now 1-on-3.
Low health Senzu, and you know ZywOo's got to climb over the fence, right into the head, but he lets his guard down. 9-10 closes. Doesn't have to be the star because Senzu's hard commitment up into the apartments, a worthwhile double up push, because if not, no trades.
You got to have that star core, and so we can talk about 9-10, but Senzu's right there. This is nuts. Look, he just walks out slightly for that extra damage.
And this?
Audacious. And that was to deny Apex back into the game as well, I think.
The hell with just Apex, still 0 kills.
Yeah.
That denies Vitality any consecutive round wins, and a second pause burned here by Xtaz. Team Vitality are in a tailspin.
It's one thing to lose. It's another thing to get crushed. No one positive KD on Vitality. No one negative KD on the Mongols. Great rounds on both sides of the map here for the CTs. They've only won a force-up, a half-buy.
An all-in rush to A.
Yeah.
And even that, for a second, looked like they were still somehow going to trip up at the end of it. Bomb wasn't getting thrown over from Graveyard.
Yeah.
They might have a round win, but you can't say Vitality have looked confident at any point in these first 8 rounds. Snapshot
Oh, that's nasty.
from 9-10.
That's nasty. That's the side he wasn't ready for. Blitz has the CT rotation as well. 9-10 can focus on the A lean. They're going to need a miraculous 2K here, the T side. The setup is perfect for this. Oh, there's a dink.
They're getting closer, dangerously closer, but you've still got this ace up the sleeve. Mzinho in the corner. It's going to take a wide swing. Senzu's triple.
Can't be
stopping them in their tracks.
And that Blitz early rotation allowed 9-10 to come back to Arch. Once they got their first kill, they have a perfect setup to deal with everyone coming out of lane. They didn't think anyone would be playing cold. They thought it was one guy on site. Maybe they'd have to crack open mini pit as well. Not the case. Great shot to set him up. And after that, full preparation here for the CTs. I love that Senzu got his molly out too. Because they felt they needed to go.
This Vitality roster is 21-3 on Inferno. Sure, this is where that win streak was lost. And a lopsided loss to MOUZ right thereafter, but the recovery looked well underway. They've played it 3 times since their last loss. 2 of those wins over the Mongols. But maybe you've just given the Mongols reps. And now 9-10 with a newfound confidence is going to get charged down. Missed second shot, so only the 1 frag. Senzu's still here to recover because the Tech-9's getting pulled apart. But the op changes hands. ZywOo's got it. And if ZywOo's alive, then so are Vitality. At least here with a chance, so it seems. Techno slips the net, and as the T's make sound, it looked like they were ready. Tech-9 survives, and ZywOo charges it with the smoke in front of him. That is an open route to B.
He's even going to spam this, yep. But Techno won't be there. It'll have to be the 1-on-2. He assumes right. They're both rotating in from the same way. ZywOo, can he save the day again?
They're going to charge in, get close to that smoke. Low health, the front runner in Techno. 16 HP. He's going for the Tech-9 off their flashy peaks, and the trade's good from MZinho.
There's a play to bait them into pushing. He had a chance to get those kills, but it's too much to ask, isn't it, to have ZywOo save it one more time. 9-1 here for the Mongols. He's really playing his heart out, honestly. I mean, considering the start that he had. This is systematic destruction here for the Mongols. Apex still hasn't got a kill.
I don't know what was said outside by Vitality, whatever Mezzi was alluding to. But when he said actions speak louder than words, there's a lack of action for success in Vitality's camp right now. They have lost control of this situation. 2 rounds left on this T side. A map they have seemingly always been able to bank on. Silver Lining looks like they've got the numbers advantage here on A, but the individual advantage is non-existent at the moment. Back turn towards MZinho, just pulls them apart. Another triple kill, and Senzu in secrecy found Apex his first kill 11 rounds into this map.
And it could be the difference maker 100%. Him and Robs will have to work together. Really coming from the bottom of the board here. Blitz has an op in his hand. And there's so much money to play with, they're 100% going for this one way or another. They've got a smoke, but how are they going to figure out Rops is up here?
Apex leans back, here's the step towards truck. Sitting duck was Techno 4K. Blitz wants that KO. Trade back, but no sir, denied. Apex waits 11 rounds to get onto the scoreboard, but when he does it, it comes in spades. 3 kills to his name as he flies out balcony and gets this second round to the scoreboard.
I mean, the kill is actually, you know, it's not cosmetic. He needed to get the mini pick kill. His teammate on site had no idea this needed to happen. Bait setup was actually really nice for the Mongols, so nice! It's a drop in the bucket, but it's an important one.
Techno's deep nade. Oh, look at that damage.
Wow.
You want to try to get the momentum rolling in the final round of this half, and you meet a nade on arrival, another one. Ooh. And then on top of that, ZywOo, who had dodged all the damage, just gets cleaned up with a headshot off the M4. 9-10, confident peak, extending this into the 5 versus 3.
They don't change when things go wrong. That's one thing that's hallmark to the Mongols. They keep going at the same pace, the same tempo, and the same confidence.
On the brink of double digits this round, forced to slow down. And another smoke put ahead of an Apex on an op. Hold this angle all you want.
Yeah, and that's info too.
Wow. a stunning CT side here from the Mongols. Inferno is the map. The Vitality have lost the worst in their existence as a roster. That 13-3 to Legacy went down here. The first crack we ever saw in their armor. Senzu on the CT cross, no immediate trade, blitz backside cleared. Drops, what do you have left in store? 14 health, a 1v3, nothing more for the taking. Double digits on a CT side. You are indeed witnessing Vitality falling apart.
We're here with the famed Team Vitality Brit, and you're going to be taking us through your settings. We're also using the brand new Asus ROG 600Hz monitor, 0.1 millisecond response time, so let's check it out. What's the first thing you do when you sit down at a PC?
First thing is probably the NVIDIA. Like always put full screen here, keep the Hertz 600, whatever it's set, and then color settings. I'd never change the brightness and the contrast. You'd keep the same and change everything else, like the brightness and the feeling on the monitor afterwards. Digital vibrance, I usually put around 75%.
Orange boy.
Yeah, I like it pretty colourful, so sometimes like even put it up to 100 and then all this kind of stuff. This is out of my realm. I kind of keep the 3D settings the same, and then for the monitor settings, like I say, the brightness and stuff, like I try and keep it quite low. Like I keep this around 65 and the contrast the same. I will change the blue light filter to 0, and then the colour 5000, and then saturation I'll put up a little bit as well, to like 60. And then the gamma, I think is 1.8, so it like brings the brightness up a little bit as well. Shadow boost, actually keep it level 1. And then we're good to go for the monitor settings. And then I'll usually go in game now and then just see like how it kind of feels.
Yeah, you've got some binds, I've heard.
Yeah, I think I can change it. Sensitivity I use 2.2.
400 DPI? 400
DPI, 2.2.
Have you gone up or have you gone down?
Yeah, I was at 1.8.
It's hard to do on CS2. I feel like you need higher sense.
Yeah, I think if I felt like if I could get used to a bit of a higher sense, then it would just benefit me.
Okay, let's go video settings then.
Of course, always full screen, 4:3. 1289 60.
Classic.
Feels good even though it's fast. Always stretch, sometimes black bars for a couple practice games or a deathmatch session. It feels a bit different, and then after that, like go back to stretching, it just feels like I'm playing a new game. And all of a sudden you feel so fast, like your aim feels crisp, and I don't know, like for me just a huge refresh in the game.
And look at those hertz.
Yeah, 600 hertz.
More hertz better, right?
Yeah, you always got to max it out. Brightness stays at 93% for me.
All right, let's take us into the advanced video settings. This one is always debated.
Yeah.
Do you have anything special? Any tips here for getting the most out of it?
I always put it like at maximum FPS 0, just to try and get the most, especially when using like the 600 hertz, nice to just max out the FPS. Keep 4x high, like the top I keep all default, and then the texture filtering I max out to 16. I think this one you've always got to keep high. Like
shadows,
in CSGO you could still have them like medium or low and still see shadows pretty well, but in CS2 like you clearly see the difference. Got to still make the game look good, especially playing 1289 60 yesterday.
Get the wins where you can.
Yeah.
This was the CS setup brought to you by Asus, so thank you very much, Mezzy, and best of luck in Blast Bounty.
Thank you.
Mezzy was the beast that nearly kept them in it on Mirage, and so you should know his settings. Thank you, Hugo Byron. Little content to hopefully inspire the Vitality squads. If you are cheering for Vitality, you better be a little louder, because at the moment they are getting smashed here on Inferno. It is an almost unbelievable scene, but 10 rounds over the 2 of Vitality, a CT side that looked damn near impenetrable. 6-round streak out of the gate with no bomb plants. 6 rounds at the beginning that only had 4 kills in them for Vitality. The Mongols have taken it to a new level tonight.
This is actually a G2 Hunter situation. They're looking at 10 wins in a row if Vitality win this. If they don't, Mongols have the chance to say the funniest thing possible. It's even funnier than MOUZ ending the streak back at Cologne. 9 series straight here. No answer back. Now they're 3 rounds away
Rob's Beretta's on the apartment. A whole horde of the Mongols coming his way. He's got a ton of support as well, right? Apex, Flamesy, Mezzy, everybody's here. And Apex finds his, but no way. Robs goes down with nothing. It's a great position. It's a great weapon for the job. Apex wants to be the hero now. Flamesy trying to chip away as they fall down into the pit. It would take a 2v4. Vitality just looking for a chance to catch their breath, and they will do so off the captain's endeavors.
Yeah, that's massive here. What a start. And it's the captain's endeavors, as you say. It's so huge for Apex, and his personal confidence is probably at an absolute minimum at the moment. And he got it together to bring them an extra round at the end of the half. And now a couple of pistol kills that really helps fortify the attack site. Again, it's leverage. I mean, ZywOo did the exact same thing, but they haven't really fed off of it. Mezzy tried back on Mirage. They didn't really feed off of it. Now it's time for them to actually convert that into something tangible.
Scary thing for Vitality is they have fallen victim to buys like these. This one is very light, but the Tech9s and Deegs have reared their ugly heads versus Vitality throughout this series.
I mean, there's two guys you'd give a Deagle to. Senzu 910 right now, and Blitz has a third, so I mean, just, yeah. I mean, brother. Oh, Apex.
They can pounce off this. It's Apex or nothing.
He's by himself.
Here and now. First one's good. Lineup's great. Apex on a FAMAS, good for the triple kill. Of course, that FAMAS is then going to exchange hands, and you have 910 on 20 kills, 5 deaths. Looking for a chance to embarrass Vitality. They will find footing in sight with a plant. Now it is a retake needed, and a retake that does not feature a kit. No tools, never mind. Picked up by ZywOo. Yeah. He's got it on the flank. Good thing he comes in from Banana. Smoke soon to fade, and with limited positions here for the Mongols, the Vitality squad will be looking deep into this bomb site with a massive health disadvantage. You can't see a way for them to pull it off, and they're going to ensure it doesn't happen. Vitality still with majority alive. Make sure they don't lose after taking pistol.
It's really important that Apex in that spot gets all the kills that he does.
Immense.
I mean, otherwise it's actually very scary. We all know what it's like to get into a post plan on this T side. First shot's a message. Definitely a scary spot with the late rotation, but Apex trusts himself, and I think that's really important.
I think you see it in the position he chooses.
Yeah.
Super confident to lock yourself into the half wall, has to deliver a multi-frag, and I would even argue it catches the Mongols off guard. Not thinking that the guy at the bottom of the scoreboard who had 0 kills for 10 rounds would make a play like that.
So 2 kills in a bomb plant, though. Pretty decent eco.
Not to mention chipping away at Vitality. We see that FAMAS here now in Rob's hands.
Excellent.
Excellent indeed.
Man, the CT's got nothing out of this. Look at Flamesy and Mezzy. They're beat to a pulp already. It's very rare to see the T's win out on utility from the bottom of Banana in this fashion. Might need to be the kill here for Apex. Ooh, scary moment. Or sorry, that was Rob's. Inside a boiler. Of course. This reorganization of the CTs. This Mezzy starting to come back. Money's low. They've got a good amount of utility. It's mostly on Apex right now, however. There's so much movement from the CTs, but it's all from the perimeter. No one's actually pushed anything. So they're flying pretty blind at the moment, and it's Mongols who have to actually make a decision. The bomb is out here at B. I don't think they're expecting this.
Apex starts dumping his grenades, and it's worth the damage.
Full-blown A attack, 20 seconds to go. This is where mistakes can get made.
And low health Mezzy. Oh, the first thread to be pulled on. Will they unravel? Rob's waiting for the lineup. Flash is making it awkward, and he goes down empty-handed as well. If it's not ZywOo, then it's the Mongols. And with 7 seconds on that clock, the bomb plant just comes through.
They put it together. Look at the HP bar, so low on 3 players. A lot of chances there for Vitality. I'd say I'd even like their position, honestly. It's just that Mezzy only has a FAMAS because Vitality are kind of broke. Those 2 kills, that bomb plant from last round, actually makes kind of a difference here. Not the most to work with. No 4th player over towards the A site. I want to say they didn't necessarily need it. They just needed it right now because it's 11 rounds for the Mongols. In a normal game, you could have the bandwidth to afford to blow a position like that every once in a while, but 5 alive on this attack, that might be a bridge too far.
Terrorists win.
They can't buy a kill right now. Oh, man.
And no early celebrations for the Mongols, just laser focused on closing out this map, and to do it in such an embarrassing fashion.
Yeah, the investment's coming down. I mean, this could be 2 in a row straight up for Mongols if they play their cards right. Again, we saw them get more utility damage from the bottom of Banana than Vitality could find. On the CT defense, Mezzi instantly destroyed.
Insta headshot here from Techno. Takes a few more steps closer to the B site where FlamZ will operate alone.
Is that 3 for 3 on destroying the half-wall peaks? They were just...
Yes. Everything other than Apex with the FAMAS hold. And even if it's not the half-wall peak, it's the nades that go beyond it.
Oh.
We saw FlamZ and Mezzi sub 50 health in a matter of seconds last round. Frag grenades with their names on it. ZywOo, good lineup. He takes half his health in damage in return, though.
The bomb comes forward into it. They molly the bottom of Balk. Let's see if this gets cleared properly.
Try to bring it to Robs, but he gets away unscathed.
They'll still
seething. As he tries to bring this game back for Vitality, you can see him thinking maybe he takes another look at this brackets peak.
They really believe the rotation happened on Arch. They're coming at it quietly. They're not even worried about this. Robs, this is the perfect play, surely. Yeah, he's got the timing.
But Bomb still ahead of where he gets his kill, and Apex fully tucked down beneath in pit. Blitz season opening. He's able to push past the arches for the time being. When does the balcony player join in?
They're confused.
Mzinho starts chucking out Molotovs, letting him know where he is. Apex is yet to pop up. That MP9 with a back turn, trade out of Blitz, and Robs is the anchor that will hold them back critically from short side, making sure that this one's not over just yet.
That's a great move from Robs to find that pickoff. Full kit of utility following behind Blitz as they were about to walk through Arch the entire way. It could have been a fake. It could have been one guy instead of the 2 that he found. And if he didn't make that push, the CTs would have been even more confused than they were towards the end of that round. That's solid. 4v5 win here for Vitality. And it gets the money back online. Without that round, you'd call this game done. But what are they gonna do about this early portion of the round over on Banana? Like, it is getting absolutely dominated by Mongols.
Flash in for FlamZ.
There's
it's so difficult to get this fight going, and oh, that is a clean snap over for the second. Makes quick work of a player through smoke and finally gives Vitality maybe a chance to relax for even half a second.
I don't know if there's anything happened in their smokes before, but they were getting shot open choke point at the bottom of Banana over and over again. This is the first time they've actually used their flash to try to attack Bell on this attack. Mongols quickly down to 3. FlamZ chatting about what he just saw.
Smoke on their arrival, utility right back, and a boost over to try to find an angle, but not with FlamZ on oranges like this. Oh, but nice. You hop around and Apex sees that as an invite, so...
That's key, man. On Inferno, it's got to be timings like that.
Keeping up the pressure, and at 30 seconds, Mongo's going to throw a Hail Mary at the B site. Bit more spam comes through for Mezzi. Challenge for Apex and Flamesy, and this is now starting to be a confidence-building B site. It's a long road to get back to where they are used to, but step by step, round by round, it is a 5-round gap, and finally a chance for Flamesy to find any kind of success, barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the rubbers meet in the road a little bit. They're well, good to see they're still smiling about things. And the tactics are looking good. I mean, here's a moment where they just look normal at least. Bottom B smoke, car flash as they attack Bell and then take control. It's
Blitz ahead of this. Ooh, had a chance. You find Flamesy looking the wrong way, but Desert Eagle shots elusive. Round 18 is just a chance to beat up the Mongols a little bit. Try to put that dent in the confidence. It's one thing to win a map over top of Vitality. It's another thing to dominate them on a CT side, but to close out in a 2-0 fashion is something the Mongols have dreamed of and never done. So here they sit at 11. And we're not talking about the big lights, and we're not talking about a packed out Moody Center. But there is still an element of pressure when it comes to a close over this year's #1 team.
definitely, it's their biggest threat. I mean, there is something about the Mongols where they can make their deep run, and they broke through where Aurora couldn't and showed that they deserve a seat at the table when it comes to the top tier 1 teams, and they're looking for that massive tournament win. But they're consistently competitive. But versus the top 5 teams, they still have a chip on their shoulder.
I mean, they have not beaten Spirit, MOUZ, or Vitality in a BO3 this year. It's as simple as that. You are forever #4 if you are to be the top 4 team.
Yeah, and even then, it feels odd. Okay, Vitality's an exception because they didn't lose to almost anybody until recently. But 2 out of the top 5, especially the only other 2 that are likely to win events, you need to prove yourselves against them. Well, maybe they'll just start with a top dog. We'll see.
Another chance to secure that coveted 12th round. And activity from Vitality is, again, you kind of put them against the wall, forcing their hand to make moves. They will continue to try to find that mojo, that level of success.
I love the moves now here for Vitality.
It's the type of moves that you can only start making when you've earned a little more confidence.
Yeah, it's quite an expensive banana retake right there. No mollies on this round now for Vitality. This could actually be counted here for the Mongols.
I also think it has to be said before maybe this game is over, Apex on a recovery mission and a half. Was what, 0 and 10? He remains instrumental as this affinity for the B site out of the Mongols remains. 45 to the clock, smoke in front of them. Are they going to try to shove their way through Flamesy? He is in this position right behind barrels. It's a one and done.
They know where he's playing from.
Nobody coming to help you, Apex. It is now or never. And as he shakes off the second, he proves he's still got this, tying his kills to death. An unthinkable scoreline for him to have after the first 10 rounds of play.
No. That's an unreal round out of Apex. In that spot, they knew when Flamesy took that flash exactly where he was.
Oh,
but here's 910 in a clutch.
It's a big but, because 910 gets halfway through this 1v4, and they let him plant, and now he looks for that third headshot. He's reading it, but a good re-aggression from ZywOo to go wide as he thinks Banana's being held.
Nice.
Apex was the man to put the nail in the coffin in Austin. He dominated the Mongols on Inferno to close. And here we are, finding life late in this game, a solo B defense.
Let's look at the second burst.
Bop!
Oh, how'd he find that? He may have just saved the day here for Vitality. This series, it's really giveth and taken away.
And of all the rounds you've seen Apex pull out with impact from his own guns, there is no pop-off, there is no trash talk. This is still Vitality focused on that 3-round gap. And in these rounds, we've had Vitality at the start of them making moves and applying pressure that the Mongols have yet to really get away from. Fine, go ahead, dodge these grenades. Just sit back in your spawn until they've all been popped. But that still doesn't put the Mongols on a bomb site.
I mean, this is pretty solid for Vitality. They've got the 4 over towards A. Now they've had a lot of map control that I think Mongols aren't used to so far this game. Running into 4 CTs.
Ooh, backs turn, they clear.
Oh,
MOUZ waits half a second. It's a recovery here from ZywOo with the 1.
It's a bit of a fake though. 40 seconds are coming back to FlamZ.
Incendiary on his belt. Does FlamZ draw?
Oh, what is that?
A single shot around the corner, fire right in front. And a cache of grenades as he puts the smoke down on it. 30 seconds, crosses over. Oranges gets held. And with FlamZ right here in his position, it's a climb over top. Techno's got the headshot, but it's still Vitality with this man advantage. 15 seconds on the clock, the bomb gets picked up. He's running over to A.
No, I mean, there's no time to go back to this. Surely, like, you can't make this happen. He knows that CEST can't help him.
It's done. He tries to leave in an act of desperation. It would take the frags, and that's never going to happen. The Mongols are starting to fall apart themselves now.
That was a spot. I think Techno thought he had the bomb, and he would have had a couple extra seconds to escape. But when he didn't get it, there was no chance. Now, there is a case to be made. He's going to lose that round on B if Senzu's on that lurk. So leaving was always the best decision.
Wow.
But, wow, yeah. Moments here for Vitality that show us that they can do this.
Because we weren't getting any of these X-Factor moments out of Vitality in the first half.
And I didn't think it was going to be the B-side players, man. I mean, maybe FlamZ after Mirage, but Apex after Mirage? No, I wasn't sure about that.
Bottom feeder, but here we go. 5v4, and rounds like these with lesser buys have been the bane of Vitality tonight.
They don't know about all the money right now.
Fully blind, peeks into that one, and goes down. And so the 12th could have just been given over, if not for MOUZ. 5 and 16 here on Inferno, with all of the Mongols in front of him. It's a double nade, and MOUZ finds position in that backside with Apex support here from Moto. FlamZ's element of surprise is indeed good enough, but between both still sits Senzu. 28 health, he gets the first, and with it a little position on the other side of the site. And now with hands back on that gun, FlamZ's got around him. Senzu doesn't know it. He backs up and still Vitality fight on.
The full route. It's the double nade. You see Apex smiling. Now they saved it again. Another miracle for Vitality. And MOUZ, even though he didn't put up the full hold, he had the first HE around the corner that helped soften them up. This made it possible. Oh.
And the crawl behind.
Now, this is actually a spot where the plant going down maybe keeps this game interesting. So many close calls, but only a single T round so far this half for the Mongols.
Oh, the HE!
Nice.
Oh, this game. It's fucking crazy.
Now you have Vitality enjoying the moment. Utility damage for Dan. A lot of that off of Banana. They've gone and avoided it ever since it kicked off. But a fast charge.
They don't slow down.
It's a rapid pace. Rops is under pressure. ZywOo's nade gets the opening. This is full guns, and they're already right there on the brink of sight. ZywOo goes down as Rops lets him get a little further. Supported flashbang over top. Fire in the bomb sites, burning Rops. But he's found Sanctuary, even though he loses his 2 rotates. Look at that damage, and a fast flank denied. It's just the one and done.
How can they call rounds like this? Look how low they are. 15 and 4 HP in this 2v2.
Molotov deep into the site. Rops is going to use that to figure out exactly where you are.
The Mongols try to throw caution to the wind, and the clutch is still on from 15 health to 4.
4 health. Apex, the man who has equalized his kills and deaths after starting 0 and 10, now has to go up against 9-10, who has put up an ace and another top frag on Inferno. He has to read this situation. He has to counter a guy who could die tripping over 4 HP.
The frag, the incendiary, a single bullet. That is all Apex needs, and stomping into this bomb site, full confidence. 9-10 gets crossed over.
No nade coming through.
Dan just needs to hit any bit of damage. But if 9-10 peeks and takes his head off, then we'd be looking at 12-10 instead. Tied game.
Yeah, that's the experience coming through. 9-10 shaking his head a little bit. Now they have to realize that this lead has totally vanished. 11-11.
It is one thing to beat Vitality on Mirage, a map you've done it again. You thought you had them on the brink of defeat.
I'll give it to Blitz. I'll give it to Mara. This call is absolutely ludicrous. Coming up mid-fast, clearly they weren't entirely prepared for it, but their utility kind of said differently. Nays landed in the right spot. They didn't all die to this rush coming down. But the Mongols getting successful bomb plants is keeping their money alive. There's still an op here on 9-10.
And there's still a pulse on Vitality. Clearly, hearts pounding as they're ever closer, but 9-10 from within the utility. It is another man advantage to try and catch the coveted 12th round.
They just never let off the gas pedal, ever, period. They always try something early. They get that pick play. In a game that's become oh so CT-sided, making those plays happen early might be the best chance to do it. Yes, they're going for the reclear on middle so they can rotate out if no one's here.
Oh, that smoke gives Mezzi a position. ZywOo offers up a bit of health here.
Wait, they think Mezzi's gonna get killed. Mezzi's in the clear.
Back turned! Oh. Mezzi's gonna get it over the line, but look, they're bursting over to B with no bomb.
Yeah,
so suddenly there's only 2. The 4th player's gonna pick it up. At least that's the plan.
They know the site's open.
Look at the small mistakes being made. Double smoke grenade here for the cross. The Mongols are frazzled in a scramble to this site.
But they've got the site now.
Can they hold it? Before bomb even arrives, player in the backdrop. Mezzi bests 9-10. Flamesy gets down into the pit, and that bomb is still not with them. Techno from inside this site beckons. Come on in. Whoever it is, my teammates are enemies. And Techno gets another, but still the bomb's not crossed.
The bomb is gonna go back. Techno's left alone in the site. Spray goes down. 1-on-1 again. ZywOo versus Blitz.
This time 50 health.
He can plant and go anywhere.
In-game leader of Team Vitality was able to pull it off. There is 1 terrorist round win so far for the Mongols, and ZywOo's already breathing down your neck.
He escaped, went to big pit. ZywOo, will he figure this out?
Smoke 2 flashes,
Surely
doesn't have a kit. He's got to play this one fast. Blitz has got that AK. If ZywOo is meant to be the difference maker, then this is the moment. Apex has recovered. Can ZywOo get 12? Oh, yeah! Blitz clutch! You give him a chance, and he'll snare you. Finally, that 12 hits the board.
He crouched.
It wasn't a boring op shot. It was a much-needed clutch, and he misses.
My God.
Looking the wrong direction.
He crouched.
Oh
my God, he crouched.
But why?
He just crouched.
But why?
He was just clearing lane. He was just crouching to clear lane, had no idea ZywOo was there. ZywOo cut off the right side of default, knew he had to play left, wasn't going to sit on default. He knew exactly where Blitz was. Blitz got lucky.
Fate works in mysterious ways.
That's why you don't give up a lead. That's why you have a better first half. After all of these chances, and Mongols have brought a lot of these situations close, they finally get one. Or one more, I should say, a second T round in this half. Oh my goodness. And I mean, I've got to call a spade here. Blitz had no idea he was there. ZywOo knew exactly where he was.
And what does that shot look like from Blitz? Because he catches a jumping ZywOo. 50 health, sure, but still doesn't let ZywOo get off a second shot. But they can't deny Vitality this second chance at 12 themselves. The comeback's great, but the upset would be even sweeter. A 4v5 that nearly came back to Vitality. Techno fighting inside of that B site for his life.
It's a total testamental. Moments like that are going to happen. This is Counter-Strike. That's why we go so many rounds. Vitality, they've got to show us mental resilience just to make this an overtime game. It feels like the game has deserved it based on how close this has been all the way through. The calling has been fearless from the Mongols. They're trying, but Vitality are answering back. As Flamesy said, he likes when teams play fast.
Robs into the apartments. Tim versus Mzinho.
Yeah, the two lurkers.
No help. He didn't clear it. Mzinho gets an easy Mac 10 frag, not to mention then the upgrade. ZywOo's up here on a silver platter, ready for the fights off short side. He catches the straggler. The front-running Techno cut down with no trade. Mezzi dives into the site, and he gets his. No, never mind. It's ZywOo with impact again from Pit. Blitz now on the recovery.
That's free.
Catches the counterpart. Apex walks through smoke to his demise. And there goes Mezzi with him. Blitz will be the difference in their 10th outing versus 2025's #1. All they've got to do is best Flamesy. Smoke in front of him, flash to try to fight, and he's gonna keep this tempo electric. Trying to chase them, he'll find nothing. Their first victory over top, a top 3 team, 2-0 Vitality. The Mongols making Genghis proud.
They do this to make grand finals. They step over top of the big dogs just like MOUZ did at Cologne. They show themselves something so important and everybody else at the same time. They earn a place to play Spirit in the grand finals. And by their reactions, they know the job isn't finished. But you know, inside, they must be elated.
Another Tier 1 event grand finals and new opposition. Because it's one thing to slay Vitality in Austin and to win your major, to grasp your dreams. But to recover from that, after losing again in Cologne, Mongols have now done what MOUZ did. They have bested one of their demons. But there's a bigger demon that still sits and waits, the highest rated player at this event, Donk. 2025's current #1 is what's up next for the Mongols. And all year long, we've talked about their new heights. Shanghai, first Asian team to make top 8, grand finals in Austin. The only thing that eludes them is the trophy. And here in Malta, maybe, just maybe, we will witness that final achievement.
Techno, in the draft show, you said it's always this team. We've played them so many times. Every event you stacked up against them. Here at the Bounty, you finally overcome Vitality. What's on your mind right now?
Just finally we won. Yeah, that's all.
What made the difference today? We saw lights out play from you, starting Inferno, coming up to that massive lead. It felt like nothing could stop you. What changed?
I think my team, every one of us played very good for individually and as a team. Everything went perfectly, I mean. And I'm so proud of my team. Yeah.
And in that last moment, the blitz clutch, where the op shot, he ducks just as the op shot from ZywOo goes over his head. Is there maybe a feeling like there was a bit of divine intervention almost?
I don't know about that. Yeah, it was really important round and somehow Blitz got it. Yeah, I'm happy for that.
One more test between you and that trophy. Team Spirit. Can anything stop the Mongols?
If I remember correctly, we didn't face Spirit in this year, maybe. Only few scrims and practice. And then we will see what's happened tomorrow. Yeah.
We'll have to see indeed. Thank you.
The Mongols finally tame their demons, and they do it in style. Maui, we are talking about one of the most high-pressure situations you can find yourself in. The beasts that have always come back to slay you, literally breathing down your neck, and you withstand the pressure.
For Mongols to accomplish this here, it felt like it was in the making. We saw what they were able to do versus Aurora, the 11-1 comeback that they were able to pull off. This time, it felt like the shoe was on the other foot, that it was Vitality that were breathing down their necks, pulling off a comeback of their own. And yet, Mongols withstanding that, Blitz leading by example, the ferocious calling, the speed at which so many of those hits happened was ridiculous. I thought they were gonna take their foot off the gas eventually, but they went even faster into it.
The Mongols coming from a scene that has so few players, so little expectations from the Mongolian CS scene coming into 2023. They start to show themselves off. 2024, they're doing great things. 2025, we need to see them in playoffs. And now they're making it to a major final. Now they're beating the best team, arguably one of the best teams of all time. They're beating them 2-0 in such a monumental fashion and looking insane while doing it. And Vitality, it's not like they didn't show up. They had their moments, but Mongols were just better.
There's so many of those moments, right, where you think, okay, Vitality, they're powering up. We've seen them do this before. It feels like they can never have the shoe on the wrong foot. But the fact that you then change that tide, the fact that you're the one biting back, literally in the final hours, like, huge credit to Mongols for pulling that one off.
I mean, I just love the calling from Blitz. I love the timeouts from Mara. Must have instilled some sort of wisdom as well.
Yeah.
Because it really felt like when that tide was turning, when finally Apex and Vitality were getting a grasp of some of those rounds, Rops was putting them in their place, just slowing them down completely. They just kept going for these quick plays. They kept running up middle. They kept running up banana. They took the fight to them in the first 20 seconds of every single round just to try to disrupt. It felt like at one point maybe Mongols realized we're not going to beat them in a slow, drawn-out 5-on-5. So let's just keep playing within that chaos that we love and enjoy.
Those are the moments that usually championship teams thrive in. You get a close game, the other team, they start to overthink it. They start to second guess themselves, question what plays they should be making. Instead, Mongols stick together. They do everything the same way they know. They have a game plan. They stick to it. It works perfectly.
Was there a particular turning point for you, Vu, where you felt, you know, the pendulum swing back in the favor of the Mongols in this one?
It has to be round 23. I think round 23 is the 1v1 against ZywOo, which was the most impressive part of the game because of just the way it actually played out. You really thought up until this point this was Vitality going to eventually close out the game, but you have the exec on the B site. They've already gone through a pretty complex round up until this point, but the idea behind actually rotating back around to the other side of the map, unbelievable.
I mean, they recognized in that moment when the smoke had faded CT that you're not getting across safely. Maybe you could go for a double peek, but they already knew about the deep lines that Vitality were holding at that point. And these kinds of strokes of luck are what really propelled Vitality into their era in the first half of the year. And now it's Mongols' time.
It's crazy because, like, that's not a miss you see ZywOo have often, right? That's I don't want to call that unlucky per se, but the fact that that happens in that moment when it's 11-11, like, that's just insane. I'm speechless.
I mean, that single crouch, which is not even intentional. That's why when Techno talked to Mike, I can't really think that Techno thought, oh yes, something was going their way or anything, because they probably didn't even really realize that crouch was what saved them in that moment. It just felt like ZywOo missed to them, but little did did they know that from ZywOo's perspective, that single crouch saved the whole game, saved the whole series potentially.
You don't want to call it unlucky. I'm going to call it unlucky. That was unlucky that he crouched, but to build up to that moment, to get into that situation, so many times you would see a player in that type of 2v2, he'd try to force the cross, they would lose, Vitality would just punish the mistake. Instead, he goes for the A-site play, he gets across the pit, gets himself in a great spot. You have to be, as corny as it is, you have to be good to be lucky. You got to be lucky to be good. And that was a great play that led up to all of that. They set themselves up in a situation, and they got a little bit of luck along the way.
Absolutely making their own luck are the Mongols. We can't, you know, be disservicing them there. Yeah, man, that is so, it's just like, it's a few centimeters.
Yeah, it's like, it is so close. If ZywOo had higher sensitivity, he would have by accident just hit the shot. It's so great. I can't believe it comes down to that.
Yeah, no, it's insane. I mean, just massive congratulations to Mongols for finally doing it. We've talked about it. You know, we were coming into this game saying, you're not unique if you've lost a lot to Vitality this year, but you are in a league of your own if you can beat them.
We were starting to question if that's their glass ceiling. They're not beating top 3 teams. They can't make that next step. This is exactly the step you need to take. You beat Vitality, go into the grand final, beat Spirit. If they can do that, that is an insane statement win. And then I'd expect them to have an incredible season from there.
The Mongols getting through this singular demon is hopefully indicative of more to come.
Yeah.
It's a single win. They played incredible. This was the S tier level from the Mongols. They were playing out of their mind. I mean, what Mirage felt in some ways more comprehensive, but I just love the composure from some of the individuals. When Mongols were playing at Austin, they lost themselves in some of those big moments. People were just kind of walking through smokes. They weren't really sure what was the next stage of a round. This was a concerted effort, one where everybody was a lot more focused. Even if they didn't pop off the page, I feel like every member was throwing the support utility that they need to. They were waiting for their teammates to trade with them. You could see through the X-ray, when that Vitality player is waiting for that next swing, the Mongols, they all bunch up and make sure when they swing, they're swinging together or with a flash. It was perfect.
Incredible stuff from the Mongols and a well-deserved grand final spot versus Spirit tomorrow. Unfortunately for Vitality, that is yet again another semi-final exit. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Apex and Mike.
Apex, tough loss, tough series. We saw a lot of frustrations, saw the huddle, saw some of the comms coming through, missed opportunities, missed smokes, mistakes. What came apart today for Vitality?
Well, yeah, we played hopeful, not gonna lie. I think I called really bad also on the OT side, and doesn't help at all. Yeah, we're not there yet. We're not at all at the level we had in the first part of the season. And that's something we need to figure it out. I don't know why yet, but since Cologne, we saw after the MOUZ game that we were like, it was really bad. And since that, I don't play, we play good. So let's see how it goes.
We heard a listen in at the beginning of Inferno. It was Mezzi speaking. He was saying, now's the time to put actions speak louder than words. What was that about?
Well, I think too much frustration on the first map, not trying to help enough and not trying to do well for the team. So that's why he said those stuff. And yeah, we tried to answer in Inferno, but we just played bad CS. And that wasn't about the frustration on Inferno. It was just about like the way we handle our map control and the calls. So yeah, that's it.
At the beginning of this event, we were talking about the Cologne, and you said one BO3 doesn't define this team, doesn't change what we're capable of. Now, a couple of bad series. How concerned are you about the team?
I'm not concerned. I mean, it's life. It's CS. You know, if people are concerned, that's not my problem. But it's CS. You know, it's high level. Sometimes you play really well. We did it for 6 months. Now we play a bit less good. That's the way it is. We need to work hard. That's all we can do and give an answer. I think we're just not on the same page right now. We're struggling a bit on some pretty important stuff. So yeah, except working hard and going on the next move, nothing to say. But if not being too worried, it's just like it's competition. It's CS, you know.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of frustrations coming out of the Vitality camp, particularly looking at the first half of this year. No cause for concern for Apex just yet, though. Maui, do you agree with that assessment?
You got to be a little bit concerned. I mean, you can't lose in the semifinals after winning 7 events in a row to close the last season and not be a little bit concerned. To not be concerned to me is denial. You need to recognize, and the thing is that it's conflicting in terms of his answer there. You know, part of it is not concerned, but then also addressing all of the failures of what they were not able to accomplish in today's match, in the Cologne match. Yeah, they're not playing as well-oiled as they were in the first half of the year. Some of the individuals are not holding up their ends of the bargain in terms of just getting that one that they need to, or not creating a losing condition, and they got to just focus up. They really got to get back into the form, because everybody wants to see a Vitality defining the scene. We like when there's a benchmark that everybody's playing against, but if that benchmark keeps falling, we got to find a new one.
In terms of concern, my biggest concern is that the players, they didn't show up maybe to their S tier level, but on an individual basis, they all had their pop-off moments. They all had their carry clutch potential, but as a team, they're just falling apart. They're having these execs where they have plenty of utility, they're not using it. They have these timings they're missing. They've got execs where they're just completely off on different pages, on different tangents. They're not doing the right plays, and they know better than that. They should be better than that, and that's where the concern enters for me, because they lose to MOUZ and Cologne. ZywOo has a historically bad game. Flames goes 1-18. You can write that off. But when the team isn't playing as a team, that's a little harder to fix.
Well, we've been hearing a lot of the comms from Vitality throughout the duration of the tournament, so let's check in once again on Inferno.
Long. Back. One long. Mini pit.
I'm blind.
Don't. Careful. Run and defend. Wait. Balcony. Oh, bro. He's on side, flash. Will be 2 more. Will be close to you.
You with me?
Flashing above. Yeah, 2. Flashing above. One short. Boom. Do it, guys. Shoot. Happy, one happy. I have shot.
Pit.
And ouch. Okay, guys. The A-speed is explosive. We need to run on his face. I said it. You take your knife and you run. We know 910 is holding long all the time, guys.
Yeah, we got flash in our face. We got full flash.
Yeah, but in the way we run, we didn't run on running on him. Like.
Yeah, I mean, we know Apex to be an emotional leader, to say the least. We've been hearing quite a lot of frustrations, understandably so, when you're in situations like that.
Well, nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And they might need one right now. No, that honestly, they were extremely frustrated on so many different levels right now that I hope that that doesn't carry over into EWC. I mean, we saw the frustrations there. We saw the frustrations on map 1.
Yeah.
I mean, the little micro call-outs. I know Vu's okay with it, but like, I wouldn't want those to bleed into the cohesion that made Vitality the unit that they were in the first half.
I don't have a problem with Apex saying, guys, you're doing the strat wrong. This is how you do the strat. If they do the strat wrong, tell them, do the strat right. You're supposed to go fast. You can see when they slowed down, they had nothing. They had nothing to do. They didn't have a player in apartments tossing flashes into graveyard the way that you're supposed to if you slow that strat down. It's a pop play. Play the strat right.
Go on, Maui, fight back.
2020 hindsight doesn't get you anywhere, okay? Everybody knows the strat went wrong. Let's do the strat right. Remind people for the next strat how to play it correctly. That's my take. Positive reinforcement, not negative reinforcement.
I think that's fair enough, yeah. And I mean, Apex positively reinforcing in terms of coming back into that second half. He made some hero plays of his own, but let's be real, he's not the one I'm looking at to be executing in terms of the fragging department, right?
Apex was incredible in this map. That's why he's getting so frustrated. When he lets the team down in terms of his individual play, that's one thing he can address. He's addressed that before. Last year, he was addressing that multiple times. He shaped up in terms of being a good individual, a reliable one on bomb sites. He's set up to succeed right here. There were flashes that were being thrown on the support for him. He got the kills that he was supposed to, but when people are letting him down, I understand. Vu understands. That's why Vu's saying, you know, call them out for what they're doing. But in my eyes, I feel like you need to not let that stuff bleed over until the server time after. Say bring a better idea for the next strategy, and Apex is one more championships than I can dream of, okay? So he can handle the team however he wants to, but you could see that some of those players, when they got into a rut on those T sides especially, they stayed in a rut. It didn't fix them.
This is an Apex, I mean, one of the reasons I'm so concerned about Vitality, Apex played well. They had players coming in. They had players doing well. They didn't have one player you can point out and say, look, they found a weakness and they exploited it. This is Vitality not playing as a team. And so I can understand exactly why Apex is getting frustrated in those moments. And when your players aren't doing things, I'm sure they've run that strat in practice. Yeah. You know, I'm sure they've run it in practice, and maybe they didn't have the utility. MongolZ, you have to credit them. They did throw great utility on that defense, but you gotta play the strat the way the strat's supposed to.
Gotta pull the knife out, round that corner fast.
Knife out.
I don't know whether I'm going out on a limb here, but like just looking at the first half of 25, since Rops joined the team, he hasn't really had to experience this version of Apex and Vitality, right? So I'm kind of curious as to how he's going to react to this.
This is why this arc of what Vitality is doing is so intriguing. This is the first time ever since really last bounty that they've experienced this level of adversity, where there's things that are going wrong, they need to fix them, and this is where really eras are also defined like this. Astralis didn't win every single tournament straight for years to create their era. Yeah. They had little bounce backs, they fell in semifinals, they had a lot of top 4 finishes, top 6 finishes, but they always still found a way at the tail end of it to bounce on back until we obviously saw the demise once the online era hit, really. But if Vitality can't bounce back, if they can't find a way, then you start pointing the fingers at moments like this that really start to pull apart the roster.
So one of the things that Vitality players have mentioned, we've heard it throughout their run, sometimes Apex gets a little tilted, even in wins. He gets triggered on a round, he gets tilted, and he struggles to come back into it. And that's been talked about as one of their weaknesses and one of his biggest weaknesses as a leader. And this is the moment, this type of situation where he has to bounce back, he has to maybe deal with that. If his team starts to be on a bit of a downswing, he's got to actually deal with that frustration in a more productive way, maybe, than yelling at people.
It's so true, right? Because I can think of so many instances where, you know, Vitality is 6-0 up, 7-0 up. They lose one round and Apex is already showing those frustrations. You have to kind of learn to live with it, I guess, if you're part of that Vitality camp. But at the same time, maybe there is a little bit of give and take in that.
Right, finding the balance for these kinds of situations is so difficult. It's a persistent challenge for all of the best leaders in the world, where you have to know how much are you trying to teach versus how much are you trying to lead. And those kinds of moments, that's why I have my philosophy on it, but Apex has done so much as a leader. I believe in his system. I believe in the way that he's been it's tough love for Apex, okay? That's what a lot of last season was, still able to lift a trophy despite a slew of problems in a lot of different directions. I want to see Vitality bounce back, and I know that what happens in the post-game talk today, the post-match talk, is going to be enlightening for everybody. And I think that I would still put them, regardless of what happens here, EWC, I feel like they're going to make the grand finals again.
Yeah.
I think that I believe in their bounce back for sure.
I still have faith. I still absolutely have faith in this team. Apex, he's been in it so long. You've got Rops, who's been through these types of situations with other teams and bounced back. It's a team with a ton of experience. I have faith, but I think EWC really is a big question.
100%. Should we talk about the grand final tomorrow then? Techno alluded to it. It's been a minute since the Mongols have faced Spirit in a game that's really high stakes, right? Only once this year, that was an EPL group stage, so not the same amount of pressure that they're going to be experiencing tomorrow in this best of 5 grand final.
That's where it's really tough for the Mongols here. I feel like they today played the best CS I have ever seen them play. So many great moments. They were so composed in a lot of different areas, especially when they're doing their A-site wraps. They were waiting for each other. They were swinging together. All of the utility was perfectly placed. But Spirit have shown to be so disruptive this tournament. They get in your faces. If they see a strat that's being run, they'll push on the one side where the guy is holding the flash for the split second. They catch you on timings like that. It's going to be tough to run as well. It's hard to run a smooth offense when Spirit is the disruptor ahead of you.
I'll give you a counterpoint to that. I think Mongols are incredible disruptors themselves. I think that it might be something that kind of plays into them just a little bit. And if they can play up to the level they've had today, I mean, this is when the first season of this year, people kept talking about Mongols. When they all show up, they shoot you harder than any other team. But it started to taper off because people lost expectation of Mongols. Now the expectation's going back up. I think they can shoot just as hard as Spirit, and I think the disruption, I think they do a little bit of them.
I don't want to put anything out into the ether, but I really hope this isn't a case of what we saw in Cologne, you know. A la MOUZ, you finally tame your demons, a team that's had your number all the time. You've had to put everything out there, and then Spirit just come and rain on your parade, you know. I fingers crossed that doesn't happen.
You've put it into the ether already. It's now out there.
You let it go. You let it through. Does that also make Spirit's run questionable because they're not facing Vitality?
Oh, no, let's not get started.
We're not. Yeah, I don't want to get too sidetracked. I don't want to have too many hypotheticals here about playing whoever. For the match tomorrow, Spirit to me, they're the favorites. But the form that the Mongols have shown at this tournament, the resilience, the consistency that they've shown over this year so far is enough to make me believe that there is a very solid chance to take it to him.
And guys, let's be honest. We all want Mongols to win. We all want.
Don't you want Donk to be number one?
The world, if Mongols win, it's a utopia.
Well, that's what's happening tomorrow. We're going to see who's going to be the best, Mongols or Spirit. It's going to be going down at 4 p.m. if you're joining us in the European time. So best of 5 as well when we're diving into this one. So much on the line for both of these two squads. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here in what's been an epic semi-final Saturday. Don't you go anywhere, because tomorrow it's going to be the grand finals going down here in Malta.
Welcome to the Bounty. First time?
Yeah.
Then let me explain the rules. Here are the teams. They're split into 2 categories. Meet the most wanted. Each one has a bounty on their head. The better the team, the bigger the bounty. Here are the bounty hunters. They're chasing the cash on the most wanted's head. Winning secures you their bounty. 50% gets banked, and the other 50 goes onto the head of the hunter.
So they take in that 50% no matter what happens?
Of course, if they want. But let's make this more fun. Say Legacy have 20 grand in the bank. They can choose to wager that bank on any game. Would you take that bet?
Not a chance.
Smart man. Now you're getting it. There are 2 rounds of play. Lose one hand and you are out of the competition. The best part, you ask, the lower seeded team picks their opponent.
That's cutthroat.
Exactly. Make it through the second round and you're into the land final. That's when the money gets high and the stakes higher. So, are you ready to play?
I'm all in.
Why are you doing the last? It's the last. Oh, this game is really upsetting me, but like in a good way. What are the DD? Now, stop them! You're the only one who can! Oh my god! Elimination staring right back at the MIPR! Was this all for nothing?
So, sir, do you want to play again?
No, maybe next season.